And we are live here at In Your Head Wrestling Radio. I am the internet icon, the pride of the pilgrims, the most honest man in all of podcasting, handsome Jackie Jones on my right-hand man, my audio soulmate, and the enforcer of the Headyverse.
1 inch biceps, power go. Bah! How's that for everybody?
Nice.
The boss baby man who tells you what to do. I got the never ending story shirt on tonight.
Is that never? You sure it looks like Conan?
It's like
sure. I think that's Conan, isn't it?
I think it's the symbol off of the front of never ending story off the book, isn't it?
No, I think it's the bad guys from Conan the Barbarian.
Am I wearing a shirt? I don't even know what it is.
I believe so. Pretty sure that's Salsa Doom.
I thought it was
Salsa Doom, I believe.
I thought it was never ending story. Oh.
Well, pretty sure it's Salsa Doom.
Dang, maybe we can get the chat room's input on this, but apparently I'm wearing a shirt. I've never even seen Conan.
You never seen Conan the Barbarian? Come on, that's one of the best
I've seen
movies of all time.
I've seen clips of it online, but I've never watched Conan.
Yeah, you're watching all these bullshit movies. You've never seen Conan?
I don't watch bullshit movies. I watch fine film all the time.
You watch 100%. A lot of you love Commando and True Lies. Yeah, but you've never seen Conan? Arguably, it's like up there as his best Arnold Schwarzenegger movies ever made.
Maybe I need to put that on the watch list.
Watch it; it's great. Not the second one sucks, but the first one's great.
Is the second one the one with Grace Jones in it?
Yeah, Conan the Destroyer.
Was it not directed by Oliver Stone? I know the first one.
I don't think the first one is either, is it?
I thought it was.
I don't think
it's Oliver Stone. I could be wrong.
Isn't it Borman?
Huh?
I think it's Borman. Look it up.
I could be wrong. I haven't even seen the movie. Steven's a knowledgeable fellow. He's in the chat room. I've seen Dobbs, Dean, Mia in the chat room. He's just got unbanned. He's here.
John Milius. John Milius.
He's director of the first one.
Yeah. I actually tried to get him on the show. No, Oliver Stone is one of the co-writers.
Oh, that must be what I'm thinking of. Okay.
I tried to get Milius. I don't know how you pronounce it. Milius, John Milius. I tried to get him on the show actually because I was planning to do a Sword and Sorcery month on Without Your Head a while back, but he unfortunately had a stroke.
Oh no.
And his problem speaking. But he wrote Apocalypse Now and directed Conan the Barbarian.
Man.
So it's the man who wrote Apocalypse Now, the screenplay. So I mean, this is big time movie. This is a big time movie. This ain't bullshit. This is good stuff. I recommend it. This is back when they made sword and sorcery movies that were good and not just like stupid shit like Hercules and Xena. This Excalibur, that kind of stuff's good. Excalibur is a Borman movie, I think. That's what I get confused. Go see it.
Are those the only two that's good?
No, there's probably some other ones if I think about them, but those I would put those at the top.
Okay.
Excalibur and
I've seen Excalibur a long time ago on TV. But
I think they were both the same year.
Could probably use a rewatch of that one.
Yeah, great movie. Tyler S. He's Friends of the Week fan fiction.
What does that mean?
I don't know. Does he want the fan fiction to return?
I don't know if we need all that. But Jackie Jones.
1 inch barbarian.
Mm-hmm. Tyler S says Bruce Campbell's in Xena. Oh, yeah.
Fuck Xena. Those shows suck. I don't. When people tell me like they don't make great shows anymore, and they bring up stuff like Hercules and Xena, it's like hit the bricks, asshole. Those shows were the pits. I don't watch.
I never was a fan. I never. I seen bits of it, and I just was like, yeah.
It's like it's TV for imbeciles. No offense, I'm sure they're good people who like that shit, but they're just not too bright.
Yeah, and Jonathan Jackson's in the chat room.
Oh, and I meant Excalibur the movie, not the masked commentator from AEW.
Yeah, I knew what you meant. He's kind of a Johnny come lately.
Yeah, he's grown on me. I remember when the show first started, I thought he's kind of he was one of the weak links of the show, but I think he's good. Not just grown on me. I think he's good. I think he's improved. I think he's
good. Tyler S says Hercules sucks. Xena was awesome. And then he says Walker, Texas Ranger.
All that stuff you can just throw in the bin. I'm not
Stephen Butler. He says Hercules sucked, but Xena Warrior Princess.
That's because you know who you're talking to. These are guys that watch a show and just they were fantasizing about the big Amazon woman beating them up while they were rubbing their yam bags.
Stephen goes on to add, I've met Lucy Lawless.
Oh, big fucking deal. That's great. I'm not saying she's a terrible person. I'm not saying she's a bad human being. The guy who plays Hercules is, but I'm not saying Lucy Lawless is a bad person. I just say she made a show for imbeciles.
So did Kevin Sorbo no show you or something? What's his?
No, he's kind of a rotten guy. I mean,
Renee O'Connor. I don't know who that is. But Steven's met her.
What was that? And that I was thinking that's from All in the Family, but that's Carol O'Connor. I don't know who Aaron O'Connor is.
Yeah, Renee. I don't know.
The only Renee I know is Moxie's old lady.
Mighty Lexar is here, and he's coming in strong. He says Jack is a huge fan of '90s talk shows.
No, late night. I was a big late night fan. It was weird because I was listening to Gilbert Gottfried interview, and he was exactly right. He's like, remember, like back, that used to be like the war everyone talked about was who was winning the Monday Night Wars, Leno and Letterman. And then you had Conan started to come up, and Conan gets the Tonight Show and the big war over the Tonight Show. And it's like now you think about it, like who gives a shit who's on the I don't even know who they are on the late. I know like Jimmy Fallon's on one of them stuff, but I really couldn't name all the late. I used to be, I was up to date on all that, and I paid attention to who was winning, and then when Leno started, and then Letterman won for a while, and Leno had that English guy on, and then he won for years, but now it's just like, who cares about any of that? When's the last time anyone thought like, man, I really got to watch this Tonight Show?
Yeah. I haven't really been too concerned about it ever since Letterman retired. I really wasn't watching a whole lot of it when Letterman was going, but I felt bad for Conan, how he got kind of.
Yeah, I mean, I watched Conan from when he started and I watched a bit of the TBS show, and then that was about the time they really started to lose interest.
Mm-hmm.
And then I just didn't watch any of the other guys.
Tyler S says HLA in parentheses, or not parentheses, but quotation mark.
See, I don't understand watching like a mainstream TV show for like a glimpse of like a lesbian or something. You've got the internet. If you're looking to jack off, why don't you just go and look up the actual porn instead of like a second clip in like a TV show where like. There's not going to be any like intercourse. There's not going to be like no one's going to splooge on someone Lucy Lawless's face or something.
But wasn't Lucy
she's not going to stick her tongue into someone's anus or something.
Wasn't she on that
on the internet? And look this up on these pornographic websites that I hear about. I mean, I don't know. I've never visited such things.
Wasn't Lucy Lawless?
Inter tells me about them though.
Spartacus show or whatever. And
Oh yeah, she was good on that. She's good.
Yeah.
I thought she was good in that. I thought she was good in Ash versus the Evil Dead. I have nothing against her. I'm just saying the show, the other shows, shits.
Well, Jack, I think WWE got a little jealous of Ring of Honor just releasing their entire roster.
Like, oh yeah.
And they had to release some people as well, as horrible as it is. Because, I mean, if you lose your Ring of Honor thing, it's like, well, I can kind of pursue other fields right now. It's kind of a hotbed for wrestling, possibly I could go to AEW. You're at WWE and they let you go. It's like, well, I'm going to have to, some of them will probably be happy to go to AEW, but they can't hire everybody. But
no, it's getting harder and harder. Really, every time I see that Christian Cage, I keep thinking, man, what a lucky bitch. He really slid right in there before all these like people that are actually worth something started popping up. Like,
well done.
And you're like,
done,
well, we
Christian
could sign
Cage.
a few of these guys, but we still got to pay Cage, and then we got to use them too. So let's we can't keep putting them in main events because no one wants to see that. Let's stick him in this 6-man tag, which with guys he doesn't fit in with at all. It's like, I know who fits in with the dinosaur and Jungle Boy, Christian Cage. Like, how does he fit in with these guys? I would honestly rather see Jurassic Express. I'd rather see the little tiny guy,
Marco Stunt.
Yeah. Not in a singles match for the main event, but if they're doing a 6-man, I would rather see that.
Galgo 13's here in the chat room. Gilbert Godfrey was great on USA.
I'm a big fan of Gilbert Godfrey. I think he's a great honor. You can just send it there. He's great.
Mm-hmm. Gilbert
Godfrey's a good man.
That's a Galgo 13 statement.
I like that Golgo 13. He's going places. He made the cut. We the Headyverse, we had to let a lot of people go from the Headyverse.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, dang.
Yeah, we had to let Toast Hogan go.
Oh.
The Spirit of Abe Lincoln.
Honest Abe's ghost?
Yeah. There was even a long-time employee. We had to let him go. Tater Skin Hank McGee.
Oh, my goodness. I don't know if we can go on without Tater Skin Hank McGee.
He's gone. But we wish them all well in their future endeavors. But we also own their names, their legal names, and all rights to them ever using third-party hosts or working in podcasting again. So we've blocked them from essentially ever making a living within this genre. But they're family here, and we wish them well, especially here in the holidays.
Good job.
Yeah, it's nice to fire people right before Thanksgiving and Christmas too.
Exactly. Yeah, it's like that's probably even better for them.
Yeah.
It's that's the cherry on top of the sundae for them. They're like, and it's right before the holidays, and we got people who's moved to a different state and everything.
Yeah. Frankie Monet moved to Florida and bought a new house, and they fired her. The one woman, I've never seen her, but she's part of like this group, like BMAG or something. I don't know. T-Bone.
She is part of the Hit Row.
Yeah.
And I don't know why I'm not necessarily a huge fan of that group because they're kind of a rap group and like they haven't really done anything that I think is good. And the one guy's from the Treasure Show, the Forgotten Treasures of WWE thing.
Oh, that guy?
He's in that group.
Oh.
And
from what I understand, though, the woman's like one of the standout of the group. I don't know.
I didn't think like it was a huge thing, but she's actually like provided something for the group to make him a little different, and they let her go.
And she had just signed the week before her main roster contract. So you sign your contract to be on Raw or SmackDown. I'm not sure where they are. And then very next week, they fire you. These contracts are completely meaningless.
It seems like it.
And I know when people say, oh, well, they can't keep everybody. I totally get that. Obviously, you're not going to hire everyone for the remainder of their days for all of time. But it used to be if you signed a multi-year contract, when it came up, they wouldn't renew it. And so you'd be gone from the company. That's a lot different than, let's say you're under contract for 7 years, some of these people, or even a couple of years, and then a week later they fire you. I mean, without breaking your contract. Now, if you did something to break your contract, I understand that. But if you're just fired just because they say it's cost-cutting measure, what point are these contracts? You sign a contract. It's supposed to be a two-way street. You sign the contract, so I agree to work here for this amount of money, and you have, the reliability that I've got a job for this amount of time at this amount of money. But it's all one-sided. It's you can't, they leave, but they can just get rid of you whenever they want.
Yeah, it's terrible. We have an interesting comment from Galgo13. It says, I am the Brooklyn Brawler of In Your Head. I do whatever
push it and pull it
to keep my job. He says he does anything.
I don't mean no harm there. What do you think of this shirt, Incher?
Oh, yeah.
WWE
Bret Hart, Ultimate Warrior, Roddy Piper, Ric Flair, Ted DiBiase. Who we got? The Outsiders.
Yep.
I don't really think of them being WWE.
No.
But I mean, they are legends. Hulk Hogan, Randy Savage, Undertaker, The Rock, and I can't. Is that
Stone Cold?
Oh, I couldn't tell. That's a weird.
I'm actually surprised they don't have Triple H on that. But I think Triple H used to be. They'd always brag him up as up there with all these guys, but probably not anymore. Now I think he's in the doghouse.
What I wonder what's going on there. I mean, like, it seems like Vince has something out for him. Did he do something?
Can you imagine? Because you could tell that he honestly loved NXT and had affinity for all the people involved. He'd take the pictures with, all the talent. Can you imagine spending those like, what is it, 2 or 3 years or 4 years, whatever it's been, 5, I don't know, 4 or 5 years, building that up and building the brand up and getting a TV show, and people have loved it. It has this history behind it. And then someone just comes in and just obliterates it and washes it all away. I'm all joking aside, I believe that led to these heart problems he had. I think all that stress that had to be heartbreaking, literally and figuratively.
I see the ads for NXT. I have not watched an episode.
I haven't either.
It looks god awful.
I've heard nothing good about it.
It looks like it's just a show where Mandy Rose comes out and just,
she's probably the best worker on the show because it's all like trainees, like legit, like first time wrestlers.
Really?
People that have been in the business for like a week. I'm not even kidding. It's not people because they don't want to hire, indie guys anymore. So there's a little bit of guys that were left from the old one, but all the new people are legit trainees that have no experience. And so I get doing that, but I don't get why you'd want that as a television show on cable.
Mm-hmm.
It's got potentially lots of people watching it. I don't see what good it is. You get all these guys exposed as like before they're even ready to be on TV. If you want to do that kind of show, I get it, but don't have it televised.
Yeah, really. If I was Triple H sitting there and watching that, oh my gosh, I'd probably just have another heart attack. It's like you built like a thing that was huge and it was just totally destroyed in no time. I mean, talk about having the rug pulled out from under you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think do you think that's a part of Vince trying to do that once again?
I would doubt. I think he's a cruel guy, but I've been saying for years that the idea of doing they really should have 2 NXTs. I've said this for years, way before they started changing around, was the NXT where it is like the indie guys and good workers and the TV show, because it was a true alternative to the main show, but it didn't necessarily create new stars for the main show. So then you could have the trainees who aren't even ready to be on TV yet. They could be training, not televised.
Yeah.
But they really destroyed this as a TV show and its own brand. And I get the idea of wanting a developmental for like your main roster shows, but not as a television show. It's very strange to me.
Yeah.
It's like if they would have put OVW, on USA back in the day.
We got Joey in the chat room. He says it's been that way since Bret Hart. I guess he's talking about the cut.
Well,
like
I think they didn't necessarily cut him. They talked to him about it. He didn't have to leave.
He says
it's a big difference when you're like literally might be going bankrupt, and when you're talking about record profits, because the same week they talked about making record profits like $250 million in the quarter. So in 3 months they made $250 million profit. You can't be like, we made record profits, $250 million, but we got to cut this woman from B Rove because of we need money.
Yeah, but
and the Bret Hart thing, they actually came to it wasn't like they just fired him. They came to an agreement together, and they helped him then negotiate the big deal with WCW
up until his departure, where they
they knew he was leaving. They didn't just say you're fired because we can't. They talked to him and said, we're not going to be able to do this. Can we get out of this contract?
Have I ever asked your opinions on the screw job? Do you feel like
it's definitely not a work. I think people who think it's a work is just get caught up in conspiracy theories.
Yeah. But anyhow, who else did they release? They released Nia Jax, one of the
that one was
probably
a surprise.
One of the bigger ones.
They think people believe that one was due to her not getting vaccinated, which they say possibly a couple of them are that way.
She was not vaccinated, and she was also on leave at the time for mental health problems. So how can they get away with like releasing somebody who's out?
They probably can if they would take that. If people, a lot of stuff they do, I don't think they'd get away with if people would actually take it to court.
Yeah. And like, I know you texted me after it happened and said your girl was released from WWE, and I wasn't really aware of it, but she has kind of grown on to me. I don't think she's good in the ring at all.
Everyone else came to the conclusion they don't like her, then you like her.
She grew on me. I think just saying "ow my hole" or she's had some pretty funny moments, and then she shot on Charlotte Flair. Do you think that had anything to do with it?
I think this is how I think the plethora of all these things. She's hurt many people. She's kind of hard to work with. She won't get the vaccine. I think the combination of all these things, it's like,
well, now that you put it like that.
Yeah, if then you're looking like, who do we get rid of? That one, like, oh well, all these. It's not like, I don't think it was one particular thing. I think it's all these things add up, and it's like, whoa.
And she is related to The Rock, and like the whole family is pretty intertwined with the WWE. I mean, she's related to Roman Reigns and the Usos, and look at what which one is it, Jimmy or Jay? I think it's Jimmy, isn't it? Yeah, it's always getting in trouble.
Joey says like here that she claims it was the mental health, but I mean, that's just because she says that doesn't necessarily mean anything. And she might think that. I'm not saying she doesn't think that. And I'm not saying it didn't bring that, but I don't think how do you know? Because they didn't say, they're not going to say that. And like I said, I think it's a culmination of many different things.
It's a bad message, though. I mean, like, you're going to be released.
They did that with wrestling itself has historically always been, you don't want to take, I know I'm saying this is not good at all, but I'm just saying historically it's always been, you can't take time off for any injury, mental or physical, because someone will take your spot or they'll get rid of you. And they could say all they want, that's changed, but it's clear not.
How about a Dark Side of the Ring where they focus on like firings that were pretty rough?
I mean, you could do it, I guess.
There's been a lot of firings that are pretty bad. Like Braun Strowman, like he was kind of contemplating suicide.
Joey thinks Nia will be back in a year or two. I don't believe it. I think I predict this is the last you ever see of Nia Jackson wrestling because I don't really think she's well liked. I don't really see, and I don't think she's someone who's going to go pursue wrestling on the indies. So I kind of think this is just the we'll never see her again in wrestling. That's my prediction.
I kind of agree with Joey. I think she might be back just because of the family that she's in. I think
so. I don't think they would have fired her.
I think maybe that might have been like a little bit of a hey, shape up, a little bit. I think that's what they're saying, but it's hard to say with WWE.
How is Tamina Snuka maintain her job? Maybe she's a very nice backstage. I mean, that does go. Besides that, I have no idea. I'm with you on that one, Joe. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was thinking to myself, like, did Sasha Banks get the vaccine?
Because, I think I saw something about that. She did.
Oh, because they haven't stated about her being released, and she's had some comments about.
I'm thinking when you're a certain level, you're going to get more leeway with things. I'm thinking this whole stuff where they remember last week it was this weird thing about AJ Styles had a non-medical or non-surgery related medical something very weird. They worded it. I have no idea. This is my assumption, my guessing. I'm thinking that has something to do because I don't know for sure, but I assume he's anti-vax, and so they probably are keeping him off the show until he gets because they had a deadline, I believe, November 1st, where you're supposed to get your vaccination. Plus, he's such a big star and a guy that, I mean, they've let other people go to AEW, but he is a guy that would definitely be like tailor-made for AEW. So he's probably going to get a lot of leeway before they would actually get rid of him.
Like, if you look at Vince McMahon, you would kind of think he's probably not a big fan of it, but there's a lot of things that go into it where superstars have to be vaccinated to get on a plane and go out of the state.
Yeah, that's the thing. They're a touring company. So when you're traveling, you have to be vaccinated or continually or be tested like weekly, which comes into money. I think a lot of the places they run shows, you have to be vaccinated to get in, and you have to show you proof. Even the fans have to show proof of vaccination. So the wrestlers are not. So it's like if you have some people on there that's not vaccinated, certain like flights ain't gonna fly, like won't be able to fly. They are not going to be able to actually perform at certain places, and a lot of their people they work with are going to not want to work with them in the ring. Because not only their own well-being, they don't want to bring some home to their families. You also share the locker rooms with the people, and even beyond the wrestlers, all the people that work for the company. So there's a lot of people to, it's more than just yourself here.
And they are in a ring, and like they say, the louder you speak, and they make a lot of noises and everything else. I mean, people in the arena could be affected. I'm sure they're over the 6 feet because it's pretty far from the ring.
Yeah. I mean, it's the 6 feet really is just kind of an arbitrary number.
Yeah, I mean, but they say whenever you're like screaming or talking loudly, which wrestlers are known to do, it goes even farther out. So
yeah. I know. The mandate is supposed to be vaccinated, and if not vaccinated, tested every week. And then there's it's one thing if you don't want to be vaccinated or wear a mask. I know a lot of our fans are going to get mad at us here and make memes about me, but what was I going to say here? Oh, the testing though. Yes. Then there's people like, I will not be tested. And it's like, you have to can't you do a little bit of something? So if you don't want to get the vaccine, you don't want to wear a mask, but you also won't get tested. Like, I mean, you have to have something. You have to give a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, these are unprecedented times where we're going through a crisis. So Anastasio Theodosis, he's spamming our chat room at the moment. He says, IYH brought to you by Pfizer. That's what I got.
I get the other one.
Moderna or Johnson & Johnson.
But Moderna.
Yeah. Uh,
My mom got Pfizer, just got her booster recently.
yeah, I wasn't sure like when I should get a booster, if I should or not.
Yeah, I can't yet because I'm considered general population, but she was over 65, so she could. You probably
I just
can
didn't
because
know
of
when
your
it was.
work.
Yeah, I didn't know when it would be available to me, but I'm sure they'll make me aware of it when it is.
Yeah, I think you can just get it at Walmart.
Mm-hmm.
Joe only watches shows sponsored by Moderna, so that's me, Joey. So you can watch this half of the show.
Just tape me
Yeah.
out or something. But
So
I
I'm just
have
saying,
read.
if for whatever reason you don't get the vaccine, I don't see why it's so awful that you can get tested.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, a hardship.
I really don't understand why it's such a hot topic, but I okay, whatever. But anyhow, who else was released? We had Nia Jax, Frankie Monet.
I think Johnny Gargano was on one of the later lists.
Well, I think his contract's about to expire, is what the deal is with him.
No, I think he was released. I think the other guy from Red Dragon's about to is expiring.
Mm-hmm. He taped a piece of paper over me, Jack. Tell him not to do that. Say, don't do that, because he needs.
It's like
to
those
hear
old
from me.
sitcoms when they would split like half a room.
But yeah, Johnny Gargano. So he has been released.
I think so. Oh no, I guess you're right. It says I thought he. I don't know. I saw it on Facebook, but maybe it hasn't happened yet.
Is he a guy
Either way,
maybe wanting to go to AEW?
What the guy from who's the other guy from Red Dragon? Because his contract's expiring soon.
Kyle O'Reilly.
Yeah, I assume they'll probably get rid of all these guys.
Yeah, more than likely. Not because they're bad, just because that's how WWE functions.
Yeah.
Although I wasn't too crazy about Kyle O'Reilly's whole new gimmick that he was.
Oh no, but I mean, I would like to see him and Bobby Fish back. Mm-hmm. They would have some great matches in AEW, in the tag division.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Most definitely. You
could do some stuff. You could, where does Adam Cole's loyalty lies with the Elite, or is it with his old buddies? Or his new buddies? I don't know. There's a lot of things you could do. Fits in there.
Karrion Kross. He was released.
I think that's a no-brainer. Him and Scarlett. I think they should, because you can't, like you said, you can't get everybody. They're really low to roster already. But to me, that's one I think he's got a lot of following, a lot of potential. Mm-hmm. He's got a built-in presence and gimmick package. Him and Scarlett. I would definitely bring him.
Yeah, just leave the gladiator helmet at home.
Yeah, he even replied. Someone asked if they could have it, and he's like, "No one wants that piece of shit."
At least he knew it was suck too. I mean,
yeah. Honestly, if you break this down to me, Karrion Kross from NXT to the main roster to his fire, to me that just shows exactly what's wrong with WWE. It's like you established this guy on your show, he was super over, had a gimmick, had a look, had a whole on, him and Scarlett had a whole package together, great entrance. You bring him up to the main show, completely change him, take Scarlett away, and then you end up firing him. I mean, to me, that in a nutshell, that's what's been wrong with WWE.
And it seemed like they were wanting to push him at one time, but then they just totally did about face, because he beat Jeff Hardy.
Yeah, but Jeff Hardy beat him originally in like a minute or something.
I thought it was he beat.
No, Jeff Hardy. Jeff Hardy beat him on his debut. His very first match, he lost to Jeff Hardy. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Which was very bizarre.
Yeah, that was strange. Yeah. Jeez.
I'm just saying that they don't know how to build people. What was the use at doing this stuff on NXT when you totally change him when he's up? Plus, NXT is a TV show, so the fans already got to see him. It's very strange. You're watching NXT, you're devoting your time and your energy to it. So you get into this character and you like him, and then so he goes to Raw, and the idea is like, oh, well, now I get to follow him on Raw, and he goes to Raw, and he's a completely different guy.
Mm-hmm. Vic Schiavone's in the chat room. He's a good man. We love Vic here.
The Bearcat was let go.
The Bearcat.
Bearcat Keith Lee.
Wasn't he asked about that too? If the Bearcat was his idea, he was like, no.
He was another just the week before. I think we mentioned last week. He was saying about McMahon's personal guidance of his career.
Mm-hmm.
Guide him right out the door.
He's like, right here, pal. Come here. And he just walks him right out the door. And he's like, there you go, pal. There goes a Bearcat. Look at him go. That's what you get for not giving me your
I assume we'll probably get hit. He'll be somewhere.
Oh, I think you'd have to be. I mean, yeah, Impact could probably hire some of these people, but like,
yeah.
I mean, I really do start to think that maybe this is WWE's plan, is to flood AEW with so much talent that they can't like do anything.
I don't think so. I know it's interesting.
It just seems strange that they're letting go of all these people who seem so tailored fit for AEW.
I think well, that's definitely true. But yeah, I mean, the thing is, I think they could potentially hire like all these people and pay them, but you're not gonna be able to use them all on the show.
It'd be like WCW again, where like you got like this insanely good talent like Bret Hart or something that's just being used as bit players, you know?
Yeah.
But I don't get it. I mean, and who's really left in WWE? Who you're like excited
just your
about?
old established guys, you know, Randy Orton and Sheamus.
I mean,
even guys that aren't good. Like I mean, John Morrison, and he's like used as like almost a job guy. Mm-hmm. But it's all these guys you've seen. I have nothing against Sheamus, Randy Orton, and Jeff Hardy, and these guys, but I've seen them forever and basically the same for like 20 years now. You get tired of seeing them.
Yeah, for sure. I'm definitely tired of seeing them. I mean, you know, and like people would be into Becky, but for whatever reason, they've decided.
I haven't watched the show, but I saw the picture, and she just looks like a total idiot. And from understanding, they still cheer her. So again, they're fighting their own audience. They've made her the bad guy, even though the crowd loves her and wants to cheer for her. So they're fighting there. And then, from what I understand, they were booing Bianca Belair in their match. So that they have again the match where the fans are behind the heel and against the babyface. They just love to do that instead of they're naturally behind Becky, especially after being gone so long. It was eventually, you know, maybe they would turn on her, but at least for this first 6 months to a year after that comeback, you have to. It's just ludicrous not to have her as the top babyface.
Tyler S. here in the chat room. He is all the time telling me how he is such a proud Canadian.
Yeah.
But look at this comment.
Yeah, he's a good guy, but I just don't take anything he says. I just like, it's just foolishness.
Bret Hart was an insanely good talent.
Yeah, I mean, it's just honestly,
I think he should be deported for that, probably.
Yeah, well, I honestly think he's the best in-ring worker of that era.
He was pretty damn good. And I mean, you know, he was definitely like mid-card level for WCW. I mean,
yeah, they brought him in. He was top dude. Like he was like,
yeah, the number one guy.
One of the had the most like buzz behind him of anybody in wrestling.
So to the country of Canada, I think you need to deport Tyler S. here.
Yeah, but I mean, the guy's like, he loves Xena and Hercules, and he hates CM Punk and Bret Hart. I mean, the guy's a good dude, but he clearly has no. His opinions are meaningless. Mm-hmm. But he is a big fan of In Your Head.
I think he did say, to be fair, he said Hercules sucked and Xena was awesome. Okay. Stephen Butler, Bret Hart was damn good wrestler who didn't fit in a world of sorts of entertainment in W. I don't get that.
That doesn't make any sense at all, because he was one of the building blocks of the Attitude Era. When he was the double turn with Bret Hart, is credited by most people as the kickstart of the Attitude Era. And Bret Hart's, Austin's huge rise. And then when you had him as the baby face in Every Country But Here and the heel here, he was the top of his game. He was not only always a great in-ring worker, but at that level, at that time, he's also a great character.
Is he saying like he wouldn't fit in with like the more entertainment stuff? Like the more like,
I'm not sure what he's saying, because he fit in perfectly that era.
I don't understand your comment, Steven. Sorry. Jonathan Jackson. And we gave him a shout out. He's
Jonathan Jackson.
He's in the chat room. Tyler says Hercules had a better
Hernandez?
work rate than Brett.
Hercules Hernandez? No.
I guess that's who they're talking about.
No. Tazo says, whatever, it's 2021. Yeah, but Tazo, what's he watch? Does he watch like some weird indies from like, do you remember? It's weird. Guys like Tazo used to go and watch women's wrestling when it was the shits. And, he'd wear like a raincoat and jerk off in the crowd. And then when women's wrestling started to get good, he really turned on it. It's very weird. I've noticed that with a few people.
I don't get it.
Yeah, but again, it could just be the crack fried his brain.
A lot of those women talent, though, that was like around in those days when it was first coming up, you don't even see them nowadays. Like Daisy Hayes, I haven't seen her. I don't know. Something happened there.
A lot of women don't have the longevity because I think they get injured.
Breaks them down.
And now
Sarah Del Rey,
you got to be under. They're saying you got to be under 23, or they won't sign yet for women. Under 28 for men, under 23 for women.
Dang.
Doesn't that sound kind of like they're a bunch of perverts doing away? Like,
it's just so strange. I don't get it. But I mean, to release all these people right before the holidays, and especially like some of the people like David Hart Smith, where
he didn't even make TV one time. Yeah,
he had one match, and then they let him go. And it's like, that's not even a shot. That was just like. That was just
the only thing I can imagine. Possibly he's another. Maybe wouldn't get his vaccine. I don't know, but
yeah, I'm not.
I don't even know if that's a thing either. So I don't know.
But yeah, that's terrible. I mean, like the poor guy came back. I mean, and they just dangled that carrot in front of his face.
He was gone for what, 7 or 8 years, maybe even longer. I don't know. Did well for himself, built himself up in Japan, was working MLW, Indies. I saw him live. I honestly thought could be a star, him and Pillman Jr. And he finally gets his second shot years and years later. And I don't think he made TV. I think he had one dark match.
His induction
speech
for his father's, induction into the Hall of Fame. I thought he did a really good job with that. And,
but do you think is he better than Veer?
That's pretty hard standards to live up to. I'm curious. If you would have said Shanky, I would have said definitely not. But
Shanky's getting the Raw deal because Veer's coming to Raw, even though he's been on Raw, but he's coming to Raw, and Shanky got the boot. I think
Shanky got the boot.
Well, he get fired, but I don't think he's on TV anymore.
Man,
it's weird. Everyone else loses names because Angel Garcia is now just Angel, and his partner is just whatever. But Veer got a last name. They added a last name to him.
Yeah, that's bizarre because they normally like taking the last name away.
Yeah.
Like Riddle was Matt Riddle, but they took his first name away.
Right.
He's just Riddle now.
If you went there, would you just be one?
Oh God, and that's like a previous Billy Gunn gimmick. I'd just blow my freaking brains out. Like, I'm not portraying an old Billy Gunn gimmick.
What boy, that was an angle that went nowhere in AEW. When the Guns beat up Big Show show, then I think you never saw him again. I love AEW, but they do this. They'll have guys on there and there'll be parts angles and they just disappear and you never see them for like, then you'll see them like 2 months later and they don't bring up the angle anymore.
I, for one, am not upset about the use of Big Show in AEW, but think about how he looks at it. He's like, I'm going to this new company and they're really going to, and they're doing him about the same WWE did. I mean, they're stopping and starting.
I mean, I don't want to see him either, but I'm just saying if you've spent any TV time on it, like you have to have some kind of payoff. You can't have they turn heel on him, then you never saw him again.
Is he a match or something? Does he throw like fits behind the stage and like he thinks it's everybody else's fault, but really it's his? I mean, is that the deal here? Is there something we don't know about Big Show other than that he just sucks?
I think that's it. I think he just sucks. And then Mark, speaking of, I got to remember this for the heady. I think Mark Henry has become my guilty pleasure when he's just standing there like a total doofus. He goes, "It's time for the main event." I love it when it's something really just bizarre, like with last week when it had the Halloween show and the woman spitting blood, and he's just like, "It's time for the main event."
I thought you were talking about Budge, the whole Budge.
Oh, Budge, yeah.
John Silver and Adam Cole. But yeah, when the Abaddon was spitting out blood, and he's just, it's time for the main event.
Oh my God, I gotta say, freaking, you've been wanting. I know maybe not is maybe the same main event stuff, but been wanting Punk in an actual angle, not just matches. His stuff with Eddie Kingston. This seems fantastic.
Seems really good. Something you can really get excited about because that was definitely the best part of Rampage. I mean, Rampage wasn't a bad show.
No, I thought it was pretty good the last 2 weeks. This week I thought it was very good.
And so it definitely gives you something to look forward to, but they are going to be in a match at they're coming up pay-per-view. What's it called?
Yeah. Full gear. Great promo. Going back and forth, very believable, both of them. Played well off each other. Punk had some Punk had some attitude here. Kind of came off kind of a dick, but I thought it really worked because then they came off as like, real people.
Because Eddie
you can really feel emotional for him,
Yeah. How he was talking about all the guys that he admired while he was coming up in the wrestling business, and we hung up on him.
And then Punk just goes, "You're a bum."
Yeah, so it's definitely an interesting angle, and it feels real, and that's great for the wrestling business. But I did notice
it doesn't come off scripted. Like you watch stuff and they're using terms that no one in the world. It seemed like two dudes out there just wanting to fight, and we're hashing it out.
I did notice Kingston brought up Amazing Red, and Punk kind of left him out of the part of the guys that he would talk to. So a little dig at Amazing Red. Maybe Amazing Red will make a run in.
We saw Homicide. I thought maybe that was going to lead to Homicide there more often, but it did. With Moxley out, a Homicide and Eddie Kingston team would be good. They wanted to keep it, but honestly, I would run with this. Keep them in the singles. I'm really looking for this.
But right after we did the show, it was announced that unfortunately, that John Moxley, he checked into a rehabilitation center, and I wish him luck there and everything. But like
they really treated it very well too. And the Punk promo on about Moxley, that was very touching.
It was nice. Myself, though, I was wondering, do they have to bring it up on TV? I mean, or are they just trying to?
Well, they said that Moxley wanted them to. So
he did. Okay.
When he first tweeted about it, Khan said that Moxley wanted them to.
Okay. Well, if it was his wishes, then okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
I just, some people want to keep that stuff kind of private.
Yeah. But yeah, he asked, and then and I'm happy that, I mean, people say what they want to call it, all friends and stuff, but yeah, I much would rather see a place that's very supportive of everybody than people stabbing each other in the back.
WWE be like, you need to go to rehab.
Yeah.
Oh, well, we're really supportive of this. We love it.
They'd bring him back and pour beer on him and stuff, do an angle like. I mean, that's what they did with Scott Hall. They brought him in and did angles where Austin's pouring beer on him and stuff.
It's just like, that's great, pal. I'm glad you're going to rehab.
And Jake the Snake too. They did an angle where they poured like alcohol on him when he in the 90s when he was right out of rehab and like supposedly was born again Christian.
Oh, and then they give you your walking papers. So
remember when Chris Masters was gone because he failed the drug test for steroids, comes back clearly smaller, and then they made fun of him on the show for being so skinny.
Yeah, we asked him about that when he was on the show, and he seemed pretty upset about it, which who could blame him? I mean, it was very it's like they want everybody to be off steroids and everything, and he did, and he was improving. I mean, his matches were starting to become pretty good.
Oh yeah. He was one of those guys that they gave him a big push and he wasn't very good at all. Got a lot better, and then they took the push away. It's the same thing with Jinder Mahal. When he got his big push, I don't think he was very good. Then he really grew into the character. I just still don't think he's a particularly good wrestler, but he really found the character. And then they completely, to me, it's just like a joke.
Mm-hmm.
They've done that with several guys. They get the big push, they get better, then they take the push away.
He brings up the Hawk angle where Hawk came back as an alcoholic. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So. I mean, WWE's been functioning for a long time, so, but still, I think it just comes back to the guy who's in control of the company.
Oh yeah,
I think he's gonna smile and lie to you, but when you release somebody because they're out on mental health issues, there could be other things going into that.
Possibly the same with Bray Wyatt.
Exactly. I mean, Bray Wyatt, he was having mental health problems, and they fire him. So I mean, actions speak louder than words. You know, I mean, just look at this. I really think WWE, they're going to get stuff's going to catch up with them soon. I think it's really close, and they should really start minding what
because doing. if they would have any if they would just look at the world where they'll find old tweets from people and it could possibly ruin someone's career. Look at the stuff you could dig up on WWE. I'm not even talking about going back to the 70s or 80s. Like the modern stuff they're doing right now. You could if it would really get picked up by mainstream, news and get out there.
I really think that there's going to be something happening to WWE, and this is just my predictions. I'm not some lunatic.
Because we live in a time where mental health really is, and people actually do take it seriously now.
Yeah, their actions is just terrible. They are not a very nice company.
Just like basic stuff for work, they classify people as independent contractors, yet they can't work anywhere, and you sign these contracts that they can just fire you anytime. Our boy Jonathan Jackson, he's been making news because his group Up Down Down. Well, I won't say not Jonathan Xavier Woods. I just saw this today. I didn't realize this. Up Down Down is his. I knew it was a show, but I guess it was a network of wrestlers on there or other people doing stuff, and he sold that to Vince a year or two ago, and now he's refusing to do shows, and most of the people on there are refusing to do shows until he gets a better deal, because apparently they kind of screwed him, which I know that's shocking that WWE and Vince would screw up.
Who does he think he's dealing with?
Which I assume will not be good for his career. I'm sure he'll be totally ridiculed.
Well, if he hadn't have sold it, probably wouldn't have been good for his career either. I mean, he'd probably been gone. But
yeah,
I mean, yeah, I don't know. I mean, he's kind of screwed both ways. I think if he hadn't have sold it to him, they would have fired him. I think
Probably. Yeah, because it was
now.
that's probably why he even sold it, because it was probably like either you got to get rid of this, can't do it at all, or you sell it to us and we'll give you part and you can still do it. So it's like, do I just leave? Because I assume it was when they were taking everyone's third party things where they couldn't be on Twitch and stuff unless it was done by WWE. So you probably just thought, well, I might as well sell and get some money out of it. And then they probably just screwed him, I guess. I don't know all the details. I just saw
they weren't happy with all this Twitch stuff because they're throwing out all.
Yeah, and I don't know why though. Like it's not money out of their pocket. It's just I think they just see it's not more money that they could be getting. But especially when they were doing it during COVID, it's like, well, you're not running shows, so the guys could gives them something to do with their time. There's many positives to this because it gives the guys something to do, and the women extra income. It also it's free publicity for WWE because they're on these networks, and maybe some of the people don't even know they're from WWE because you know yourself, people who follow gaming stuff is its own community. So someone watches up, down, like, hey, this guy's fun. Oh, he's a wrestler. I'm going to watch him on wrestling because I like him on the show. Or they know him, but then they get to know him better. And if you establish a connection with somebody on this kind of thing, you're more likely to follow them on their main thing. So you go and watch them and support them on WWE, buy their merchandise, go to the shows. They're not at anything. It's not like they're doing this instead of working for WWE. And it also keeps them out of trouble because everyone knows all the shoot interviews and these Dark Side of the Rings. Back in the day, the guys would go and they'd be with the women, they do drugs, they drink and drive like the Usos, all these different things, partying, get into trouble. Now people might make fun of it, but going home and being on the computer and live streaming, you're staying out of trouble. What's the worst going to happen? You might say something stupid or something.
Yeah, you could say something stupid or maybe be a little too revealing at times. But
but you're not gonna kill someone in a car.
You're not throwing boulders through McDonald's
no,
windows
you're not
or
shooting up heroin or something. You're not blowing up a police station.
Mm-hmm.
Or if you are, it's like in Grand Theft Auto or something.
I will say, now that COVID has started and everything, and a lot of businesses are shutting after midnight, and I don't like that very much. I miss going to Walmart.
Oh yeah,
but
I know I never had a lot of places open around here. But like when I come home late on the bus, and so I get back at 1 usually in the morning. Everything's closed. I used to have a 24-hour McDonald's. And, it was nice just to go in there and get something to drink before I'd walk home. So that's closed. Even though there's like a little gas station there that a 24-hour, not a 7-Eleven, but, is its own thing. That's closed. So I can't go in there. Even a lot of stuff in Boston. But it's weird up in Boston. Some of the stuff is reversing where I've noticed there's some stuff that's starting to be open later. Like
hopefully it starts to do that. But it's not going to drive me to the point of picking up a boulder and throwing it through any restaurant's windows or anything, but it does suck. I will say.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I've noticed all coffee shops close very early. They all close at like 4 now. Part of that is they say that, they can't get help.
Yeah.
I noticed the grab games today. We stopped. I went out with my brother and our mom, and on the way home we stopped at like a rest stop because my mom wanted a drink, and so it's just like a little food court thing, whatever. And so we stopped there, and I was gonna get coffee, but the Dunkin' Donuts was closed. But anyway, they had like 4 grab games I like to play, and they were all $2. They used to be like 50 cents, and they've been $1.
Oh.
Now they're $2 a play, and they weren't giant gifts. They were like one just had little plastic pigs. And I was like, what the fuck? Like $2 a play? It seemed pretty outrageous.
Just a little pig.
Yeah.
Dang.
And it's not like you're guaranteed to win them or anything. Mm-hmm. Just $2 to even try.
How are you going to add any money to that piggy bank when they're draining you at the machine to begin with?
Exactly. I have a big collection, honestly, of the I've got not since COVID since I've been going back again. I think it's a little harder, but before they had it's made for you intros, the Super Mario grab game. and they've got Donkey Kong in it, Mario, Luigi. They have all kinds of cool ones, and I've got a lot of those. I'm pretty good at it, but they've changed it. It's a lot weaker, the grab, I have to say. But last time I went, they still had some Mario, but they've been adding a lot of Sonic the Hedgehog, and I never played it, so I don't know the characters.
Yeah, I think Glaugo 13, he's adding some of his favorite restaurants here. He says Dunkin' Blownuts.
Very good, Dunkin' Blownuts.
God bless you, Rick. We all miss you here. Rick from RadioHaven.net.
I think you would appreciate this, but this just came in to show our love for all the Headyverse here, the holidays. We're going to posthumously release Rick from Radiohaven. So to show our gratitude to him and his family, we're going to fire him from the Headyverse.
So Rick, you've been fired.
Yeah, but we wish you well on all your future endeavors.
Mm-hmm. That's a good thing. Thank you, Jack. You're such a good man.
No, I did not get taken for money. Tyler says, Jack, I know I didn't play that because I was like, fuck that. I'm gonna go buy a scratch ticket, and I won $100.
$100. Bam. It's
very exciting.
Oh yeah, winning $100. That's nothing to sneeze at. Yeah, AEW, though, their up and coming pay per view, Full Gear, seems like a
I'm very excited about this.
Tomorrow night, I'm excited for this match because I thought they had a really good match in Ring of Honor back in the days, and I've always kind of wanted to see it again. It's Rocky Romero versus Bryan Danielson. So we're going to have.
Yeah, that's cool. That's a good signing. Rocky Romero's the following.
I guess he may be one of those guys that's just coming in from New Japan.
Right. And then, a lot of them, though, when they make a splash and they end up being there. That's how Eddie Kingston was. That's how Bobby Fish was. So put on a good showing and you got a shot. I like that.
Yeah. So looking forward to that. Maybe we'll have another promo with Punk and Kingston because they want to build up to the big show.
Yeah, I think we will see that. Two of the best promo. Honestly, Punk, I think, is the best promo in wrestling, and Eddie's right below him, I think.
Yeah. That whole John Silver Budge thing, I don't know if they really need to be.
No, to me, that's too inside stuff. It's fine for their internet show because I don't watch that, but people who watch that are, they're really inside, and it's more of a comedy thing, but I don't think it belongs on the actual wrestling show.
And it's like I want to like John Silver, but when I see stuff like that, goofy. It's just too goofy, and it's like and like I think
he's a very charismatic guy and actually a good wrestler, and he's small but he's big. You can believe him, doing stuff.
Yeah, Jackie Jones. Have I lost you? Oh, there you are.
I'm a robot.
You're kind of coming in funky, but I don't know if it's just my connection or your.
See it in your smile.
There you are.
No,
I think I can see you now.
Yeah, you froze up on my end.
Oh, maybe that was my connection. Okay.
No, I think it was mine because I just got a thing saying my internet was unstable, but it seems like it's working now.
Oh, okay. I just didn't know if I was hosting and everybody was seeing me or what the hell was going on. But the thing is, John Silver, I want to like him, but whenever he does stuff like that, I think it will turn off a lot of people who aren't familiar with the Being the Elite show. Because I haven't really watched it. I thought about like an episode. Start trying to watch it some more just so I know what the hell they're making these references to.
Jason Mitten, he went and bought some guns so he could shoot him in the air while he watches.
Really? Like Yosemite Sam?
Yeah. Wow. He goes all bearded incher. What is he doing?
Wait a minute.
Look at that Salsa Doom shirt he's wearing. That's pretty sweet.
Never ending story, Jack.
Nope. Salsa Doom.
Never ending story.
Movies never even seen. probably never even. He probably doesn't even know that's from Gremlins behind him there. Probably doesn't know that's a Magua. He's like, what? I thought
what?
that was Godzuki from Godzilla, not the sun. What the hell? Where did that shirt come from? Did you go buy that?
No, I've had it, and I think I showed it on the show, but then
Really?
I took
I've
it
never
out the
seen
other
it.
day.
I've never seen it.
Have you never seen this one?
No.
He sent it to me. It's been a while, so
Man, looks like Spec Sun.
a little bit.
Yeah.
Let me look at that thing again.
Looks more like Spec Sun than Bearded Incher. Doesn't it?
It is very.
You know why? It's because he's got that line there. The ball, his bald head looks like a do-rag there for some reason. So it looks like Spec Sun.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed that, because
I did.
I kind of stopped the show to dig that out. But
Yeah. Are you gonna frame that?
no,
You ever wear that around town? Do you wear it down to the flea market?
no, I have not. I don't know what people would make of that shirt.
They probably think it was the same thing of John Silver. They'd be like, what the fuck's that mean?
Probably.
So let's go over the Full Gear card real quick. We have Christian Cage and the Jurassic Express of Jungle Boy and Luchasaurus versus Super Click, Adam Cole, and Young Bucks.
Sounds like it could be a good match.
I think it would be a good match. Honestly, Christian Cage does have very good matches. I'll give him that. So I think this will be good. Seems kind of a low match for Adam Cole and the Young Bucks, but
yeah,
you can't push everyone to the top, all the time. So this one, the next one, anyway. Who do you think's going to win that one? Falls Count Anywhere. I think the Super Click go over.
Yeah, probably. I would say that they'll win. Super Click.
Dr. Britt Baker defending the title versus Ty Conti. I don't really think that's a marquee match.
I'd say Britt's definitely going to win that. I'd just about bet everything I own, but it is AEW. They are unpredictable things.
Yeah. I just think that shows they have a solid women's division, but they don't have enough women there to nothing against Ty Conti. It doesn't really seem like
Nia Jax could be added to that women's division.
Maybe. I'm not against it, honestly. I think Ember Moon would be a good addition.
Oh, definitely. She was like we didn't mention that.
I always thought she's really underrated, never really got much of an opportunity. The little I've seen of Taya Valkyrie, she'd be a good addition. Very good character, good talker. I don't know a lot of the other ones, so I can't really speak on. They might be good. I don't know. Bryan Danielson versus Miro, which this was Miro was the replacement for Moxley. Had a really fun, match with Orange Cassidy. Really beat up Orange Cassidy, which I think was needed for that. And I think these two are going to have a hell of a match.
Yeah, I think they will. It does seem like it's definitely one of the matches that I want to see from the show. That one of the marquee matches for me. It's a shame that the tournament, like, did he lose in the tournament, Miro?
I don't think he was in it. I don't think he was in it.
Was he not in the tournament? Oh, okay. Huh. Well, that tournament just kind of got destroyed. But
no, it was just the one match. He got replacement.
Because Moxley came in and he basically destroyed. Was it Orange Cassidy?
10. Orange Cassidy beat
10,
beat Powerhouse Hobbs.
Okay. Well, anyhow, I'm excited for Miro and Daniel Bryan. Or Bryan.
Yeah,
Danielson.
I think that'll be an awesome match. I'm pretty sure Bryan Danielson wins this tournament. I think it was really designed to put him over, which I'm good with. But either I'm actually a big fan of Miro, so either way works for me. But I just think at this point you probably do Brian Danielson. But
I think you
I guess
have to put Brian Danielson over, but I kind of hate to see Miro take the fall for it.
Yeah, but losing to Brian Danielson isn't bad.
Mm-hmm.
Especially, it'll be very competitive, and he'll probably take most of the match.
I just think it's bad for Miro because he just lost his belt to Sammy, and his gimmick is he's a winner.
Yeah.
So
you never know, he might win, especially if they go with Hangman winning the other match later. So you never know.
Mm-hmm.
Which at first I didn't think. We'll get to that in a minute, but I have to say Hangman. I wasn't always when they first started. I wasn't sure about him, but he really came to his own. But lately, since his return, I think he's really kicked it up, doing his best promos of his career. And I wouldn't have thought he had any shot of winning the title at this point since he brought in Punk and Danielson. But I'm actually starting to think he might win the belt. They've done a good job at really establishing him as a viable contender.
For sure.
The Inner Circle versus the Men of the Year and the American Top Team. I've got to be honest, I do not like this gimmick at all. I thought that was a real shit segment on AEW this week, the American Top Team. Jericho's kind of funny, and I actually thought the woman was probably the best part on the other team.
Paige Van Zandt.
Yeah. She opened her. She was good because she obviously said that line knowing it made it like I'll take all five of you on at once. So I give her credit for that. The rest of it I thought was really bad. I don't like it.
Not a fan.
Even the other members of Inner Circle I thought were really poor on the mic, except for Jericho.
Yeah, because Jake Hager,
yeah, I'm not a fan of his. Really, he's not a good talker. He was
off calling the one guy Popeye.
Yeah, he doesn't come off like very bright. He comes off Riddle level to me.
So it's kind of like the pot calling the kettle black on that one when he was calling the other guy Popeye. And
seems like he's not quite all there or something.
Well, I mean, he wants to do the real fighting and the fake fighting. He wants to do them both.
And America's Top Team. I besides like the very first time I found it a little amusing. I do not like this stuff with them.
Mm-hmm. It is kind of a step back because it's like the fans aren't. I'm personally not aware of who these guys are.
Yeah, they I don't know who any of them are, and I get they're probably big name in their selected genre, but I don't follow MMA for a long time, so I don't know who they are, and they don't really do a good job of establishing who they are.
The crowd reaction too, it's not exactly like they're going crazy for them either. Like they know who they are, so I can only assume that they're not really that familiar with them either.
No, and this crowd's like a hardcore indie wrestling crowd, so they probably don't really follow real MMA.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, because like in WWE, I think people are a little more aware of other things, but like
maybe it's just because I'm out of touch with this stuff, but they don't seem like household names. Like back in the day, I knew who. I guess they probably weren't household names either, but I knew who Ken Shamrock was and Dan Severn before they even came in.
Yeah.
And like Tone, the different guy, but Mike Tyson clearly is like above these guys, as far as name recognition. But
for sure,
the Dan Lambert stuff, I don't find entertaining. It's just very hokey to me. I don't really like it, but hopefully this is the end of the angle because I don't enjoy it.
But they selected Dan Lambert as one of the guys to be
in.
So
I don't like them. I was giving them a shot. I kind of liked I didn't really know who Ethan Page was. Then he started growing on me, but I don't know, since he teamed up with Scorpio Sky, who I like, but I don't know. I don't think they really mesh well. And then they put him in with the America's Top Team. I don't, it's not working for me.
Yeah. They probably could use to get away from that angle and probably to split up.
Yeah.
What's her name? Are they the
Men of the Year. I don't
Men
even.
of the Year. That's
Yeah.
not exactly a great name.
Honestly, I think Scorpio Sky's better off. All of them were better off when it was just him and Kaz and Daniels, because Kaz, I think, has really been nothing as the elite hunter. I don't think that angle works at all.
It's not a great angle, and
And Daniels, I think, just went back to Impact. I think like they had him retire, then he just went back and started wrestling for Impact.
Yeah, so I don't know what the deal is there. Is he not like an agent behind the scene or anything?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Jeez.
I don't know. That's one group that some guy. I don't know. I don't know what you do with them, but I'm not really digging it. Lucha Bro. Oh, by the way, I assume Inner Circle wins. I hope Inner Circle wins.
I think that would be best if they want.
Lucha Bros versus FTR. By the way, those Lucha guys FTR wrestled were fucking terrible. Well, I won't say both of them. The one guy was really terrible. The other guy was
Aerostar.
Yeah, he was the shits.
He did some stuff that did not work. I think there might have been some communication problems there, but like because when he jumped to the outside and like it looked like what was his name, Dash Wheeler, or what's his name?
I'm not sure which one is
Cash.
Yeah, Cash.
I think it's Cash that was on the outside. It looked like he was not aware that he was going to jump to the outside. And then he kind of come up and did the jump to the inside. I mean, I liked him in Lucha Underground, but that was a heavily produced show. And it wasn't a very good match.
No, the other guy was a lot better. Samurai del Sol.
Wasn't he in WWE?
Yeah, I think he was somebody I didn't like there. But you can't really go by luchadors in WWE because they're always.
I know his name.
Like to do the shits.
I know his name. It's just not coming to me.
I think he was part of the Lucha House Party.
A Lucha House Party. That was
They gave him a singles run for a little while. He might even won like one of the titles, the US or IC title.
I know his name. I know the chat room will tell me, but
I hope FTR and Lucha Bros. They've worked together before really well. So, but I hope after this the FTR gets away from
Kalisto, Stephen Butler. Thank you. Yeah,
I hope
Jackson.
FTR hope gets away from being the Lucha tag team because I don't think they work particularly well with the Lucha guys.
Mm-hmm. Well, I liked how they were under the mask that one.
No, it was good. That angle was good. Yeah,
I thought that was fun. But
yeah,
I think they work well with the Lucha Brothers. Don't you?
I think the Lucha Brothers can work American style better than some of the guys.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, but
are they going to do Are they going to do what company are they working for? AAA? Are they going to do something with AAA? They have their belts right now, right?
Yeah, this one's for the AEW belts, not the.
Okay. So
I'm thinking FTR wins, and then they're the double champs, kind of like Kenny Omega was for a while. Have the triple belts.
But I kind of think it's too soon to take it off the Lucha Brothers. But
I agree, but we'll see. Again, though, I don't really know who's going to win, so that's good. Mm-hmm. And I think the match will be very good. Another one I'm really looking forward to: Darby Allin versus MJF. Really good promos building up to this match. Mm-hmm. Another one I'm not sure. I think MJF will win because Darby's a guy who doesn't need to win all the time. And MJF, I think, is a character that is better to sneak out with the victories.
Yeah.
But it'll be good.
Sure. Yeah. I'm looking forward to it. Their angles has been pretty good.
Yeah,
how he's trying to mentally breaking down and everything. And then Darby's not falling for it. Yeah. Having Sting come back, and get, some of his heat back and all that. I thought that was good.
I would like to see Darby and Sting versus MJF and Wardlow at some point. I like watching Sting wrestle.
He's been great. I mean, as far as
I think it's his best stuff since like the early '90s. To be honest,
it has been good. I think like when they had that cinematic match, that was definitely the best one I think we've ever seen.
And then when he had that 6-man match on something, he was just like tearing the house down. It was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
CM Punk versus Eddie Kingston. We've talked about. Really looking forward to this one.
Yeah.
It might be. Well, I think I don't know. There's really a lot of matches here. I think Danielson Miro will be great. The tag match will be great. Punk and Kingston, and then Kenny Omega and Hangman. That's all really good stuff. But I think Punk is going to win, but I think it'll be a very good match. If you're going to have a guy sneak out of victory, I mean, it would be interesting. I don't know. I would normally say don't have Punk lose to anybody right now, but I don't know.
Nobody would really expect it. I mean, no. And he did.
And you could continue the feud, and I think they're two guys you could do a long-term feud more than just one match with.
Mm-hmm. And he did. The promos kind of heal up a little bit on him by saying he was a bum. So.
And this could take the Punk story in a different direction. If he lost one, a match kind of soon, it brings like, oh, do I have it? And then he has to, it could make him more fired up to really prove he does have it. I don't know. There's a lot of things you could do, which it makes it interesting,
For sure.
And I actually hope this, either way, whoever wins, I would like to see this feud continue because the promos are so strong. You could get more out of it than just the one match.
Yeah.
Kenny Omega versus Hank, and I think it's time you got to get. I like watching Punk wrestle, just these other guys, but I think it's time to get him involved in a feud.
He shines best in a feud, I think.
Oh yeah.
So I think that's the best use for him.
You get the best promos and stuff, a lot of passion.
Mm-hmm. And if he doesn't want to be like the guy who's going for the belt, this would be a good spot for him.
Right. Yeah, I agree. Kenny Omega versus Hangman Page. They've really built this like if it wasn't for the last few weeks, I would just be like, well, obviously Kenny Omega is going to win whoever is in this match, and then it'll lead to him versus probably Danielson after winning the tournament. But they've actually built some doubt to me. I think Hangman might win, which again is good because I'm not sure who's going to win this one.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
My gut says Omega, but I don't know. I think you could do Hangman.
Possible, yeah. I mean, he would be a good baby face for him right now. Yeah. And it's hard to have good baby faces.
Yeah.
I mean, I think
that's actually over him.
And I just hope the crowd don't turn on him if they do go run with that.
Yeah. My gut says they wouldn't. I don't know. I'm also, by the way, glad for a couple reasons. I do think it would be at a place to continue his drinking gimmick on the same show you mentioned Moxley, going to rehab. Uh-huh. And I also just think he's much better without it. I don't think it's a good.
He doesn't really need it. I mean, and he does feel like, a good baby face right now, and they could use that in AEW.
Yeah.
And like I said, though, I just hope they don't turn on him like they did Cody, but he doesn't have things that Cody does have. So it's like, like he's not like one of the main guys for the company and all that, or a reality show. I don't get why they turned on Cody, but they did. So.
Yeah. Again, Tyler says Punk doesn't have it, but I mean, to me, it's like, I don't think you can even argue this. I mean, you just have to watch a show, and as soon as his music hit, the place, it's like Austin coming out. It's like the crowd it's on another level. It's just like, this is like big time stuff.
Tyler S goes on to say he shined best in UFC. His whole face was a giant shiner.
Yeah.
So that's a line for a black eye. Like you gotta.
Oh, I know.
Slang that probably could be considered derogatory. I don't know. Is it?
I don't know. We should probably get away from this because I know if you take off the R, that is an old derogatory term. Maybe that's where that all came from. I don't know.
That just came across my mind. Yeah. So please don't cancel.
Wait a cotton picking minute here, and let's get to the Zoom calls.
Oh my God, we're canceled. We are canceled.
All right.
Next, you're gonna.
Do you think if they had social media back in the day, like 200 years ago, or like 100, I guess 200 years ago, people would go online and they'd be like, "Hey, look at this tweet that old man Johnson posted a few years ago. He's talking about picking cotton."
I mean, people
get rid of them.
do change their line of thinking. Like,
Oh yeah,
people can
that's why I
change
get
and
a lot.
evolve.
I get a lot of shit for different things. Like it's like you got to realize I was 29 years old when we started the show, and I'm 40 in my mid 40s now. My viewpoint in the world has changed some over time.
Yeah, I mean, people do evolve into thinking different ways. I mean,
Right.
seems like and I say that even for like people bringing up old posts and like saying like trying to cancel people. I mean, like, there's several things that's happened like that.
Well, just think anyone my age before there was social media, you said a lot of stupid shit when you were in your teens, but you didn't have there's not a record of everything you said throughout your whole life. So no one could go, hey, look at this. So just think like, oh yeah, I said a lot of dumb shit when I was 17, 18, even my 20s, whatever, even just the other day, whatever. But was there malice here? Were you being a hateful person, or were you just saying something dumb? There's a lot of things to look at. Intent, content, and
nobody,
just,
nobody really thought like, hey, this is going to be available when I'm in my 40s. Like,
right.
We're coming. This is all new to us because it's like we are the beginning stages of the internet, and it's like nobody thought like you're going to be able to dig this stuff up like 20 years from now. But I mean, not saying it makes it right that you said these things on the internet, but a lot of people say stupid stuff.
No, even if you take out the whole element of if something is racist or offensive or anything, the idea of comedy itself is very, it's a very weird thing because I see a lot of young people who don't understand, in my opinion, they're just the basic concept of comedy. So even something that's not that I don't think could be considered offensive or anything. The other day, did anyone here see the new Dune?
No, I have not seen it. No.
So there's part in the new Dune where they have the pain box, and so she has a box. She has a guy sticking his hand in it, and he has to leave it there to prove, he has merit to be whatever. So he does it. So there was a meme going around. Someone made this. It was a fleshlight version of Dune, and it was like basically stick your dick in this.
Yeah.
And so I shared it because I thought it was funny. A friend of mine who's like in her early 20s, she's like, well, this doesn't, why would this hurt? It should give pleasure. And I was like, oh, it's a joke if you've seen the movie. She's like, well, yeah, I know. And I tried to explain, but she just didn't understand that. I was like, well, it's not real. This isn't a real thing people are selling. And she got all that, but she couldn't understand how it was a joke because it wouldn't make logical sense. But so I'm just saying it's a very weird thing that even like just basic comedy, I don't think a lot of young people understand for some reason. They see memes, they see anything, and they think it's somehow not a joke, not nuanced, not facetious. It's some type of literal statement. And anything that's written is like some type of literal statement, and it's a very bizarre thing to me.
Yeah, I think like social media has contributed a lot to this, where people don't understand comedy anymore.
Yeah, like, I mean, I have to explain all the time. I stopped saying a lot of things because people take it so serious.
Yeah, sarcasm has been lost.
To put LOL or just kidding and everything you write because people don't, get it.
Yeah. So I do think that is a big part of it. But
yeah, or even stuff I used to joke about on the show. I never meant it. It was always like stupid stuff. And I always assume everyone knew this, but then you realize a lot of people don't. It's very like I used to talk about owning pet midgets or something. And clearly to me, like anyone who would hear me say that would know I was being silly. But there are people who just hear that and think, oh, whoa, this guy, wants to own people. And it's like, come on, man.
You don't own people?
I mean, they must really think I'm just like a total, mental case or something.
You're not a total mental case?
Well, that's arguable, I guess. All right, so we're going to talk to these fine people at Headyverse that are still with us. We did not let them go.
Steven and Lexar. They're calling in. We can always depend on Steve and Lexar. Whoa, watch out with that, Lexar. Watch out. Watch
Oh,
out with
yeah.
that, Jack. Watch out.
Oh,
Watch
yeah.
out. Oh, we're
Whoa,
getting canceled. Oh my gosh.
man, he's a self-hating Ecuadorian.
I think that's it's silly. I know that's supposed to mean okay from the era we're from, but now now it's a bad thing.
Oh, really?
I guess so. I guess it's like a white supremacist thing or something. I don't know. I'm not even sure.
I do it myself all the time too, and then I almost said something else. Seems very a riddle like to me that it would get you in trouble, but you can't do this. It's somehow people.
That used to be a game too, where you have to hold it.
Yeah, exactly. And then if you look at it, then you punch him.
Yeah, now that it's like that's completely inappropriate. So, the hell.
So John Cena has to change his.
Does he do that? Does John Cena do that?
I think he stopped, didn't he?
I don't know. He did that. I know Foley would sometimes. I know he did mostly thumbs up, but he would do this sometimes too.
Man,
I don't know. It's a weird world there. But it's good to see you guys all here. I'm just posting the Zoom info.
Excellent. Vic Schiavone, welcome to the show. It's always a pleasure to see you.
If you think about it, those Lucha Brothers do the thing too when they do this upside down. Okay.
Yeah, well, they're doing gang symbols.
Okay.
Do you know a lot of gang symbols?
Yeah, this. Yeah. Side.
There was this new thing when I was posting a new video the other day on YouTube. It was very strange. So they always ask you all these questions like about violence. There's all these different language and stuff, and some of them are worded very bizarre. And the new one I didn't even understand. It was like you're not allowed to even joke about dishonest behavior. And I didn't know what this meant, what it meant.
Jack, you've been a perpetrator of that. You've always saying that I'm one of the most dishonest people.
Well, I would check that because no. See, now that would totally be within the guidelines because that one isn't facetious or nuanced. That's just a factual statement that Incher is a very dishonest person.
See, everybody, he's carrying on with his bad behavior.
This is exactly how it's worded. Let me know if anyone can make any sense of this. Educational, humorous, or music-related references. Educational, humorous, or music-related references or statements on dishonest behavior. Content that doesn't promote dishonest behavior. So if you sing a song that, because it says music-related or humor. So if you told a joke, or you were sang a song where someone in the song was dishonest, you get flagged on YouTube. What? Or educational. So you couldn't be telling a story about a very dishonest guy. They'd be like, "Whoa, buddy, you can't do that."
There's somebody out there that's like, God dang it. Puff the Magic Dragon does not live down by the sea.
Yeah, and if you can't prove that's not true, that's you're saying Puff the Magic Dragon's being dishonest, and that's not approved here. You cannot even say people are dishonest. You can't say someone's lying, or you can't even joke about someone lying.
Oh my goodness.
Or you can't make a song about someone being dishonest. It says dishonest behavior. I guess to me that's lying, but what else is dishonest behavior? I guess it could be other things. Cheating maybe on their spouse, maybe.
I don't
cheating
know.
in like Connect
So I
Four.
guess this leaves about 2 videos on YouTube that you can watch.
I mean, I don't even, and it's worded so vaguely. In my opinion, it's worded this way that no one could really break it down and make any sense of it. So if you posted something that they don't like for whatever reason, they like, let's get rid of this. They could say, well, you broke the rules, which they never tell you what rule you broke, but they're like, and then they could just say, well, he broke this rule about, educational, humorous, or music related references or statements on dishonest behavior. And it's like, well, I can't really argue that I didn't do this. So to me, it's just a bunch of words that don't really make much sense. And if they decide to kick you off YouTube, they're like, well, this is the reason.
That's what lawyers all came up with. They made it a statement which you cannot understand, and then they'll say, "Oh, you broke that this right here. This is what this is your violation," and you're like, "What?
What can you
So
talk?
you don't even know how to defend yourself."
I'm the most honest man of podcasting, so I'll be all right. But what about all these callers on? Well, no, because even if I was honest, and then it would be educational of me to tell people about other people's dishonesty, but that would get me kicked out. That would be potentially not kicked off, but it'd be potential that we could not get ad sales on that video.
Dang.
I don't know. It's very bizarre. It's a weird world.
Yeah.
And this just every so often they add more of these rules. Soon it'll just be like, I don't know what you can talk about.
I'm like on the verge of being a millennial or a Gen Xer, and now we're just being all called boomers, and it's like I think they just want all the boomers off the internet by their definitions. So
Geraldine said we forgot about her, but she's not on here.
Oh, you guys forgot about me.
You didn't click the right link there, lady.
Uh-oh.
Don't you forget about me. Don't. If I walk on by. No, it's you walk on by. If I call your name.
Right. That song, is that a dishonest song that you're singing? Are we going to?
That would be That would be a musical reference to dishonest behavior. You're walking the halls of school. You see someone that you share an experience with on detention. And now just because you're the jock or you're the brain and the burnout's talking to you, like, well, I don't want my popular friends to know I'm friends with Molly Ringwald. So I'm just gonna pretend I don't know her. Boom. That's musical reference to dishonest behavior. Fucking out of here.
Dang. Who's Molly Ringwald?
First you don't know Conan O'Brien. Then
I know who Molly Ringwald was.
You did. Please tell me you've seen.
That was dishonest behavior. That was humorous. Humorous reference. To
oh no! I broke the rule.
Get out of here!
Oh Jesus! Oh no! What movie did you ask? Have I seen?
16 Candles.
16 Candles. I got a copy of it.
Of course, now that's being whitewashed now because of a couple of scenes in it that they said it's not woke, so you can't watch that anymore.
It probably has to do something with a big car and a lake. Probably.
Isn't there one of the characters? I haven't been.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it for a while.
Dong duck dong.
Well, yeah, that's what I was.
Dawoob's uncle, I think.
Oh goodness! Oh, we are canceled. It's over with, Jack.
Tyler wants to know: has Lexar ever been to prison?
What? Like Facebook jail? I don't know yet. Obviously, Maya's in Facebook jail because he wrote "Oh Tommy."
And that
got him banned.
Yeah, I didn't understand that one. Like, why would
that like an English thing? Is that like an English thing or something? I didn't understand that at all.
I don't know. I have no idea why he got banned for that. Makes no
I got two things were taken. I tagged AMC theater when I went to see the new Marvel movie, and that got flagged for spam, saying that you can't. And I saw other people too. Every time they talked about seeing what is it called, the Eternals, that it was being flagged as spam on Facebook.
Really? Who's in that movie? The Eternals?
No,
I've heard of it.
I wasn't a fan, but I mean, it was the number one movie. But
they were promoting The Rock's new movie, and I didn't know what the hell it was, and it was like Red Alert or Red Effect or something like on Raw, and I was like, why the hell does it say like red something? It was like Red Event or something like that. And I was like, why the hell is that even there? But then I found out it was The Rock's movie after a while.
Angelina Jolie's in it, Selma Hayek. I wasn't a big fan.
Mike Whitcomb, he says that Al Wolf's uncle is Mr. Miyagi. So.
Apparently, it's being banned in a lot of Middle Eastern countries because there's a two guys kiss in it, two husbands kiss in the movie.
No. My goodness.
All right. Wash on, wash off. I actually saw Mr. Miyagi, whatever you pronounce it, shirt today. They had it at Five Below, $5.
I almost went in there earlier today.
I'm a fan of Five Below.
Look who it is. It's Jonathan Jackson.
Jonathan Jackson. He's one of my merch. He's got a pretty sweet mask on there. He's going to be in the upcoming wrestling, man. He's going to be in the crowd. Anyone who else wants to be in the crowd, let me know. It's coming along well. All right. We'll be having some shirts of Wrestleman here down the road. I've got to be a little more creative with the names. So because wrestling is much more judicial than the horror world. The horror world's a lot more lenient. But
you can
we'll
put me
see
in the crowd, Jack. I would like to be in the crowd.
All right. Sounds good.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I do actually have a licensed shirt up on for Shaun of the Dead. I got the okay from NBC Universal to sell Shaun of the Dead Slasher Man shirts. Very exciting.
I saw that movie.
Very good.
That's pretty awesome, though. Shaun of
I've
the
got a
Dead.
couple.
That was a great movie.
Yeah, it's very good. Very fun. So yeah, I'm working on I think the first one that I'll release will be called Heart Punch, and that will be my ode to Ox Baker.
Excellent.
All right. So what should we get here? Should we talk to Steven about the Raw?
I'm sure he's itching to talk about it. And
before we talk about Raw, I gotta get something out of the way first, Mr. Jackie Jones.
Just gonna be
sounds like he's got beef.
Woman.
Well, I'm at least glad you didn't diss any women wrestlers this week. That's good. But
I don't sit here dissing women. I just diss bad wrestlers. By the way, here's my Shaun of the Dead shirt. You get that?
Yeah. Oh, awesome.
No.
Excellent. Geraldine, welcome to the broadcast.
Geraldine, your fan club was looking for you in the chat room earlier.
What's going on?
How you doing, young lady?
I'm good.
Excellent. So Steven here, he's mad because I made fun of Xena, the warrior princess.
Yes, she was a nice lady.
I never said she wasn't. I said this now. Jonathan Jackson on my back. I never said she was a bad person. I said I've seen her in other things. She's good, but the show sucks. That's all I'm saying.
It was a guilty pleasure of mine. I really enjoyed it. But I know you want to. I hate to begin the show on a downer, but I know you were mentioning Judy Bagwell earlier.
Oh, I don't think we did miss, but she passed away.
So Judy Bagwell passed away. Condolences to Buff. Buff Bagwell.
Yeah, that's
loss
that.
of his mother.
Former WCW tag champ.
Yeah. And also, I also posted this on also
Isn't
this
you
week.
jacking off in the reflection there and on the TV?
Oh, here he comes.
Yeah.
Also, this week is the passing of Angelo Mosca. I posted
yeah,
that.
King Kong Mosca.
King Kong Mosca died. He was 84, and so he must have been about in his 40s when he retired from wrestling, because he retired in the early 80s.
Yeah, it's weird because I remember he was like definitely before my time in his heyday, but he seemed like a really old man when I would see him on things. But I see commonplace for guys to wrestle in their 40s now. They don't seem that old. But he also trained a lot of guys, I believe. I think he had a hand in training Shane Douglas, maybe Mick Foley.
I first saw him in the 70s when he was a heel in the AWA.
Jesus, how old are you?
Well, I'm 50. I'm 55. So he was tag teaming with the Super Destroyer, managed by Lord Alfred Hayes.
Jeez, all these guys passed away.
All these, yeah. And then he went to Toronto. This is where I first learned that you may be a heel in one place and then a baby face everywhere else, somewhere else. In Toronto, he was loved. He was always a baby face. But when he went to AWA, he was a heel. When he went to New York, he was a heel. I think even in Mid-Atlantic with Jim Crockett Promotions, he was a heel. But he was one of my earliest, one of those football players turned wrestlers, and he was a lot of fun. I mean, Moscow, whether he was a heel or a baby face, was a lot of fun watching on wrestling. Most memorable thing I remember was, I think I might even mentioned it on the show once already, was when he took a ukulele and smashed it over the head of Peter Maivia, The Rock's grandfather. I thought that was a great angle and a great feud.
It's a hate crime nowadays.
I have a ukulele. I should play it on the show here one of these days.
Where Honky Tonk Man got his idea.
I smash my ukulele across Intra's head.
Is the Honky Tonk Man coming to your town in a pink Cadillac? I think that's
a honky tonk man.
That's a lie.
I'm cocky, man.
I don't think he comes to anybody's town in a pink Cadillac. Does he even own a pink Cadillac?
Wait a minute. I think that is a musical reference to dishonest behavior, and I think that's going to get us flagged here on the show.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Oh, well, shit. If we're doing this so early, hey, bring on the cancel culture. Yeah. 1 second here.
Uh-oh.
We're doing it live, baby.
Oh, look at Rick. He looks so distraught. He's like, oh.
Do you think Rick will ever be forgiven and we'll see him again on wrestling?
No, never.
Probably.
Absolutely.
What's he crying about there, I wonder? I know he's because he's canceled, but he's
remembering his match with Lasertron, WCW Saturday Night.
Oh, it's such a good match.
Yep, and someone referenced dishonest behavior, so he just broke out in tears.
Mm-hmm.
He's crying for a possibility of Jim Hurt being inducted into WWE Hall of Fame.
Wow.
I think
What's your favorite memory of Lasertron?
I think he's thinking about missing that lady on the train. He's just really upset about it.
Maddie's got to deny it.
Yeah.
I was riding the train Friday, like an actual train.
Oh, I see.
Is it the train that I took a photo of?
No.
It's the exact train.
All right,
the
head
A
of
train.
Would you ride the A train, Insure?
I'm not sure how to answer this question, so I'm just going to say, buy this fork. It's a signed 1-inch biceps fork.
Signed
You
by
need
one.
You need it. No, that's what my name would be if I was in WWE. But How much is it? I think it's $42. Let's go with
I
that
don't know. You
because I
gotta
think
let
I
us
missed it
know,
last
dude.
week. I think I missed it last week.
What were you doing?
No, I don't know. I think I
Riding the A
forgot.
train.
Choo choo.
Why you got a mask on, Jonathan?
He doesn't want to give us COVID.
Yeah, I'm trying to be safe, and I want to show off the merch.
Okay.
Pretty sweet. That is Choose Your Monster mask from Slasherman. Slasherman.com. You can get that.
Mm-hmm.
Go 13, you and your memories.
You and your
Mike
on-
Whitcomb wants to know is that Steven's beat off material? The Xena the Warrior Princess DVD. All right. So
What's
what
up?
happened on Raw this week?
Oh, so let's get to some wrestling this week. Well, first on SmackDown, I guess Roman Reigns and his cousins beat the crap out of the King and probably injured Kofi Kingston.
Oh, they're like, "What are you? Hey, boy, you got to get back on there and give us some video material."
He's like, nope, I'm the king now.
You think we'll ever see him again?
Kofi,
No,
Woods
it's
on
Xavier.
up, down, down.
Yeah.
I don't know.
He's the king. He has to return.
I mean, that on this show, they were trying to make Roman Reigns bend the knee to Xavier Woods, but I think this is really what was happening in real life. It's Vince McMahon making Xavier Woods bend the knee. That's what's going on here.
But they have a match next Friday.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Roman Reigns versus Xavier.
Is it for the
You think
title?
Xavier's going to take the title.
No, it's not for the title.
Oh.
Non-title match. Nothing gets you more excited than hearing non-title match.
I don't think they ever say it though. Isn't that one of the phrases that's banned? They're not allowed to say non-title match.
Probably.
No, it's belt.
He's the king. He can say anything.
He is a king.
We'll see. I'm gonna make Geraldine bend the knee.
Ay, Dios mío.
What's on your
Make
calendar
sure
back there?
then.
What's on your calendar behind you there, Gerald? Is that a calendar or is that just a poster?
No, it's supposed
Oh,
Sir.
okay.
That's
Okay.
a Playboy poster.
Is a Playboy poster, Lexar wants to know.
No, it's not Playboy. It's hentai.
That's the only poster that Lexar knows of. He only has Playboy posters on his wall.
No, he's got
No,
an NBC Sports,
CBS Sports.
CBS Sports.
Can I
Yeah.
bring back the banner?
Yes, we want the better. We
Where
want
is
the
that?
better.
I haven't seen it in a couple weeks.
Yeah, we haven't seen it in like months. We want it
Mhm.
back.
All right, maybe next week.
Oh my God, he's
He's
teasing
holding
us. He's
out on
playing
us.
hard to get.
Yeah, you had to wait for the good parts. If you watch a movie, you don't see the good parts immediately. You have to wait.
There you
for
go. It's right. You got to build anticipation.
Hell no. I want to be spoiled. Give me all the great parts, and that's it.
You don't open the movie with the money shot.
Huh?
You got to work up to it, to the climax.
That's the best part. Why would you wait? Why would you torture yourself?
Man, Jackson, he's just get in there and get out. All right, Steve A.
Jackson becoming AEW because they always give the good parts at first.
You
I
see
mean,
it has returned. TV,
Mhm.
CBS
He-
Sports.
he stole
Look
it.
at that.
He-
Gimmick
Jonathan-
infringement.
Jonathan Jackson's stealing your bid.
Yeah,
there.
that's right. He doesn't have it anymore because I took it.
Oh, is that what happened? Did JJ break in? Steal it?
We had a
That
barbed
was a
wire
bootleg
explosion match.
banner.
What?
That
No,
was
it's
a
real.
real deal.
Do you think maybe they live together? Maybe Jackson's just in the other room.
Nope. We had a death match and I won, and I took this as my prize.
No, no.
Speaking of deathmatch, they had the XPW returned this weekend.
Mhm, mhm.
And who's that big dude? Brian Cage. He won the tournament. He's the new XPW champion.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I hear
Yeah.
he has some difficulty surrounding in AEW, so he wants to get pushed.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of his. He looks impressive, but for me, that's about it.
He sucks.
I agree, to be honest. I was trying to be nice about it, but I think he sucks.
I know his wife
He's
was
big, and to me, that's it.
That's it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he kind of has his own 5 moves of doom where
Yeah.
he just repeats the exact same
I
scenario.
think he's a guy that would be a lot better if he worked like a big guy and didn't try to do all these high flying moves because they're very choreographed looking. He really takes his time to set them up. They don't look particularly good. He always looks completely lost when he's out there. It's kind of like he's scared. Like every time he's on TV, it looks like it's the first time he's in front of a camera. I don't know. Besides being all jacked up, I don't really see anything in the guy.
Mm.
He's a machine and he has to get his shit in.
I did like when he was on Wrestling Circus. He had a match with Tessa Blanchard. It was pretty good.
I thought his match
they
with
had
Darby Allin.
On Impact, they had a few matches, I believe. So,
Yeah, that's who he lost the world title to.
yeah.
So she's just gonna go to XPW and whip his ass and take that title too.
Could be. I thought he lost the belt to the
Sammy
guy
Callahan.
from and then he lost it to Tessa.
Nah, it was Brian Cage. He lost it to Tessa, and then Tessa left and never gave it back.
God damn.
Yeah, that wasn't a good move on her part.
No, I think it got her blackballed from wrestling. It's too bad.
It wasn't that she left. She lives in Mexico and the COVID happened. And in South America, you can get out of the country because of the COVID. She couldn't get out. It wasn't that she just left. She just couldn't come back to the States.
Yeah.
But a lot of borders now, they're reopening. So
Yeah, but this was like a year ago, though.
Yeah, this was like in
No.
the beginning.
No, I'm talking about right now.
Oh, we
They're
know.
reopening the airports everywhere.
Like Sarnos, she still has the belt in her closet. She just doesn't
So
want to
you
give it
think
back.
she should bring the belt back now?
Yeah. Now that the borders are open, she can bring it back. She just doesn't want to.
Are you going back to Ecuador? Have you given them any more thought? Are you staying here with us?
My mom wants to go, but maybe just for vacation.
Don't let her trick you. She's like, we're going here. We're going to go meet, Aunt Bedelia. And then boom, you're there forever.
And you're like, when's our return flight? And she just goes, there is.
He's like, we're not returning. We're staying here.
What?
Mhm.
I'm gonna make you go to church like a good boy.
I'll
Be
tell
like,
you,
more.
life.
No more strip clubs.
you have to
No
give me the
more.
chancla if you want to do that.
You have to give you a what?
The
Tranquilizer?
chancla. The chancla.
She like
Georgie
use a
knows
blow
about
dart.
it.
What is it?
The chancla.
La
What's
chancla.
that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's flip flops.
It's a flip flop. You get one.
What? I thought it was
Okay,
like a
okay.
tranquilizer or some kind of drug to like drug you.
In South America, when you're little, your mom throw you with one of those when you were bad.
Oh, this is what your mom used to beat you with.
Yeah. With la chancla.
All right, fair enough.
That's how it's
Actually,
going back to Ecuador.
It'll be funny if Randy Orton beat Ritter with a flip flop though.
Then they'd get
Okay,
canceled
well.
because he's beating a handicap guy.
And
Get back to Ecuador, Luxart.
It would be a lot like that scene in Full Metal Jacket.
What's your major malfunction, numbnuts? Didn't mommy and daddy give you enough attention?
No.
Talk about a movie that would get canceled nowadays.
I don't know.
I mean, it's a good movie, but it's like, would kids accept that movie nowadays?
I
I
mean,
mean-
honestly, a lot of this stuff people might bitch about, but people bitch about everything. But how much of it is actually gets canceled or anything? I mean, really, none of it does. Just people bitching.
There's a lot of Karens out there.
There is a lot of Karens. Who would name like their daughter Karen nowadays? Like,
I know a Karen.
yeah, but
that,
like,
that wasn't a thing probably
I
when they
know.
named them, unless they're like two.
It's like they
That
ruined the
was
name.
actually her
by
name, Karen.
Like naming it Karen, you know.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, and
there's
who would
still-
name their kid Adolf today? Adolf's really been ruined.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure
Right.
people still do, just not in the U.S.
that's extremes, isn't it? We're like we go from Karen to Adolf.
It's the same thing, man. You just don't know.
Ruined the
Karen,
mustache.
Ken.
Yeah.
Well, there was like some parents who named their kid like Adolf, wasn't there? And like,
Oh, I'm
it was a
sure
big
there are. I'm
story.
sure there's a bunch of idiots.
Yeah, they'll
out
still
there.
do it. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
It's just a name.
Yeah, that's what they'll say about Karen. It's just a name.
Yeah, but I think that would be a name I would avoid. I don't think I'd want to name my kid Adolf.
What if you named your daughter Karen and your son Karen? I mean, no, I'm
And
sorry,
my
your
dog
daughter
Adolf.
Adolf and your son Karen. Yeah,
Yeah, all right, works. I think anyone out there, they really should and start naming their kids Jack after me. That would be good. If it's a girl, they can name an incher.
it's a good girl's name.
I don't think that's a good name for anybody, really. But
What's wrong with Jack?
not Jack.
Oh, I see.
Incher. I mean,
Yeah. So
Yeah.
what else happened on Raw?
Monday Night Raw, ladies and gentlemen, Seth Rollins returned with another stupid outfit, so much so that the crowd started yelling,
Mhm.
"You look stupid."
I agree. I don't always agree with Vince Russo, but I agree with him on
stupid.
this. Yeah, Vince Russo said like it's not really heel heat, it's just people genuinely think you look stupid. I know
That's
whenever
true.
I don't really watch a show, but whenever I see pictures of it, I just think I don't understand this gimmick. What is he? Just like a stupid guy? I don't really understand. His gimmick is he just dresses like an idiot. I don't get it.
Did you see? Speaking of stupid guy, did you see Paul Heyman taking that fall whenever like he
That was
like,
pretty funny. Yeah.
when he was coming into the ring, acting like he was going to take on?
Yeah.
That was pretty good.
I
So we
agree.
want the smoke guys.
Yeah, it was a dark match after the show.
Profits.
They
Yeah.
tagged him in and he just trips, and that was good.
I think he did
Old
that on the
school.
show once too. But it
Old
was pretty
school.
good.
Ooh, that's an old school manager deal. I like.
Hey, look who it is. We got the song man. I seen him with a picture with Adam Cole, baby.
Baby.
Mhm.
Rick
up?
Baker.
That was at Comic-Con.
Oh yeah, a hell of a night, and then definitely one of the best times of my life. But however, it ended really poorly the rest of my life because my dad died when I got home. So
Oh my
that's
God, I
totally
didn't
my
know that. I'm really
goodness.
sorry.
Yeah,
Oh,
Yeah.
my condolences. Sorry, I
Yep.
didn't know about
that's
that.
okay. Yeah, but that was a really happy moment for me. Like I didn't expect it to be my first ever one, but it was a hell of a day, and I would recommend it to be Jackie Jones's next one next year. Way
Yeah,
better than I even thought. Britt Baker was really good. Adam Cole was kind of quiet, and then JBL was really quiet when I saw him. The King was there. He was a great guy. A
Mhm.
lot of great talent.
Yeah, a lot of my horror movie friends
there.
were there too, because like Tony Todd was there.
yeah,
I'm really sorry about your father.
yeah. That's,
Oh yeah, thanks.
terrible,
I
man.
appreciate it. Yeah. It was coming because it was a bad time for illness. But I appreciate
Yeah.
it. You're all here for me, so I appreciate it all the time.
definitely.
I see you got a picture with Tara.
Tara,
Tara Ray.
Yeah, yeah, that's kind of funny, by the way, Geraldine, because I was surprised a lot of people didn't come up to her when I took the picture because she was very quiet. No, a lot of people didn't come up to her for a photo op. That was really surprising.
She looks a bit different, but I guess all
Yeah,
the
I thought
plastic
she-
surgery. But
Yeah.
I think
That
most of
was
those guys there were just afraid of girls.
probably.
Not Song Man.
They
Song
can
Man.
be scary.
Oh no, Songman,
Well,
he's pretty brave.
I don't recommend it to anyone, but I swear to God, I've never been so surprised in my life for first ever celebrity of mine known as Dylan Manning. Like she really was really into me when I met her. You remember a lot of horror movies she was in her past, and she really was went up to me.
Awesome. So you recommend it to Jackie Jones? He needs to get out there next year.
I recommend it an inch. And
He needs to
Vic,
fly
I
the
damn
incher up,
sure know
right?
Vic's got to get
What?
up there.
He needs to fly me up so we could all go.
I thought you were gonna ride the A train up there.
He's always trying to get me on the train. I don't understand what it is with this guy.
He walks the tracks, so
That's
That's
yeah.
his influence.
That's true. That's true. He's trying to work his way in, getting me to walk the tracks. I can tell.
Well, I don't know. I think we should get we should get an In Your Head sponsor to get us all together.
Mhm.
Amtrak.
Well, we should get the Heady
That's like-
Con.
That's like Domino's Pizza, like being the sponsor for AEW. It's it's like you got Nick Gage with the pizza cutter, and he's cutting on.
Yeah, then you got
Jericho's head.
Inter pissing his pants over trains.
That was a classic moment whenever they had a freaking guy cutting the dude's head with the pizza cutter, and they go to a pizza head.
I think they should have been happy. They're like, "Oh man, this is good. This is
Oh,
ties
it
right
really
in."
makes you want some pizza after you see like blood and everything all over a pizza cutter. And
Fourth highest rated show from AEW. Always remember that.
the fourth highest.
Yep. Aside
Okay.
from CM Punk's debut and a bunch of other things.
Excellent.
Boom! Look at that Song Man with Adam Cole, baby.
Adam Cole, baby. Did you
Baby.
get mad about your shirt? He's like, you got my wife on your
You
shirt."
eyeing my lady there, Song Man?
Yeah. I remember Lexar was feeling jealous about that.
Oh, you know he is. Look at him. He's ate up with jealousy over there.
But he's doing the hand gesture wrong. You're supposed to do the thumb like this, but
Exactly.
he's doing like some type of
It's all right. He's having a good time. He's doing the wolf pack.
back.
He's doing wolf pack.
Mhm.
Oh,
What about
I wonder-
HeadyCon? What if we all got together for a HeadyCon?
Hell
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
in your
Oh,
head
yeah.
road trip.
Exactly.
I'd
Where are we
have to
going?
like pony up the bucks to get Albert to come in just so he could be the train to run you over, Jack. So
Gonna be worn out
comes the
after you riding them
train.
all night.
Oh,
oh, geez, I should have seen that one coming.
I'm pretty sure we can get Patrick Howell to bankroll it. He just needs a few favors from Geraldine.
Whoa,
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Patrick Howell, you gonna be coming out to HeadyCon? Well, you know, we don't have to invite Tazo. You know,
He's just
Nothing.
gonna show up.
I won't go.
Patrick Howell wants to know if Geraldine's ever seen City of the Living Dead by Lucio Fulci. He
Yes.
wants to know these things. She's
it's a
seen
good
it,
movie.
Patrick. She's seen it.
I didn't know Patrick's a horror movie man. It's cool.
Looks like it. Looks like it.
I'm getting cold. I'm chilly down. I'm down in my basement. It's getting cold down here.
Put your
Put more
booties
clothes
on.
on.
I was gonna take them off.
Oh. Didn't you say you're gonna move your operation upstairs or something?
I know. I've never done it. I'm gonna get on the ball.
I don't know if you want to take your clothes off when it's getting cold though, because I mean,
Mhm.
I know. I
maybe
just
since-
wanted. I just was trying to turn everybody on.
Oh. I'm being very scientific in my line of thinking here. Oh, there
Steven's
goes
trying to-
Steven.
Hey,
Steven's stripping. He thinks he's on freaking Magic Mike here. He's like taking his clothes off.
Hey, Mike.
He's gonna be doing the pony for everybody.
I'm gonna go get a heavier shirt. I'm very cold. So I'll be right back. You guys talk to yourselves.
Get you like a big Eskimo. Oh well, you can't say that anymore. Jeez. I mean, get a heavy jacket.
dang it, Insure.
Oh jeez, I'm can't. Oh no! Don't cancel me. Stop crying, Rick. Stop crying.
It's a travesty.
I'm canceled. Canceled.
Okay, next on Raw, we had a 8-man, 4 tag team match. Omos was again awesome.
Is
Omos?
AJ still gone, or is he back?
Oh, AJ was in there.
Okay, yeah.
Omos was awesome. Has anybody ever uttered those words?
Well, in
Are
that
you,
match,
are
he
you being
was.
sarcastic, Steven? You have to.
No,
be
no,
sarcastic.
no.
Are you legitimately think all of this was awesome?
Well, for the very short things that he does,
Uh-huh.
yeah, you got to limit his in ring right now. You can't have him in for too great amount of time. Just have him come in, do a few spots, and then get out.
Over 30 seconds, you mean?
Yeah. You can't do too much with him yet. You got to be cautious with him.
You know, typically people that you can't have in the ring for more than 30 seconds, there is no like building point. You can't make them a better wrestler at any point. They normally just don't have it. I mean, it's like that's kind of like the Great Khali, isn't it? Like he was good for like little spots here and there, but like if you had a whole match with him, it was just god awful.
Mm.
And people.
So, what's his name? Scrap Iron. Adam Pearce comes out and he decides to throw Dominic Mysterio to the Lions in a match against Bobby Lashley. And Bobby Lashley just beat the crap out of him. Oh, yeah. That was
Destroy him.
Good. That's what should happen every day. Every day for Dominic.
He destroyed him.
He
So
destroyed
sad.
him. He destroyed him real good.
Does
Hell
anybody
yeah.
like Dominic? I mean,
Ray does.
besides Ray and his mother, does anybody like Dominic?
I'm pretty sure Ray was in the back laughing as he was getting his ass up. Like, yeah, get him.
That would be bad if Ray's just sitting there like hauling, like clapping his hands together. He's like, "This is the best." My
If I
son's getting
understand
the best.
this match was like to be on the Raw team at Survivor Series.
Yes. Dominic was on the Raw team at Survivor Series, and they decided, well, maybe that was not a very good idea, and replaced him with Bobby Lashley. So,
Until then, all 5 members of the Raw team came over in the draft from SmackDown. Until that moment.
It's like,
All
yeah,
I'm really aware of is Veer is coming. I know that. Veer's gonna be on Raw.
but he's
He'll
not going
have
to
a
be a Raw
last
team.
name. And he will have a last name. They'll give him the one they took away from Humberto and the other guy. What was it?
Umberto
Puerto
Carrillo.
Carrillo and Angel Garza.
Yeah.
They took their names away, so they gave it to Veer to make it up. Right.
Do it up.
What is Veer's last name? Nobody look it up. We got to do it off the top of our head.
Monroe.
Garza
What
Correa.
is that? Isn't it?
It's Veer or something with an M.
Yeah.
Sanchez.
Kind of like McMahon, but not quite McMahon.
Mansoor.
Is that Brucey or is that which kid is that?
This is Pablo. He's had a rough day. He was slammed in a car door today.
Oh, geez.
Oh, poor Pablo.
But he's fine. So you can see
Aw.
Hmm.
he's
You named after
indestructible.
Pablo Escobar?
I don't know. Faith brought him home on Father's Day. I got a Father's Day present for you. It's this little kid.
Oh, it's very cute. Very cute.
And they named him, her and her boyfriend named him Pablo. I don't know why.
I like
Maybe-
it if it's.
Maybe because he looks like a Pablo.
Yeah. Are
Pablo
you
Escobar.
related to Pablo Escobar, Lexar?
I don't know. Maybe I had to do a DNA test.
Do it comes back related to Pablo Escobar?
You're rich.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Maury probably
Yeah.
pronounce it.
Yeah, get some of those cocaine hippos.
You, Lexar, are related to Pablo Escobar.
That would be a good run in if Maury Povich would just come in and then announce that Lexar's related
Exactly.
to Pablo Escobar.
All right. Did we cover Raw?
Okay, next one.
I think we're in the
Big
middle
E.
of it. Still.
Next on Raw, Big E took on Chad Gable, but he beat Chad Gable, but then he did a stare down with the other guy. I can never remember the guy's name.
Weren't they building a feud between Big E and Drew McIntyre? Did they have a match?
A while ago,
No, Drew went
Yeah.
to SmackDown.
yeah. Drew
Yeah, he
to
went to SmackDown. So
Yeah.
is that yet another angle that doesn't get paid off?
Yep.
Well, it got paid off of Saudi. They had their match in Saudi, and that was the payoff.
Oh, they had the match on the Blood Money show. Okay,
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
You're thinking
I did
about
not like
Otis
that.
Steven.
What's his name again?
Otis.
Otis. Okay, yeah. So Big E had a stare down with
Oh.
Otis. So we could be seeing a Big E versus Otis match coming up.
Right.
Oh, this is Otis's first induction into the world title scene is with Big E.
Mhm.
I mean, don't we need to get Big E established as a big champion before he starts taking on these lower end players? I love the man. He took a photo with me at the Bob Evans. Yeah, I mean, he's a good dude. I'm not trying to talk bad about him, but he's not exactly high up in the WWE world at this moment.
What? Tucky was holding him back. He's top tier.
Poor Tucky.
Poor Tucky.
Tucky's gone. I swear, my mom told me she was listening to the man's conversation when he was on the phone. Tucky was talking to somebody, and she said that he just had bought a house. And that wasn't that very long ago. So there you go. There's another person released from the WWE that, is a terrible thing that they did. So
Yeah, he never went in. Did he ever do anything since then? Has he popped up anywhere?
I haven't seen him anywhere.
At the local Walmart.
Oh, Jonathan Jackson. Oh, gee. I mean, it's probably true, but geez, Louise.
Do you think
Artist
he'll ever
says-
go into the Hall of Fame?
Tucky?
Yeah.
He can't even keep a straight face.
Oh man, not a chance in hell.
I'm sorry, Tucky. You're a good dude. Take a picture with me, and I bugged you in the Bob Evans.
Maybe if he buys the Ring of Honor tape library, and then he sells it to the WWE down the road.
How's he gonna buy the Ring of Honor tape library?
I don't know. Maybe he's loaded. I don't know. Maybe he won the lottery or something.
Yeah, he
Maybe
did.
he
just buy a
saved all
house.
that. Maybe he saved all that money from all the heavy machinery merch.
Oh man.
But I wish him all the best. Honestly, I don't want to make fun of a man losing his livelihood and being on the poor streets. I'm not saying the man's homeless or something, but yeah. So Raw, what's happening?
Breaking news. Yes, both Corey Graves and Byron Saxton can call themselves champions for about 5 seconds. Because they were 24/7 champions for about 5
Just end
seconds.
that shit.
Hell yeah.
Anyone still find that amusing? The 24/7 title?
Oh, I
this is a
love it.
cool down spot, Jack. Come
So
on.
Byron Saxton and Corey
Hmm.
Graves,
Graves.
they beat what's his name? Reggie. Reggie?
Hell yeah.
I mean, he's probably distraught because
Who the fuck is Reggie?
You don't know who Reggie is, Jack?
That's a guy. His name's just Reggie.
Reginald was what they
Yes,
used
it's
to call
Reggie.
him, but I guess
Don't tell me you don't know who Reggie is.
I don't know who Reggie
He's one of the
is.
greatest 24/7 champions ever. How could you not know this?
Jesus.
he does a parkour kind of thing, like John Morrison does, like where you jump over stuff. And that's been his whole gimmick recently.
Yes, and he comes to the ring dressed in a suit.
Mm-hmm.
He wrestles in a suit.
He used to be Nia Jax's like man back in the
Now
day.
wait a minute. They
He was
fired
all about
they
it.
fired Karrion Cross and Keith Lee, but Reggie is like a champion in the promotion.
Reggie's
He's
still
very
there.
Shows you how much better he is than them.
Oh,
Could you imagine being Karrion Cross and like Reggie calls you up to tell you that he's sorry that they let him go? Like Reggie's calling me. He's telling me sorry that I'm got fired.
God.
I don't think the man's ever had like a legitimate match. Like
no.
I don't think he has. I don't think he has had like actual locking up, doing a bunch of wrestling holds and everything. He has not done that, but yet he's still there.
No, he's had a couple intergender matches, but he's never had a match with a guy.
Yeah, I know.
He had a match last night
Did he?
with Maverick.
Drake Maverick.
Greg
yeah.
Maverick.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Maverick won, but then
Boy, he's got the recipe to getting his job back. Once they fire you, you just get on the internet and start sobbing.
Just start crying.
Yeah, carry across. Just get on the internet and start sobbing. Just make them feel bad about like letting you go.
Then I'll make him a
the
crybaby.
release, the releases that really pissed me off were like all the women they got rid of.
Mm-hmm.
They were like good wrestlers. I don't know, like they're supposed to
Moon.
get fired because of their age, and it's bullshit.
Yeah, Ember
Well,
Moon.
that is pretty rough.
Frankie Monet.
Yeah.
Isn't there a thing like age discrimination? Like if you get let go just because of your age, that they can sue you?
Yeah.
Yep. I believe Taya Valkyrie brought this up on Twitter or something recently.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
she did yesterday.
She's
Didn't
very
I hear
nice.
that they're gonna do
I
this
interviewed
every
her on
6
Without
months?
Your Head. What was that?
Didn't they say this is gonna happen every 6 months?
Well, they said that every 6 months now they're going to evaluate how you're progressing in NXT.
How this? I'm sorry, but how the hell do they keep that chick Alaya and fire Taya Valkyrie? It's like, what the fuck? Seriously, Alaya doesn't shit.
Yeah.
I'm
And
pretty
then-
sure Michael Hayes has something to do with that. Just saying.
Oh, geez, that
Yeah.
just can't be true.
Like-
That's impossible.
Like the talent Taya Valkyrie has is like.
And she's got a lot of charisma and personality and stuff, you know. It's very strange.
Bullshit.
She's a damn fine
to me, it's
wrestler
bullshit.
too. Yeah,
Eva
she would have been
Marie,
great
she was
going
the
to.
best.
Oh, well, get her out of here. Eva Marie, yikes! Why was she hired? Oh no,
Ugh.
Michael Hayes. I keep forgetting.
Like her whole run was just like she brought in Dewdrop. She makes fun of Dewdrop. She's gone.
And she gets fired.
Yeah. It's like
And now Dewdrop is getting was turned heel. I see.
Yes.
Dewdrop's heel now.
Yes.
Yeah.
She
she
be a
did.
heel with the name Dewdrop.
Hey,
I
actually,
hate that
speaking
name.
of, okay, let's get to that one. So the SmackDown women's, the Raw women's Survivor Series team: Liv Morgan, Rhea Ripley, Bianca Belair, Carmella, and Queen Zelina. And what do you do with the Raw women's Survivor Series team? Well, you have them fight each other, of course. WWE
yeah.
logic. And of course, the winner gets a shot at what's her name, Becky Lynch, a future title shot. So I guess Bianca Belair is out of the championship title picture for the time being because Liv Morgan got the win in this match. So no more title shots for Bianca for the time being.
Bianca just needs to get younger is what she needs to do. She needs to stop aging. Stop aging and you do better in WWE.
I think she's like 34 too. So
34.
That old bag.
Wait till Vince hears of this.
Is this like a new? Is that new rule made by Jerry Lawler or what?
King's calling the shots
Supposedly they don't wanna keep women older than 25.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Because-
I said some people think it's 23. I heard Lance Storm talking about it. He said, since now they hire people they don't want anyone with any wrestling experience. So you can't. So he says like it makes sense on that level that you want all very young people because they want to train them all from the beginning. It's a very weird thing though, because you get penalized if you want to pursue wrestling as a career. Like because how would you become a wrestler if you didn't go to the indies? The only other way is like if you have a family member related to someone in WWE, or like you're an Olympian, or was in a some kind of model they might have seen. Like, but if you're just a regular person who wants to be a wrestler, how would you ever pursue going to WWE? And then you'd have no chance if you try to be a wrestler on your own. It like makes no sense.
Yeah.
Can you
think
imagine any other company of any kind like having this philosophy? Like, we only hire actors who have no experience in acting for our movie.
Yeah, it's just mind-boggling that anybody would have this philosophy. I mean, people say Vince McMahon is a genius. I think he's just damn
more
lucky,
right now.
honestly.
Yeah. The NBA only hires people who never played basketball.
Well, you gotta think this has happened before. Vince McMahon and Johnny Ace want to recreate another Sable. That's all it is. They just want some hot girl who people flock towards, and
I'm not even against the idea. Like we do this in addition to.
It's like
if we happen to see someone with this amazing look, and let's try to give them. Okay, I get that, but not like that's all we do. What are you saying, Geraldine?
It's like they even fire Scarlett. She's fucking hot.
Yeah, that was that. I mean, honestly, I said this earlier. I honestly think if you look at Karrion Kross and Scarlett from NXT to their main roster to being fired, to me, that just in a nutshell is what's wrong with WWE.
It was like, why will you fire her? She's hot.
Probably because she wasn't
She's just
single.
37.
Well,
that
too.
37.
Seems like they must not have liked her to begin with because they didn't bring her up with Karrion Kross. That whole thing is very perplexing because it seems like that would be a natural thing for WWE. He's big, and he has the hot girl. I know the whole thing's like seemed tailor made for Raw or SmackDown.
Mike Whitcomb here in the chat room. He says WWE logic, hire someone for the role that has zero experience for the role.
Like nothing against these people, but I can see Johnny. I know Johnny Gargano's not fired, but I could see like he's probably never gonna make the main show, like make a big star in the main show. But a guy like Karrion Kross seems, and especially with Scarlett, this seems like a perfect fit for Raw.
They already tried bringing up Johnny Gargano, and they just didn't have anything for him, so he went back.
Yeah, but what they have him on 1 week?
Him and Tommaso Ciampa were there like, hey, we're a tag team. And then next week they were back in NXT.
He probably
that didn't work. Well. Like how could that possibly work? I mean,
I guess the next one they will fire is Grandpa Tommaso because he's 38.
Yeah, I can't see him. He's not as old as you think, but he looks very old. So
he looks like 50.
Yeah, he was weird because he's like 10 years younger than Bobby Fish, and I would assume he was like.
He is 37. He's even younger than me. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, he's 8 years younger than me.
Patrick Howell says he agrees.
Yeah, Patrick Howell also said that he likes your accent. He says it's very spicy.
Oh, thanks.
All I ever think about is this is
Spicy
gonna try to help him get Brock Lesnar keep coming back. That's what I forever say is helping with these releases to raise the money for him to come back.
I mean,
and look what they're trying to do with
250 million in 3 months. Are they really like hurting for cash?
Yeah, really.
Yes.
And Brock he's just suspended all the time anyhow. I don't see how this man can stay on the suspended
But he's got like $1 million fines. You know how expensive that is?
I know,
man.
Well, that could have kept a lot of these people employed. Just the Brock Lesnar fines.
Mm-hmm.
Why will you fire Keith Lee? I mean, like they were building him up and shit.
I don't know.
And he got fired. I mean, like
Keeps
the fuck?
getting injured.
I don't think
He
that's
has-
true. He had COVID and was off for a while, but he's been
He
back.
has heart problems,
Ah,
some shit like that.
Oh,
that's why.
They even fired his wife. Like,
Yeah, they fired him and his wife at the same time.
Well,
Oh, that's
claim to
another
fame-
one that would I think would be a good for AEW. I think they need a few more like really talented women. They have a lot of good ones, but they need some more. So I think Mia Yim would be another one that would be good.
I would like to see Nia Jax on AEW.
I don't know.
I don't know.
She will destroy all of them.
Yeah, but maybe literally. She hurts a lot of people.
I would like to see Nia Jax versus Nyla
Nyla
Rose.
Mm. I'd rather
not
see the
against
whole
it.
make it all elite. The whole is all elite. That's the bigger name than Nia Jax.
The whole.
oh my whole.
Maybe we could, Brian Knobs could be our manager.
There's no more ROH, so
Yeah, it's sad.
Have they announced officially that they're just done?
No, they're saying they're coming back in April, but I mean they let everyone go. So.
I know.
I mean, I hope I don't like to see anyone go out of business, but I don't foresee it.
Don't they have their final battle event? Or
Yeah, they'll still have it, but I think that's the official last event for ROH.
Yeah.
I think MLW should have a women's division.
Tell them.
Yeah, they should. I'm surprised they don't. Interesting.
They should.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I don't watch it. Not because I dislike it. I've just actually never watched it. But I'm surprised too because it's very popular at the moment, and there's a lot of talent.
Their pay-per-view this weekend was really good.
What was it?
Their pay-per-view.
Oh, the pay-per-view.
Yeah.
Who was on it?
Fatu turns in the Contra unit, turns against them. It was good. It was good. They replaced MJF with somebody else. I can't remember the name of the dude, but yeah. It's good. I like it.
If ROH is going until Final Battle, that's what Boga 13 says. It's like, how are they going to do that if they released everybody? Like, you're all gone. Like, how they don't have any wrestlers, do they?
Well, I'm pretty sure they pre-taped a lot of shows, so they probably still have a card.
Or maybe they're just going to pay him that night, like a one-night basis.
Yeah.
Oh.
So whatever they have built up, it's just gonna.
It makes the name fitting though, if the Final Battle.
That's true. It is the Final Battle.
Makes it sad though.
Yep.
Jeez.
Until they sell their tape library to Tucky.
Tucky, if you're out there listening, which I know you are, you got to start saving up the pesos.
Get a GoFundMe.
Pesos.
We'll promote it for you.
Mm-hmm. Lexar, what's on your mind?
oh man, let's see. Maybe Steven could finish up the whole report and get
Oh,
to the
all right.
question.
All
Sorry,
right.
just a couple more things. Okay, I'll end it with this. Seth Rollins defeats Kevin Owens via count out due to Big E. And
Count.
afterwards, Kevin Owens attacks Big E.
He turns heel.
Yep.
Another
Owens is
heel.
And another heel. Yep, that's right.
We
Setting
need
up
more
another feud.
heels.
Yeah. The Survivor Series teams, Seth Rollins, Finn Balor, Kevin Owens, Rey Mysterio, and now Bobby Lashley will take on Drew McIntyre, Jeff Hardy, King, Xavier Woods, Sami Zayn, and that idiot Happy Corbin. On the
Idiot.
women's side, Bianca Belair, Rhea
She's
Ripley,
still there, huh?
Morgan Carmella, Queen Zelina will take on Sasha Banks, Shayna Baszler, Shotzi, Natalia, and I have no idea who this Aaliyah is.
She should be fired. She's nobody.
And
You
that's
suck.
all I've got, folks. That's it for me on that. So.
What if
I don't
Aaliyah
know.
like makes shirts that says I'm better than Mia Yim and Taya Valkyrie just because she survived?
That would get heel heat. It's like back in the day when they used to make the shirts, I broke Wahoo's. Why don't people just do that anymore? They used to make just shirts where just it was text, like I broke Wahoo's leg.
Mhm.
He's too woke.
Woke.
That is,
I should make these. Just
Yeah,
put
they'll
We'll
say
get
it's
canceled if you get
bullying.
that.
Yeah, they'll be like, oh, he's bullying them because he broke his leg.
Do we need a Lexar shirt?
That says I just Lexar'd your ass.
I'm all for this. Lexar, what is it? Lexar 316. I just Lexar'd your ass.
There you go.
Lexar 420.
Oh,
Are you a
20,
pothead?
yeah.
Are you smoking the wacky tobacco over there, Lexar?
No, but there was once a tenant that was that used to live here that used like smoked weed almost every day.
Oh man, I'm calling the
So
cops.
the tenants on the second floor do a
Yes, I would like to report some illegal pot smoking.
That was years ago. They left
That's
that.
not illegal anymore.
I'm in Massachusetts. It's all legal here.
Here's
Don't tell
legal.
Incher. He'll get mad.
Everything's legal in
really?
Massachusetts.
In murder.
yeah, prostitution, heroin,
And sandwich.
Oh my god.
pizza cutters.
Pizza.
Yeah, they're always trying to vote to bring it to let the marijuana in here, but our town won't allow it.
Why not?
I don't know.
They'll sell more sandwiches.
It's
They're
true.
full of black
It
food.
honestly it is silly because it's legal here and you can get it in Mashpee, which is right next to us. So all it does is people just go get it in Mashpee and then they get all the tax money.
So it's like
Free
a
for
dry
marijuana.
like a dry county for marijuana. Then.
Right.
And you wonder why the kids don't come around for Halloween.
A friend works with my brother. She had like 200 and something trick or treaters. We had zippity doo dah.
Is she handing out the marijuana pills?
She might be. I don't know.
Did she really have that many candy?
I guess so. Yeah. I
Damn.
wasn't here. I was in Boston for Halloween.
She probably had the big size can.
Maybe. It's true. The full
Yeah.
size. None of those fun size bars. Full size.
No, fuck the fun size.
We had zero here, but lots of
Yeah, it's that
Snickers
time.
bars, lots of Snickers bars left over.
I think the trunk or treat movement was started for people who don't get trick or treaters. It's like they need to have trick or treaters, so they go to the trunk or treats.
I would have gave away pickles.
There you go. I'm a big pickle fan.
How do you give away a pickle though? You can't just like.
Ah, eat it. Arr.
Just reach in the jar and give it to the kids.
Oh, you know the ones that come in a little
Yeah,
bag.
they sell,
from the
they
gas
sell it
station.
like 7-Eleven and stuff. You can get the.
Those
the
gotta
bag.
be kind of expensive to give
They
away.
come in a bag.
Yeah. You
How
can
much
make
are
little
they?
ones, but
How
they're
much
like
is
a
a
I think
pickle?
they're $1.
Yeah.
$1. Think about like giving that to all the trick or treaters though. Well, if you got
Annabelle
beer,
thought I was weird when I rented a hotel for Halloween, and in my room I had bags of pickles because I like pickles.
Mhm.
But I like pickles. They're good. They're good snacks.
Pickles, yeah.
Patrick
Make a video
Howell.
for Geraldine here.
I'm just going to give Patrick Howell a little advice. You never ask a woman her age.
Damn.
Just don't ask that, Patrick. But he says he loves Halloween.
Yeah. You're just as old as you feel. And let me feel how old.
I'm 18.
She's
Exactly.
18 years
Let's
old.
Go 13. He was close. He said you were 17.
Yeah, well, he's the kind of creepy. No. Oh, he was warning Patrick.
Yeah. Telling him to be careful.
He says,
I'm
all
old.
right.
No
Review.
WWE contract for you.
No, I'm past that. Shit.
You're not as old as the chief up here. He was
And
going
way
to see
past
like Farmer Burns back in the turn of the century.
He loved the
Fucking Ed
high spot
Strangler
where he
Lewis
would hang
matches.
himself and say like,
What? Did you just say you want him to hang himself?
No, he said he loved the high spot where he would hang himself.
Oh,
Isn't that
I thought you
insane?
were advocating Steven to hang himself.
No.
Is that how you think he watches the Xena
Good
tape?
Lord,
While he's in the closet?
your listening
No, we're gonna get
comprehension is
canceled.
terrible, Jack.
Allegedly. He's a good man.
I don't want to bring the conversation down again, but
Too late.
I want to say rest in peace, Dean Stockwell, because he
Oh,
died
yeah.
this week too. If you ever see the movie Blue Velvet, 1986, Dean Stockwell has the most memorable scene in that
David
movie,
Lynch.
and directed by David Lynch.
Yep, good movie. One of David Lynch's best, I think. Very good. Yeah, rest in peace. That's sad. All right. Who else here has something they would like to talk about? Geraldine, what's on your mind, young lady?
I'm still pissed about the firing of the woman in WWE.
Yeah. Agreed.
That's pretty bad.
It's
Especially that,
bullshit.
that they're
That's
like
bullshit.
saying it's like an age thing. That's like terrible that they.
If you look on the WWE roster on the WWE website, there's still a ton of people on that roster, many of whom I've never heard of before.
I know, right?
It's shocking. Even after firing all these people in the last few years, they still have a bloated roster, mostly of people you've never seen on television.
When AEW started, they just went on this hiring craze where they just try to sign everyone like on the indie scene.
They
And now
didn't really
they're
need to do
they're
that
ready.
because WWE is going to hand feed them to them.
Yep.
Here's some more people.
Tony Khan's gonna do it again.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I kind of wonder how the Royal Rumble is going to be turning out for this coming year. I
Probably
don't know
just
how
see
much
that
they're going to have left.
All
Everybody
these
you've
I
people
know,
you've
'cause
never
that's
heard of
4 years.
before, you're going to see them
There's
on
no
TV.
30 women right now in there.
You got
Yeah,
some
like-
Sheamus and
Shanky under a mask comes out.
You're
Yeah.
going to have to bring back some
remember
retired
some of those
wrestling.
years some of those years were bad, the Rumble, and it would be like Skull and 8 Ball and like all of the Bariquas would be in it. And you're like, oh man.
Oh yeah, I started watching a lot of those old Royal Rumbles, like but yeah, when they would get everybody and anybody.
Yeah, it would be like,
in the
they would
Royal
literally have the
Rumble.
whole roster in it, and then like they would have to like bring in like Dick Murdoch to come in.
Yeah.
I
Dory
wonder
Funk
if they're
Jr.,
even gonna have a Mae
Bill
Young
Mascaras.
Classic next
Yeah, I don't
year.
know.
A Young Classic.
I'm sure they will.
Did they have one the year before?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Nope.
They'll just get all the
Maybe.
girls
Of course
you've
there's
never
not.
heard of from NXT to come and do it.
I liked the first women's Rumble when they had a lot of the legends in. That was fun.
They'll do it
That'd be cool if
again.
they did that again.
If the roster was too thin.
It also, I think, just added to it though. It was fun because it was the
Oh,
first
yeah.
time, and then so you get to see some of the legends come back who, like, they didn't have this when they were around. I don't know. I thought it was fun. I like when they have legends in the men's Royal Rumble too. I think it's just a fun addition. We don't need to see everybody come out. We could, you could take out Veer for the Rumble and put in Honky Tonk Man. It's fun.
Man.
Probably the only way they'll have to do this is they're going to have, like you brought up, Geraldine. Like, I think they're going to have the first ever Royal Rumble for the women. If you remember Randy Savage, Skull, and you also had Marsh that never came out and Vispa took that spot. That's the way I think they're going to do the Royal Rumble. No one's going to come out.
They have a bunch of 18-year-olds.
Probably not.
Everybody's just gonna get jumped in the back, and it's
Don't even know how to wrestle. They're just
It's even what the fuck happened with Toni Storm. They put her on SmackDown.
Exactly.
Where's she at?
she
She's
was
gonna be-
Rhea
with,
Ripley's tagging with Nikki Ash, and not very good booking.
And
that's very
she's so
bad.
good.
Yep,
you'll see her in the Rumble. She'll be number 30.
could be.
She
She'll
will
get
win.
thrown out by Nikki Ash.
And
Yeah.
Tegan
Yeah.
Knox, too.
But,
I don't think it's been shown.
Mike Whitcomb in the chat room. He says old Rumbles are the best. Shout out to the headbangers.
Well, some of them are. Then the one Flair wins, obviously the best.
Mm.
And the 1995 one.
What?
The 1995 Royal Rumble.
What
And
was
the
that?
1994. Jack, do you remember the 1994
I was
Royal
at the
Rumble? You were there.
94. I was there. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't forget the shows that.
I
But that was
think
the double
the
winner.
man Brock Lesnar is gonna come out and is gonna win.
Hmm.
Yep, he's gonna throw all the women out. Just get out here.
Brocketta.
Yep, he's already got the ponytail, so you know.
It's true.
I'd say
Maybe
Brock's
Sable
probably
can-
not a fan of like the young girls working in the company. He kind of likes them older.
That's true.
Yeah, he married to Sable. I
Maybe he
guess,
wants to
Sable?
turn. He wants a younger model. I don't know.
Nah.
Maybe
think
they
he's
will
happy.
bring out some retired divas or whatever.
Yeah, I enjoy that. I like to see the legends out there. Who would be a good one that we haven't seen for a while?
Maria
Sable.
Kanellis.
Ivory.
Ivory
Ivory.
They might bring her back.
and Ivory
Mhm.
live together in
Mae Young.
perfect
Wendy Richter.
harmony, side by side on my piano keyboard. Oh Lord,
I would like to see
why don't
Undertaker's wife
we?
come back.
What?
The Undertaker's wife. Michelle
Hmm.
McCool
Michelle McCool.
Cool.
Gail Kim.
was good.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I supposedly hates her.
Yeah, Mickey James, she's gonna come back.
Mickey
Kimona
James
Wanalea.
the title on TNA.
Champion.
I want to see Kimona Wanalea come back. Oh, Sabu retired.
He did?
Yeah.
I
I
wasn't
thought
aware
he
of
was
that.
retired already.
No, he's still wrestling, but he may officially retired.
He's
It's
gonna
like
come
100
back.
years
Got a
old.
bad few years. His wife or his girlfriend, I don't know if it's his wife or not, lost her leg, and then she passed away, and then somebody else's some other relative just passed away too.
Mhm. That's a shame.
But he's got a lot of injuries.
He's gonna return. He's like another Terry Funk.
I don't know. He's pretty beat down.
Now they
Like-
have the Uso brother. He is on NXT and he's pretty good.
Oh yeah.
yeah.
There's very few Samoans who aren't good wrestlers.
No, he's good.
Manu is the only one.
He's good.
I remember Manu.
The cream of the crop, Manu.
I know his interest favorite.
Manu? Yeah, I was not a Manu fan.
Is that short for manure?
Maybe.
That's short for shit.
Mike Whitcomb wants Kelly to come back for Swax.
Kelly.
Kelly.
Oh, by the way, we had to let Swax go.
He's probably going to ask me about that on Skype.
Yeah.
What do
Well,
I
maybe
say
they'll
when
have
he
to bring
goes?
up who just got hospitalized, I believe, Sonny.
Oh yeah, she's always very nice to us, Sonny, no matter what, she has going on in her personal life.
Mm.
So hope she's all right.
Yeah, I hope she's doing good.
Then
They should bring back Victoria.
OnlyFans.
I'm on her OnlyFans. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, weren't you her co-star for a little bit?
Have you hacked my account or something? What's up with you?
I think she was looking for a new co-star. Would you be up for that?
What does that entail?
Just banging the hell out of her
Oh.
on camera.
You'd be up for that probably more than anybody. You'd be on the OnlyFans then. You'd be like, gotta see it. She's doing his thing.
Would you join her OnlyFans if
I
it
don't
meant
wanna
that you
be
could
on
see
it.
my ding dong?
What? Oh, good Lord.
I don't know. I'm kind of thinking you might.
You're wanting to show everybody your tater fry.
Well, Intro's selling his fork. If you super chat $20 right now, I will send you a photo of my pickle. A Vlasic, an actual pickle. Don't get any weird ideas there. Intro.
You eat
All
it,
right.
pickle.
I'll put up my wallet.
All right, let's get to these questions here. What do you think?
Ah, how many?
Not too many, just a couple.
Just a couple. Nikhil has 42.
Oh my God.
Stephen Bootler wants to know, former Canadian football player league, former Canadian Football League player turned wrestler Angelo Mosca died this week. Question to the Headyverse. Who is your favorite former professional football player turned professional wrestler? Goldberg.
Oh no.
No.
I'll say Steve Mongo McMichaels.
Maybe, yeah.
I wish him well, but I can't say I was a fan of him as a wrestler. But
Goldberg.
I'm a Goldberg fan. Goldberg in WCW is great stuff.
Gilbert.
What about Monty Brown?
Pounds.
Yeah.
Buffalo Bills.
Steve Austin.
Oh, we're talking about like real like short careers like Brock Lesnar or like Roman Reigns. Like, come on. You might as well say The Rock too. What?
The Rock, yeah.
From the practice squad.
Yeah.
Oh, he still made it.
All right. Let's see here. Question for Incha. This is from Dobbs. It's been a year since the PS5 has been released. How are you getting on with yours? I love mine.
I have not even beat one single game.
What?
What?
I have Demon Souls.
Why are you such a fraud in the world of video games?
Look, I got.
What's he doing? Don't hang yourself. It's not a problem. I mean, it's okay if you're not good at
He's
PS5.
looking for the game.
Is that the new Dig Dug?
It's still sealed. Look at this.
Spider-Man.
I haven't even opened it.
Okay.
I've had this for a year now.
The collector's item
shit.
now.
Well, no wonder you haven't beat it, Entry. You have to play it to beat it.
Yeah.
He hasn't figured out how to open the case yet.
Are you just keeping it you're hoping it goes up in value?
I don't know. Sometimes I do that, like where I don't open games, and I just think, if I'm not like dying to play them. I've never played the first one, which I hear is great, but I haven't opened it yet. So,
Man, what are you doing with your life? Why aren't you playing Spider-Man?
I don't know.
The fuck you doing, bitch?
I'm doing in your head. I learned it from watching you.
Is it true that you could tell the color of someone's genitalia by the color of their lips?
Who asked that?
What?
Dobbs.
Dobbs asked that?
Yes, it's true.
Look at my lips. So my penis would be just really red, like see, like I've been accused of having really red lips before, and so my penis.
There's good times when it's always been weird because whenever Intro wears lipstick, I always have the same lipstick on my penis. I don't know how that happens, but
that isn't even a very well crafted joke. That is just.
I think it was comedy gold.
No, honestly, that's just awful. It's just like
That's terrible.
I didn't even say anything about wearing lipstick, and you're just like,
You said your
you
lips
put
were
some
red.
lipstick, and then it's on my dick. I'm like, come on.
That's why it
That's
was
a
so
poorly crafted joke.
that's why like a movie's so bad it's good. Like if you say a really terrible joke, it makes it funny.
Thank you, Patrick Howell. I'm with him. Stop with creepy behavior, Neil Jones.
What?
Oh.
You stop with that creepy.
Well, there would be no
behavior.
show. It'd be like the show would be like 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the clock strikes 12 and I must tap out.
All right.
It's
See
been
you
a
old
fun
man.
night.
Steven,
It's
no
been a great
go.
show. I'll
Steven,
listen.
stay
I'll
up all
watch
night
the
with
rest
us.
of it
We
tomorrow.
haven't even got to Nikhil's question.
I haven't even gotten it, but
Good
it's
night.
Come on,
late.
Steven.
Next time it's gonna sneak
Come
away
on,
too.
Steven. Steven, please stay. Oh. Steven left.
Who is the biggest know-it-all in the Headyverse? And why are they such a massive C word?
But
I'm going
Well,
to say
actually-
it's probably one of those people we just released.
Yeah, Swax. What does he know?
Miss Destiny.
Hmm.
Oh my goodness, Lex RG.
Miss
What Miss
Destiny knew a
Destiny
lot
do
about
to you?
bedroom burners.
I don't know. Got married.
Oh, once a woman gets married, she's dead to you.
Yep.
Well, that's being a good man, though. You're not trying to get in there, on the man's wife.
No, maybe.
I don't think that's what he's saying. He's just like you're dead to him. Like if they get married, it's just the same.
I think her husband did us a good. Oh, she's a good person.
Jack, you don't have a very good sense of humor.
You ever tried a Lamacon? LAMACUN.
I don't even know what he's talking about.
I don't either. None of us know what this means. If you're gonna ask something like that, you have to give us the reference. Like, give us a link. What the hell this means? Now I gotta Google it.
Right here in the middle of the show.
It's a round thin piece of dough topped with minced meat, minced vegetable, and herbs. Looks like a pizza without cheese, kind of. Nope, never heard of it. It's a Turkish pizza. Looks pretty good.
No, I've never had that.
I would try it.
I was expecting something way dirtier.
Whoa.
I was expecting it to be really vulgar with his last question, but I've never had that. No.
Why are you so perverted?
Learned it
Tyler Stevens, can you do a Kamala war cry?
Super chat.
What?
You super chat for actions.
Oh, I missed it. I gotta see this. What happened? Oh, you're telling me they got a soup. That's right. You're right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm slow on that one. You're right. For now on, that one was free, but the next one's super chat. Send the money. You get the money. We get the money. You get the goods.
If you want to see the Incher dance the Charleston, you got to send in some money. And I'll be like, Charleston. I don't even know how to dance the Charleston.
You'll learn, bitch.
It's like I got to look up these old, like, 1950s videos.
You really want to put it out there.
Showing how to dance the Charleston.
Dobbs Dean Mido. What's your favorite Dido song? I don't know who that is. Dido?
White Flag.
White Flags is good. Used to be my jam.
Who the hell's Dido?
And then
are they in NXT 3.0?
She is an English singer.
Mm-hmm.
I'm American.
England.
Yeah, American.
She got popular for having the theme song from Roswell.
And then she also had a collaboration with Eminem.
With Eminem.
Yeah.
The hell do I look like? I'm a friggin' grown man. I don't know this stuff.
This is old, dude. This is old. Like maybe like 20 years ago.
Yeah, last music I know is like Prince or something.
Prince.
Yeah, like the Pet Shop Boys. Why did your president poop in front of the Pope and fart near royalty?
Hey, okay. Sometimes farts just happen. I mean, right. you can't control them sometimes.
True.
Now, he should have excused himself to go to the restroom if he had to go that bad. She said, "Hey, excuse me, Your Holiness, I've got to take a
shit."
Yeah, I mean the Pope's old man. He's probably pooped his pants a few times too. So
he just goes, "Happens to the best of us." I understand. Exactly. He's like, you get old, you can't control this stuff anymore. Can you say, what do you like to hear that conversation happening where they're just
remind me when I was in the nursing home.
Like, oh, I'm sorry. I just made a mess in my pants. Oh.
When I was in the nursing home, my roommate was 94 or 93, Fred.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't tell him, Fred. Come on, Jack. That's not
I'm
nice
sure he's still he'd be 98 now. I'm sure he's still doing
Come on,
good.
Jack.
don't make him turn over in his
He didn't
grave.
poop his pants that I know
Oh,
of.
you telling
but-
on him, Jack? You told on him. You said it.
I said he didn't, as far as I know. But the room was separated by a curtain, and he had his the commode. He had a portable commode that he had on his side.
This is why you don't want Jack as your roommate. Listen to him.
Why you don't want Fred as your new roommate? So he would use the commode, and I'd be laying in my bed, and he'd walk over with it. He was in a wheelchair, but he'd get up to walk the commode over, and he'd stop right in front of my bed, look over at me. I was clearly awake, but he probably didn't. He in his mind, I guess I was asleep, and then he'd walk over and he put the used commode with his shit in it right in front of my bed, and then he'd go back to his side of the curtain. And then the nurse would come in and be like, and he would go, what's in there? And the nurse would say, shit. He said, oh, really? Oh, like he didn't know.
So Fred was trying to make it look like you're the shitter.
I guess so. But I at the time it was impossible because I had a colostomy bag, so I could not.
Fred didn't know that.
He's my roommate. He probably knew.
That's too funny.
One over on him.
Maybe Fred goes and tells his friends. He's like, I took my shit and I put it in front of his bed like he shit. But that guy had a colostomy bag. I got him.
And then his brother would come visit him, which I know I've said this on the show, but I found out later it was his older brother.
Mm-hmm.
And he was 93 or 94. How old was this guy?
Like 100.
Imagine that old codger driving to the old folks' home.
Yeah, you drive there and he'd come, and I've said this, I know, but I always remember it. He's, Fred, what do you do with all these batteries? Every time I come to see you, I bring you soup and batteries. And I just thought this. So if I ever write my memoir of being in the nursing home, it's going to be called Soup and Batteries.
Oh my
It sounds
god.
like I owed you too.
That's how he sounded.
What was the batteries for?
For his electric shaver, he woke up every morning at 4:30 to shave right on the other side of my curtain. And then him and another old guy would meet in the middle of the nursing home. They were both in wheelchairs, and they'd stop and they'd compare who had the closer shave.
Yeah.
This is what you do when you're in the
Good
nursing.
times.
Did he put his beard shavings right next to your bed? Like, oh, what's that?
No, he didn't. That would have been something.
At any point, did either one of them concede and be like, I do think yours is a closer shave?
I don't believe so. There was
That
one
did not happen.
because he'd be behind. He's on the other side of the curtain, so I couldn't always see him. And a couple times, the nurse would come in, one of the female nurses, and she said, "Fred, what are you doing with your pants around your ankles?" And he would go, "Oh, I'm just so happy to see you."
That's pretty good if he was that happy to see her that age. I mean,
Nah, Fred's
He's not
getting
doing too
canceled.
bad for
Screw all
himself.
that.
I used to work at that same nursing home, and you were informed on your first day there when you're walking like in the hall in the halls for people. If you see any of the old people masturbating, you're not supposed to do anything because you can't like interfere.
Don't
what are
sell
you
it.
supposed to do? Just go in there and like
Just don't
grab
sell
their
it.
hand?
Exactly.
Like, get your hand on that, you filthy man.
Oh god.
It was an experience because I was there for rehab and everyone else was in their 90s. And I remember when I was doing the physical rehab and my physical therapist was like, "Oh, because you had to like do stuff like stand on one foot and walk up like 3 steps and walk
You see
into a
Jones
bathtub."
up there, that goddamn show off. He was walking on 1 foot.
And they told me that I did the best in from all the patients. And like, "Oh, you broke all their," and then I was at first I was like, "Oh, that's cool." Then I'm thinking, yeah, I'm 40 and everyone else here is 95. So I don't know like if this is really high praise or not.
You're lucky freaking Vern Gagne wasn't in your old folks home. He'd be taking it out on you.
They had where you go down to the kitchen area. It wasn't the kitchen, it was whatever they called it, but they had a refrigerator and you could put your food in there, but you had to write your name on it. And Fred would be like, oh, let's go get some ice cream. And he would be like, let's go get ice cream, like we're gonna go out somewhere. And we'd walk, he'd ride down in his wheelchair, and I'd walk to the kitchen part, and we get these little Dixie cups of ice cream out of the freezer. And that would be like going out for ice cream. But he would open the fridge and he would just take people's food. Like it would say, like, Thelma or whatever on, and he'd open up and take a sip and then put it back into the fridge.
Oh, yeah.
What the hell? Just spreading all kinds of disease.
Well, Fred's not a very nice man if he's trying to pass his poop off on people and then he goes to the fridge and eats other people's food.
Not to be a downer, but when COVID did come, that nursing home, like many nursing homes, was hit very hard.
No.
But I after working in one and being in one, I can see why.
Mm-hmm. Because Fred's sipping everybody's drinks.
Favorite moment, question 2 from Nikhil. Favorite moments and matches in the WWE with the following people. So what are your favorite moments? This is for everyone here.
Brace yourself.
Keith Lee.
Okay.
When I saw him live actually in Chicago at Survivor Series, that was pretty cool.
I like whenever he would like do the shoulder block, and was it Adam Cole that he knocked out into the crowd? Was it him? He did like the shoulder block and the guy went flying into the crowd.
Yeah, he just flew into it. I think it was Adam Cole.
Yeah, I think it was Adam Cole. Yeah.
I enjoyed his Royal Rumble entry. I thought that was pretty good.
I thought he had some great matches in NXT with Dominic Dijakovic. I thought that was good.
Yeah.
You mean T-Bar?
T-Bar.
Oh, I mean Dominic Dijakovic.
Well, that's T-Bar.
Favorite memory of Karrion Kross. I'll just say I don't think it's happened yet. I think he'll go on to bigger and better things.
I think the best match I've seen of him was when he was versus El Legado del Fantasma on NXT. That was pretty good. That was a pretty good match.
I liked it when he came out with that helmet on Raw.
No, that was kind of stupid.
Yeah,
I liked it when he lost to Jeff Hardy. That's what
his debut. Nia Jax.
When she roast Becky Lynch's face, I loved it.
Yeah, that was really kickstarted her career too. Honestly,
I loved it.
Mm-hmm.
I used to like. I forget who she did it to, but she used to do a thing where she'd like grab someone's legs and just kind of throw them into the barricade. I always thought that was cool.
She did that with Bailey a couple times.
Yeah, I always liked that.
But she's not like most girls.
That's true.
My hole.
Yeah, my hole. When she said, "Ow, my hole."
How's your hole doing, Lexar?
I liked when she beat up on Charlotte Flair, and I don't know if it was a work shoot or what, but it was kind of interesting.
I like when she power bombed Lana in the table like every week for 10 weeks.
And then they fired Lana.
Yeah.
This is gonna lead somewhere. Yeah. That's like Disco kept saying how great the Karrion Kross gimmick was, and they were gonna push him to the moon, and he was all set. But that worked out well.
Mm-hmm.
Vince McMahon's probably a lot like Fred. If Fred was in control of the WWE, he'd probably be doing the same shit.
Well, probably not too far in the future, and he'll be in a home.
Yeah.
He'll be pooping in people's be moving his commode in front of people's beds. Favorite memory of Eva Marie. I have absolutely no favorite memories.
I liked Eva Marie's dad when I used to watch Total Divas, and he was always he was a pretty interesting guy. But
when she was featuring Mary, that's my favorite memory of Eva Marie.
Lexar's all curled up and sleeping. He looks cute.
I'm tired. Is this the cute questions? If it is, I'm out.
Yeah. Yeah,
Bye.
but we're only on that.
Stay
He
away,
knew it
son.
We only have 22 more to go.
Don't go.
Yeah, stick
Hey,
around.
there's the sign. I can see it in.
Yeah.
Oh
Oh,
yeah,
wheels
we almost saw Jonathan Jackson over in the corner.
Yeah, you almost saw me. Good thing he left.
Favorite memory of Oni Lorcan. I'm not going through every name here.
Eh,
Like my
Oh,
favorite
Lorcan.
memory of Jesse Camilla. I mean, come on.
Yeah, she's the girl who does stuff. Like, I don't know.
Anyway,
She
I wish
was-
those all people well. What?
She was all right. Maybe she had like 2 or 3 matches, and that was it on NXT. You know.
But I wish them all well.
Yeah.
He wants full gear predictions. We actually did that earlier.
Yeah, we did that. Earlier.
Do you think Vince McMahon will eventually sell the WWE? I know people always say this, but I honestly don't think so.
I was thinking that's what he
Nah.
was going to do, but now I think he's probably going to just keep it till he's dead, and then
Yeah, then Stephanie's gonna sell it.
I could see that, especially if Triple H isn't really involved anymore, because I think he's the guy that really loves the company the most.
yeah. There's something going on there. I don't understand that. Like, why does Vince want to destroy NXT so much? Like,
Because people liked it and he didn't create it, even though he
yeah,
owned
basically.
it. Kyle O'Reilly. Sorry, what are you saying?
Because it's wrestling. That's why.
That's true too. Yes.
Mhm.
Kyle O'Reilly's contract expires next month. Do you see him leaving and reuniting with Cole Fish, potentially facing the Elite? I do think he'll leave, and I think that's a good angle to do, but I don't know if they'll do it or not.
I think he's gonna go to AEW, and Bobby Fish and Adam Cole and him are gonna reunite.
I'd be into it.
Mhm.
Be good.
Me too. Me too.
And I think Cole, it would be good for him to be a leader of his own faction.
I just don't want AEW to run out of money. I'm a little worried about that.
I mean, the guy's a billionaire. I don't really think signing these guys really amounts to as much as you think.
Really?
Like,
Okay.
Adam Cole is a leader, not a follower.
I mean, what they should do is bring in your head.
There you go.
They could pep up their online interviews and everything.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh, we're the originators starting 2005.
Exactly.
Interview a
That's
lot of people
before any of
along with
those
us. Harley Race,
wrestlers.
Bobby the Brain Heenan. Do you agree with Bully Ray's opinion that Hangman Page shouldn't win the belt? Honestly, I'm good either way. I think he'd be a good champion. He's a home-built guy. And I also can see the argument that you want to keep the belt on Kenny Omega as long as possible to make it a big deal if he loses it to Daniel Bryan. But he's also had it a long time, so I think it would be a big deal if he lost it to Hangman. And I think it would be a feel-good moment for the fans. So I honestly would be good either way.
I think Brian, he's so good at what he does. If he, if the script has changed where it is,
Yeah.
The cowboy, he could make that work.
Why not? Yeah, why not? Daniel Bryan and Hangman would be good. Would be good.
That'd
You could
be
do that.
good.
Or you
Yeah.
could have Miro beat Daniel Bryan, and Miro be the first challenger for Hangman.
Yeah.
There's lots of things you
I
could
would
do.
like to see that.
I would too, because I think it would be unexpected. It would be a
Mhm.
really good match.
It is refreshing to see things that you don't expect on the
Yeah,
AEW,
like when we went over the card, I'm not really sure who's going to win a lot of the matches, which makes it fun.
It's like you don't have that like, oh, I know this person's going to win.
Mm-hmm. Who would you like to see more on AEW TV? There's a lot of, I think Pillman Jr. I think they were doing a good job with him, and then he kind of disappeared from TV.
That's a good pick. Pentagon Jr. I'd like to see more of, or Penta El Cerro that they call him now. I just loved him in Lucha Underground, and I just don't think AEW's utilizing him as well as they could. So
Why do people online moan about Tony Khan interacting with fans? Because they're
Dude.
joyless. I mean, honestly, people complain about everything.
I really do think that, people on the internet, if you interact with them, there's going to be just people who are going to try to troll the person.
Oh yeah.
And like, it's weird. It has to be like that, but like,
Oh yeah.
I mean, well, it should be
I've
a
never
good
understood.
thing if a guy who owns a company is willing to talk
Yeah.
to the fans.
I mean,
but
he's
it does get him shit though.
He's a son of a billionaire, so I can't say he's one of us, but he is also a wrestling fan. He used to be on message boards and stuff. So he has a lot of, he loves wrestling. The one thing I really don't understand is people get like, they hate him because he's dorky. And it's like, he owns the company. I don't really care if the guy owns the company. He's like some big jacked up jock guy. Like, why does that matter?
Yeah.
I think it's cool
whatever.
that he likes wrestling, if he is dorky, but I don't really care.
Who cares?
Yeah. I don't know why. It's not like he's the world champ or something.
Not yet. No.
It's Pete Dunne's birthday. What are your favorite memories of Pete Dunne?
Pete Dunne.
He did have a really awesome match on the NXT.
He won tonight.
NXT UK. Oh, he did?
Oh, did he win tonight?
I actually really like him. He's a guy who started out really great in NXT and it just basically just gone nowhere. He's just basically the same level.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of wonder, by the way, I don't think there's been any sign since losing the title with Walter.
Yeah, I know they were rumored that Walter was going to come to the States and be on the main show, which I love Walter. I'd like to. He's one of my favorite guys to watch. I'd like to see more of him.
He was on NXT for a few months, and then
will he make the evaluation in 6 months, or will he be
on it? I've said this, and I'll say it again. I think if they brought him up to the main show, they're going to make him into a wrestling butler.
How old is Walter, by the way?
That's a good question. He
He's
might be
30s.
over age. It'll be like, get rid of. Plus, he's doesn't have a build. I think Vince will like. He's like kind of he's big, but he's not like solid. He's kind of a chubby dude. So, which is fine. It's fine by me. But I don't see McVince really liking that.
He'll be a dancing butler. He'll just come
out. But for me, he's a really kind of wrestler I like. Very physical. I dig it. It's Chris Jericho's birthday today. Yeah, he turned 51. What are your favorite memories of Jericho? Wow, he's a guy I really like.
There's a lot.
Yeah, I love
that
his
one thing that he did.
There's not too many guys that I've consistently liked for that long a time. Like I love his WCW stuff. I love all his different incarnations through WWE, and I've loved his different runs in AEW. So.
Yeah. I like that Mimosa match he had with Orange Cassidy.
I did too. I loved it. Yeah, that was really fun.
So fun.
That's on that. I do think after that he's still really popular, but I don't think they really captured because that was a big win beating Jericho in like the big payoff match, and I don't think they really followed through with Orange Cassidy's momentum. Like I think you could have went a world title match with him, possibly even had a run with him.
I liked his match when he
did have one.
He did later on with Omega, which he was super over, and there was a 3-way, but they never followed up with that either because he was like super over, and the crowd was really had so much heat for Kenny Omega because they really were wanting Orange Cassidy.
I like seeing him come back for the one night stand when he had his match with Lance Storm.
Oh yeah, that was really good too. Yeah. Honestly, there's so many.
Lionheart.
I think in this AEW run, like it really puts him up there for one of the best longevities in wrestling. Not many guys have been around for decades.
Other match I like of him is that Stadium Stampede match.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah, I love that too.
Great.
I know it's split with fans, but I really enjoyed it too.
Which one? The first one or the second one?
Yeah, there was.
I like them both, but the first one I think was probably the best one. Malachi Black has teased members of his House of Black. Who would you put in it? Interesting. Who should be in the House of Black?
I think I think you should like try to steal some of the Dark Order guys who aren't so crazy about being comedy gimmicks. You know,
So 10.
maybe Evil Uno, maybe because like he was good at that like kind of dark stuff. You know,
I
and then-
agree. It's really
Also,
good promo.
Black Pentagon,
Oh,
and
that's
Ray
interesting.
Phoenix.
That would be good. They're in the Death Triangle though, but I get that group's really not doing much. I don't know, like
Yeah.
Pac, and it's kind of a weird pairing with Pac.
Yeah.
You know, the bastard.
You
What if
call
he
him
joined the House?
I'd-
What if he joined the House of Black, but he painted himself green? And he was like a troll from Middle Earth.
Good work.
This is a good idea. It is going to happen one of these days.
One of these days.
I'd bring in Kevin Sullivan.
What if Bray Wyatt was in the House of Black?
I was thinking that, but I think like the person I don't think you'd have like his personality works as being like a follower of somebody else.
No, he's a leader.
Two alpha males.
Malachi Black was at a show.
It's
not
like
far
it would be
from-
like two Jacks instead of the Alpha Jack and the Beta Incher. I'm just kidding.
I would like to see
Just
Malachi
teasing you,
Black.
Incher.
I would like to see Malachi Black versus MJF.
Oh, that would be good.
That'd be good.
There's a lot of matches like we haven't seen in AEW, which is fun, as opposed to the same match every week for years.
Randy Orton's on the main event again.
Any
boy.
memories of the feud between JBL and Eddie Guerrero in 2004? I remember it was very weird to think about because they had like Border Patrol.
Yeah,
this
I
is
don't
before
think
that
that
became
stuff
like
would
a-
fly today. They had some pretty controversial things in that angle.
That was a good feud though, honestly. Big fan of Eddie Guerrero, and JBL was a great heel.
Yeah, because didn't he like go to like the border and something? And he was like chasing people down.
It was really
and
weird
stuff.
because
It
at
was
that
bad.
before he became the JBL character, like he was a guy like I didn't care about seeing at all. And then like when he became JBL, it was really out of the blue. And at first it was kind of jarring because it was so different from the acolytes guy. And then all of a sudden he's this rich dude, and you're like, what is this? But he really that was a guy who took an opportunity and really ran with it, I think.
They really could do a Dark Side of the Ring JBL edition. I mean, there's just so much stuff.
Yeah, that'll be the new video that Jonathan Jackson puts up.
He's goose stepping in Germany.
And Tommy Dreamer's like, yeah, man, he's just playing around, you know.
Canceled again.
Someone's talking about tying a guy up and shoving a broomstick up the guy's ass. And then
Yeah.
it cuts to Tommy Dreamer just saying, what the hell would he be offended by this?
That's just a rib.
But I'm sure he's a good man. What are your thoughts?
Like, he
on
does come across as a good guy when he's actually talking, but you hear about the things that he's done, and it's like, oh my god.
I wouldn't say it was too big when I saw him this past Sunday when I met him.
Did he give you the
leave?
clothesline from hell?
No. You were talking about him earlier, by the way. Like, Honky Tonk Man's not had any good people with the fans. Last time I even saw him, he didn't have any respect most of the fans. I don't think anyone even came up to him that much that night.
Really? I'm a big honky tonk, but he has his hair grains, so he doesn't really look like the honky tonk man anymore, does he?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll never forget at one of the fan fests, this guy was like getting a photo with Honky Tonk, and he went and he strummed Honky Tonk's guitar, and Honky just gave him this look like, you motherfucker.
That'll be $50.
How dare you strum my guitar?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on the Saw franchise?
That's pretty innovative, I guess. It's pretty good for
It got boring.
a new.
I'm
I mean, yeah,
with
they
Jared,
probably
man.
got boring, but I mean, as an idea to begin with, it made for a decent.
I think
series.
once you killed Jigsaw, And you did one more that's kind of interesting, but after that, it really like you can't do like 4 or 5 more movies after the Killers did,
Yeah.
and everyone else is those are just his followers.
But just my opinions of its inception.
No, I mean a lot of people
and
love him. I've
on.
never been a huge fan, but I know a lot of people love him.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm not a big fan of a lot of the franchise movies of that era. I think it's partially due to me growing up in a different.
Kind of
era.
boring, but I like kind of like the first 2 or 3 movies that were good, but then
I remember
The rest
I
are
would
like
go see them
fillers.
every time they come out, and like you'd have to like remember everything that happened
Mhm.
and all the other ones because there's so many callbacks to different ones.
Yeah.
It was like you had to
Well-
go to like a Saw college to understand what was happening.
Well, any horror movie that goes on for that long, they're always going to be kind of like a drop in
Not to this
quality.
level because it would be like some person in part 3, like you had to know was like because then they're back in part 6 and
Well, I was just talking about quality wise.
Oh,
I mean, like any of the Nightmare on Elm Streets, the quality drops off, or
So
Halloween.
are you saying like Jason X isn't like the greatest film?
Well,
Jason
that's
X
the
is shit.
exception. I mean,
That is
that's like
the-
Jason in space is
that-
probably the best thing that's ever happened.
No.
Yeah, it's like
That- that was-
Spaceballs too.
that one that they
Exactly. Like
were,
if they had a Spaceballs 2, how genius that would be.
the one that Jason was in a cruise or something.
Jason
was-
Takes Manhattan. Yeah.
Jason
I
Takes Manhattan.
don't know the name of it. I
It-
know it was shit.
It's a
You-
great poster and a great ad. But then you watch a movie, it's like, oh wow, it's gonna be cool. He's running. And the last 10
What the
minutes
fuck
are
is
kind
this
of fun
shit?
until he turns into a baby or a kid, and that doesn't make any sense.
Uh-huh.
But when he's actually in New York running around, it's kind of fun. But it's like an hour and 20 minutes of him on a boat.
Pretty much,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's like, what the fuck? Boring.
Like they knew what people wanted to see, and it's like they
The
could've
ones
done.
that never
You wanted to see him
disappoint
run
me.
around Manhattan killing people, and you saw like 5 minutes of it. And it was fun, but he punches VC Dupree's head off, who is in my motion picture that I produced.
Oh, excellent.
VC
The
Dupree.
Hellraiser movies are pretty good.
Yeah,
I don't know. Hellraiser 3, he's like killing people with
yeah, I'm not a
CDs
fan of
and stuff.
Hellraiser 3.
He's got like CDs going around killing people.
4 is better than I remember. As a
like
kid, I didn't like 4, but I think it's pretty good now. But 3, I think, is one of the worst ones. But
I
I like Judgment, which the latest one I thought was good.
I like the one that Hell World, I think is it called, that everybody hates.
Is
I
that
like
the
it.
one
Part
with
two.
what Pumpkinhead in? I didn't like that one either.
Is the one that they're like in a mansion and
Yeah, that's with Lance Henriksen. I was not a fan of that one.
I always do 1 to 3, and then that was it. I think it just ended after 3.
I love him. I'm sorry.
No, I mean
He's my favorite.
Also, Todd Farmer, the author of the writer of the screenplay, this fabulous film we're talking about, Jason X, is also in the movie.
Excellent.
So we're
Jason
putting him
X.
over pretty big here tonight. Conan has said Bryan Danielson has been booked poorly. Do you agree? No.
No.
I don't think they've really even started yet. I mean,
I think
he's only
they've
been there a
pretty
few
strong.
weeks.
Yeah, he's been booked really strong, I think. And
Yeah.
he's in the final of the tournament. What else is he supposed to have been?
You gotta let somebody. I mean, you can't just give him the belt the first night. If he's going to get the belt, who knows? You
What-
gotta have storyline here.
Yeah,
all
you
the
can't just
gold
bring
on
these
him.
all guys in and they just win the belts on the first night. Then where
I
do they
think-
go from there?
I think Conan's just a little mad because he was talking like that Tony Khan told him that he gave him the Lucha Brothers versus the Young Bucks or whatever. I think Conan's a little piffed about that, which I think it's pretty much a given. Like you put those guys together, of course you're going to have a good match. But I don't know. I think Conan's just a little mad at Tony about that.
Ooh, where are we? What
Batteries.
PlayStation 5 game is Intra playing at the moment?
None.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you. I'm playing my Atari VCS more than I'm playing my PlayStation 5. I got freaking Black Widow recharged on it, and I like playing that because it's like I don't have to be like drawn into like this game and devote like 4 hours of my day to play it. I just get on, I try to get a high score, and I'm done. So Black Widow recharge. If anybody played Black Widow back in the day.
Any new burger times out there?
There might be a new burger time before long. But yeah, they have Centipede recharged. Where
Really?
Centipede.
I was gonna do a human centipede tie-in video game cover.
Oh, were you? They have brought back Centipede. So
yeah, what do you think? It's a good idea.
Maybe
He's doing a new movie.
Just don't get sued.
Yeah, the
Soldier Boy might come to your house.
What's it called? I forget the name of it. But I met him. I met
You met Soldier Boy?
Tom Six.
Oh, Tom Six. Oh.
I was gonna be in Human Centipede 3.
I know, I remember you talking about it.
But
And what happened?
Well, I was gonna be one of the peds in the prison scene.
Ah.
But what happened was I actually was gonna be in it. But and then everyone afterwards told me I should have just lied. They asked me if I was are you sticking that up your butt?
Oh, this is the new joystick.
Oh. They asked me if I lived in LA, and I said no. And then they're like, oh, basically you had to be an LA citizen. Afterwards, everyone I know told me you should just lie and say, yeah, then went out there and it would have been fine.
Yeah, you should have lied. Fuck it.
I don't know. I can't. I'm the most honest man in all podcasting. Dishonesty has never passed these lips.
I cannot tell a lie.
Nothing but the truth. Intro, you need to know more than 5 football players. Shocking.
Like football as in like
soccer.
UK soccer?
Yeah. Football y más. Sábado gigante. O football y más.
I can only think of 3. Or I think I can think of only 2, so I think I forgot one of them.
Gordon Ramsay.
Ronaldo.
Oh, that's it. Gordon
Maradona.
Aldo
Montoya. I don't know.
Beckham.
Beckham.
Gordon Ramsay.
Pele. Gordon Ramsay.
It's a very topical.
Pele dad and Pele's son both are football players, soccer players.
What's the best restaurant you ever been to, and what did you eat?
Well, it's as easy. This is easy. McDonald's and chicken nuggets
with ketchup.
Yum.
And say my favorite restaurant because nobody will understand. So,
what are you saying? We're a bunch of dummies.
We're a bunch of gringos. Is that
it's called Arrecife.
Oh yeah, I've been there all the time.
No, you haven't been.
You got the quesadillas.
No.
Did you get
they missed the chicken off the menu.
They have arroz manposteado con
yeah, that's what I meant.
That.
That's what I used to get too.
That is a shit.
Let's see.
What's your favorite? Jackie Jones.
I mean, I'll just and Tomatoes is really good place, Italian restaurant here. The best of Villa Saltimbocca.
Jonathan Jackson, do you have a favorite restaurant?
Oh.
No.
No. I tried a bunch of different restaurants around here, but honestly, it's just food. It's like
he's like Lance Storm. He just
like if you said
it's just fuel.
If somebody was going to take you out and said, "Where would you like to eat?" You would just say it's all just food. Is that what?
Well, yeah, okay. Well, the area that I stay in, the food sucks. I'm originally from Chicago, so
Chicago has a lot of good food.
Yeah, I'd say a bunch of different places, but here, nothing. It's just it sucks.
I remember getting the egg sauce at this place in Chicago.
But where's your favorite place to go in the Chicago?
Oh, it's a couple of different places, but if I were to name just one, I'd say a current restaurant that I've been to called Jerk 48. It's great.
Jerk 48.
It's a Jamaican food, jerk chicken, things of that sort.
Oh, okay.
That
Do
sounds good.
they got the cock soup there?
Oh, yeah, the big cock soup. Yeah.
Oh, they got
You know,
the big
Jamaicans, they got the BBC, the big let's
Vic,
see.
we gotta get Vic's what's his favorite restaurant?
The Olive
Okay.
Garden.
Well, I mean, I like to go to Olive
I like the
Garden.
Olive Garden too, actually.
But well, it doesn't exist anymore. But my favorite restaurant was a Japanese steakhouse called Mikado in Huntsville.
Yeah.
It's where my wife and I had our first date.
Oh, well, that's very sweet.
Ah,
We went there countless times.
That is so cute.
Eventually, it closed. He sold it, and they ended up tearing it down and putting a Dollar General there. So it's
Oh,
Man.
kind of sad.
Yeah, they're one of my favorite. Well, probably was my favorite seafood place, Shaw's. And like when relatives would come visit, we'd always go there. And they had an old tugboat, a real tugboat, and they had it in the parking lot, and you could go and see it and stuff. And it was there for years. And they sold the building, and then they put up a CVS, and it was always just like, you know, tear down this historic place, and then you put up a CVS.
Songman's got to have a favorite restaurant.
I've been to tons, but maybe my one day I always stick out with Greg's. Like they have the
Greg's?
best cakes and sandwiches, and I don't think I can have any better alcohol with martinis that they have.
Excellent.
All right.
I like cake.
Okay.
But can you have it and eat it too?
That's the thing. It's like you can have it, but you can't eat it. But if you
Yeah.
don't have it, how are you going to eat it? I don't get it.
Do they have a girl with a long dress and a short jacket? So? Let's see. Were you a fan of the Monster Abyss? Yeah, I like the Abyss.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
That's
liked
cool.
him. Yeah. He did some good stuff.
I saw a thing. They said Vince loves Abyss, I guess, as a producer.
I love you, pal, as a producer.
Any memories of the feud between The Undertaker and the FBI? Did you get was he like in legal trouble? Oh, Nunzio, Palumbo, and Stamboli. No, Nikhil, I have no memory of this. I'm sure it was very one-sided. I don't think Nunzio got much offense on The Undertaker. I'm guessing.
Nikhil's like the guy who loves to jump in the pool and just start farting.
What?
Like he just wants people to look at him with this look like, what the fuck's the matter with you?
I, in my opinion,
Like, how
I
can you ask somebody that question?
I will
What is
disagree.
your favorite opinion of the Undertaker FBI feud? Like, who even remembers that?
I'm going to disagree
You
with you.
guys.
Yes, I believe Nikhil
He
genuinely loves this feud, and this is something that he's been thinking
Yeah,
about.
I cannot believe that. I cannot accept that. There is no way he expects us to, after all this time, that we go, oh, the Undertaker versus the FBI. I remember that.
You know where
It was
Nikhil
a
is.
hell of a feud. There is no way he can believe that at this point.
I believe it.
You got to think about this. Where Nikhil is, they're probably decades behind where WWE is now.
Yeah,
Kind of
but
like
this
Saudi
is what-
Arabia.
Yeah, this is
So
what the
he's
prince is
watching
letting
the
him
current-
watch.
This is his current stuff.
Yeah. He's just seeing it. He's like,
We're
"Hey, what do you
gonna
guys
s-
think?"
Are we going to see Palumbo's come back at the next crown jewel?
Yep.
Oh,
The
goodness.
Prince is going to be demanding Chuck and Billy and Chuck.
No, that they have to throw him off a roof or something. But I'm sure he's a good man.
They probably
Um,
have their own guillotine named after Billy and Chuck. They were like, this one's for Billy, this one's for Chuck.
A guillotine meat made for two.
Yeah, they probably would do that.
Any memories of the feud on Raw between Shelton Benjamin and Triple H in 2004? I do remember this because I remember
Yeah.
Shelton really shining and thinking he was going to become a big star, and then he got
Mhm.
totally buried.
I do remember that a little bit. So okay.
Still buried.
Yeah,
he still got buried.
guy that's a criminally underused guy.
Mhm.
Even
He
later,
came out, he came
even
out
later
tonight
on
for
now,
the
he's-
24/7 title thing.
because I'd say even later on, which, I think a lot of people probably thought, he didn't have a shot really anymore. And then he got over in the Hurt business, and then they took him and the other guy out of it. I don't know. Someone there just doesn't like the guy. I don't know.
Yeah.
They
In
still
his
name
prime,
the
though,
Hurt
he
Business.
was great. He was one of the best, I think, in ring of his era.
Patrick Howell here in the chat room. He says, going back to the Abyss stuff, he says, I would love to see the Monster Abyss perform at WrestleMania. He has performed at Bound for Glory. Maybe he should try WrestleMania.
I think the time has passed, but I mean, I'm not against it either, but I don't think it will.
WrestleMania, Jack. Fighting to
He's
survive.
too old.
Yeah, supposedly, and other people have said this is true, and I don't know why he would make it up, because I don't think it particularly makes him look good. They tried to bring him in to wrestle Undertaker at WrestleMania during the streak, and he decided to stay in Impact. I was just like, man, that was not a wise move. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I guess it's nice to be loyal, but
he would have just lost, and then they would have let him go. I mean, I don't think it would have.
You would have had that match. You would have been like, I was at WrestleMania and part of the streak.
Well,
he would have been with the greats like Nathan Jones and A-Train.
The Colossus of Bagaro, or how did they say it? Colossus of.
I think he would have just ended up being misused like Sting was.
Well, yeah, but I mean, what's his legacy now? He had some cool stuff in Impact. I don't know.
And now he's producing for events.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what the correct answer is, honestly, but has Jack bought any more AEW figures since last asked? Yeah, actually. I just got some the other day. I forget who. Oh, I got the Spanish God.
Sammy
Guevara.
My
And
boyfriend.
Proud and Powerful.
Geraldine just said that was her boyfriend.
I know.
Sammy Guevara, yeah.
Oh shit, Patrick Howell, don't listen.
Anytime.
Uh-oh.
He's married now, I believe.
Who cares?
Did you I've been looking for
He's engaged, not married.
any old school wrestling toy fans, the original wrestling guys, the LJN, WWF guys, they were like big rubber guys that had no movement and no points of articulation, just big solid rubber guys.
Paint would rub off if you.
Yeah, a really terrible toy, honestly, but I have fond memories, like many people my age, because they were the first wrestling toys. Well, anyway, they have a limited edition. They're putting out some for AEW. And one, I think the only one out right now is the Cody one, which I've been trying to find, but I can't find them anywhere. So if anyone can find them,
that'd be sweet. Yeah. You gone to any websites or anything?
Yeah. I mean, you could get on eBay, but it's very expensive. They sell them at GameStop actually, but I have not seen it on the shelves anymore.
No.
But GameStop, I have got a few of the guys.
GameStop.
Did you celebrate Diwali, the Hindu festival of light?
No.
And what are your favorite memories of Diwali? I can't laugh at this. I'm gonna get the video.
Favorite
from
memories?
Jack.
What the hell?
I don't want to get the Ric Flair video, so I'll just say I love it.
A couple of guys at work, that was a big thing for them.
Really? Well, I'm sure it's great, but I'm as white as you can get. Do you think I'm celebrating Diwali or even know what?
I'm not even white, so.
What?
I have fond memories of Diwali whenever we would.
I did have Indian food Friday in Boston. I ate at Vanga's, the crazy Indian joint.
I remember waking up on Diwali Day and my dad just saying, "It's Diwali Day. Aren't you happy that it's here?" And I said, "Yeah, this is the day that we get the gifts from out from underneath the tree, right?" And
oh my god,
that's good stuff.
Look at this though. I had to eat here.
No! I'm not canceled again, Emma.
How can I not eat at this restaurant? Look at their logo. It was Vanga, the crazy Indian joint, and this is the guy who owns it, and he made himself a cartoon, and it's all over the building.
He's trying to be Back to the Future too.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
So I had to eat there Friday. I got some lamb.
Cute.
Yeah.
Bootlegging Back to the Future too.
So I think that's the same as celebrating Diwali.
Did you see
Sure.
Shanky or Veer?
There was another group of Indian fellows there, but I don't know if Shanky was there or not. It was very hot. I have to say, very spicy.
What do you do on Diwali Day? Like, what do you do?
You rub cows and
No, you don't.
turn on the lights.
You're a liar.
Oh
Where
my
are you,
God.
Jonathan Jackson? He's lying about Diwali Day. Where are you?
You rub cows.
He said you
Yeah.
rub
They're
cows.
sacred, aren't they? And to the Diwalians.
Give it to
My
him,
God.
Jonathan.
Now
Do
you're
it, Jonathan. I know
You're
it's. I
canceled
know
for
you're
sure.
fighting it, but you
All
have
right.
to. Oh, not that
Wild
one.
and young Diwali Day.
Yeah, he knows about the Diwali. Yeah.
I know
There's no
about all the
justice.
Diwali for the big Diwali festival. You get up, like rub the cows, and you turn on the lights, and you go, hey, and you start dancing.
Why's Mike Wickham telling me to kill some chickens in the chat? He says, kill some chickens in here.
Maybe that's how you celebrate Diwali Day in his area. I don't know.
You
Maybe
kill
maybe
lamb.
thinks you're roadkill from ECW.
Yeah. Patrick Howell, he says, I'm listening right now. Thank you, Patrick. Hang in there, buddy. We're getting through these to kill questions. We'll get there.
Yeah,
One
we're
way or
almost done.
another.
Then we have like 30 other questions to get to.
Oh my God.
Patrick wants to know if Geraldine, are you getting embarrassed by all of this foolishness by Neil? He said I need to grow up.
No, it's
Talk
not
all the
embarrassing.
time. She's used to my nonsense. Have you
I'm
ever
used to
had
it.
a Mexican casserole?
Yeah.
All right.
What is in a Mexican casserole? Is it just like, what do you put
It's
in
the
it?
leftover cows from Diwali.
No. It has different names. You can have pozole, menudo.
Exactly.
I like menudo.
Yeah, that's how I like mine too. What are your plans for Thanksgiving? We're still on the kill questions.
I'm gonna work.
Aw.
Ah,
I have to work, but it ain't till later on that night, like 8 o'clock. So it'll all probably be over with by then. But plan on eating a lot. A lot.
What are you gonna eat?
Turkey, ham, deviled eggs, stuffing, gravy, mashed taters,
Cranberry sauce,
cranberry sauce,
Pumpkin pie.
pumpkin
rolls,
pie.
apple pie, pumpkin pie,
a gobbling gooka.
a gobbledygooker.
That green
Um,
stuff they serve in the States, that green casserole, green bean casserole.
Green bean casserole? I've actually never had that.
Hey,
Eh,
I make a
Yeah,
great
never
green casserole.
Oh,
Whipped
we gotta
cream.
invite Vic up so he can make us some green bean casserole.
Eggnog.
Stuffing. It's the start of wassail season.
I'm gonna make Cornish hens.
We do the oyster stuffing. Cornish
Really?
hens.
I didn't think your mom liked seafood.
She won't eat it, but
All right.
normally my dad does the cooking anymore. So
I see.
oyster dressing. It's good.
Yeah, I'm gonna make Cornish hens for me and my mommy.
Excellent.
You're gonna stuff the hens.
And probably will make the stuffing separate.
Oh my, get together.
Those
Just
add to the
shove it
flavor.
right in there. Just. I'm heading to Chicago. Be back with family.
Oh, that's nice.
Eat a lot of food.
I had Thanksgiving in Chicago a couple of years ago. It was a nice time.
Mhm.
I think I'd gain all my weight back if I lived in Chicago. They have really good food there. Who has the smallest cock in the Headyverse? This is Nikhil's last question.
Why does he want to know that?
I don't have one.
What?
Geraldine, apparently. I don't
So
know.
I don't have one. Yeah. Me.
It's not the size anyway. It's how you use it.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure there's someone in the Headyverse whose cock is smaller than Geraldine, so we won't say her.
How big is cock?
Exactly.
Speaking of small cocks, Dobbs wants to know. No, he is answering the question. He says his name rhymes with Rexar.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, he's not here to refute it, so
So it has to be true. Maybe that'll be the next round table. We'll find out.
That's bad. Don't talk about Lexar like that.
What?
Come on.
I said
Come on.
He's a good man. He's a good man.
No, that makes it all right, doesn't it?
Now you're catching on. Tyler Stevens, can you do a new in your head theme competition like American Idol? I don't know. The Duckman theme's pretty sweet, even though we probably haven't played it in 2 years. But it's a great theme song.
Mhm.
And also play the theme tonight as an outro for the show. We'll see. Maybe I could do that. Urias Tosh, Jack, have you ever tried out the British Beer Company? Yes. It's like a half mile from my house. It's the BBC, but it's not that kind of BBC intro. So don't get too excited. It's the British Beer Company.
BBC from Rax looks pretty good. They have a BBC.
Drax the Destroyer as the BBC, but
Rax,
he's like
Rax.
Asian.
No, Rax,
Oh.
the food chain. They have the
Why do they have big cocks?
beef, bacon, cheddar.
Oh, I see. Nice.
BBC.
Man. Did you order it and just giggle?
It's like I want the BBC.
That would be me every time. And I'd be like, I'm ordering it for him though. But yeah, I've been to the BBC. It's right down the street from me. I've been there for a while.
Mhm.
I don't drink anymore, so that's they used to do this annual event. It was the I forget what they called it, the game meat night, and it would be like venison, but like a lot of game wild caught meat. It was a really fun event, but then they stopped doing it. I'm not sure what.
All right, Jack, you need to clean up your act here. I don't know if you've seen the chat room, but Patrick Howe said, enough with this inappropriate talk.
Man, this Patrick Howe does not like this.
He says, cut it out, mister.
What do you think? Should I clean up my act? Should I start acting very proper here? We got a lady present.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't know.
geez, intro. I don't know why you gotta be so dirty. 1-inch
So dirty.
biceps. What? I'll be good for the rest of the night. I don't want to get Patrick Howe and Geraldine upset here.
Me?
What are your favorite memories of Camden Park?
Camden Park.
Is this, I don't know. I didn't know if this was like a real question or what.
It is a real question because Camden Park's right down the. I drove
He's
you by.
spying on us. Is this how he knows all these places right by our houses?
I've mentioned it before in the show, but I've drove by it and I said, "Look, Jack, there's Camden Park," and you said, "No." I was like, "Oh." So, anyways, They have
Probably never happened.
a haunted house.
Probably just
Yes,
something
I
you
did.
thought.
It was on the way to the airport when I was taking. I think I was on taking you back or coming from. I can't remember which. But they have a haunted house. It's pretty cool. I remember when I was real young, they had a bank picnics there, and Cannon Park would actually make the chicken, and it was really good. It was really good fried chicken they would make. And then riding the Big Dipper.
Is that like riding the A train?
No, jeez, come on, Jack. I'm talking about childhood memories here. Jeez. Besides, Patrick Howell told you to.
I was asking a question. How you can't learn if you don't ask questions.
Yeah, you never learn. I was riding the Hurricane, not Helms.
Jane Helms?
No, not Helms. I knew that one was coming. It's called it was like it'll lift you up and you're in this thing and there's like these people riding behind me, these two girls. And I thought it was a good moment to like spit, and I thought my spit would just
What?
go straight
You
down.
spit on girls while you're riding Shane Helms?
Well, listen,
What the hell's going on? This is some kinky ass stuff.
Let me tell my story, you jack off. So I thought my spit would go down, but it didn't. It went back and hit him in the face, and I was like, "Oh, I'm sorry." Bad time.
Did
you
you
call
get
her a
kind of
bitch?
sexually excited at the time?
No, I kind of felt bad about that. They also had like this one thing. It's this game with the frogs, the like
Frogger?
fake frogs. No, it was fake frogs that sat on top of
like real
a
frog.
launching thing, and they would jump on a lily pad, like into the water. Like you had to hit it with a hammer and it jump up and fall. It's a fake frog. It's not a real frog.
You're not killing frogs. That's what you say with
No.
a hammer. We had this game as when as a child, we'd kill frogs with a hammer.
I remember doing that, like hitting it and the frog jump up and land on the lily pad, and I did it. And I was so happy.
Hot damn.
I can't remember what I
See?
won.
You should be proud of yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You want a live frog?
No Kermit. Kermit the Frog here. Kermit.
Tyler Stevens wants to know, would Incher walk the tracks to catch Jack in a lie?
Okay.
That wouldn't happen because I've never told an untruth. So you just be walking the track. It would be like limbo. You'd just be walking the tracks aimlessly.
That is a very tempting offer to actually get on the tracks for once. Like if it's like definite.
Why are you so obsessed with trying to catch me in a lie?
Because you lie.
You should have a more positive goal.
Well, I want the world to know you're not the most.
So you're like, your goal isn't just like, hey, I want people to think I'm a good man. You're like, my goal in life is to expose Jack as a piece of shit. And then you say I'm like the guy that's against you.
I didn't say a POS. I said just to expose that you have lied.
This guy's
you're
trying
always
to expose
touting
me.
it out. You're like, I'm the most honest man.
Being part of being honest is you have to put honesty out there, and the honest thing is that I'm just the most honest man.
Let me get on my honest soapbox here and tell the whole world.
I'm sorry that honesty and positive life choices offend you so much.
Biggest lie you ever told.
You're like the Antichrist of honesty or something.
Big blue cage looks like a toy.
Well, it does. I mean, it does look like really pathetic.
And it's where real men do battle.
You're in more BBC. There's like a BBC theme here with you tonight, Incher.
I didn't even say anything about it.
Big blue cage.
Oh, well, that BBC.
See?
I love the big blue cage.
I know. What wrestling themed porn would you like to see or star in?
It'd be funny if they reenacted the whole page like porn, like
That's
porn actors in it. Like just like somebody pretended to be Xavier Woods and then somebody pretended to be Maddox with the camera. That would be kind of funny, wouldn't you think?
I want to see a Dungeon of Doom porn.
A Dungeon of Doom porn?
Yeah. Yeah, you got Kamala and the shark, and then you got an old man yelling for Kevin Sullivan. Yeah, that'd be good.
I think Jurassic Express would be good
Fog,
for porn.
fog machine.
Like
Jurassic Express.
Jurassic
Jurassic-
Express.
yeah, like like a fake one.
You want to
like
see that little dude like blowing the dinosaur?
No, like couldn't you see a girl be like, "Let me see that dinosaur cock" or something like that? You know, wouldn't that
We're
be
getting
funny?
into
And he's
We're
standing
getting
there in
into the
his big
depths of
dinosaur-
Mitch's fantasies here.
No, he's standing there in that big dinosaur mask. I mean, wouldn't that be funny?
I saw dinosaur porn once. Well, it was pterodactyl porn.
Pterodactyl porn.
Mm-hmm.
Billionaire dinosaur.
No, it was at a convention. It was me and some. I shouldn't name their names. It was me and some people sitting in a hotel
now
lobby
he's
and we
embarrassed
watched.
to say names.
I'll say their names. I don't care. But we were sitting in a hotel lobby watching this pterodactyl porn,
Oh my, terrible.
and it was a bunch of guys dressed as pterodactyls having their way with this young damsel.
Who thought of that?
I don't know.
Jurassic Express.
Mhm.
Jonathan Jackson, is wrestling fake?
It's not fake. It's predetermined.
Boom.
Good answer.
Patrick House says Kamala and the shark are deceased.
What?
I mean, that just adds to this whole movie idea as far as I'm concerned.
Mhm, mhm.
I mean, it wouldn't literally be them. It would be people dressed. Who wouldn't want to see like a someone dressed as Kamala
Or the
and
Zodiac.
someone that looks like the shark? I mean, come on, this is some hot stuff.
Mhm, mhm.
Where the hell were we? Who was more exciting to watch, Sanjay Dutt or the Amazing Red? Amazing Red. For one reason alone. There's other reasons, but for the main reason is never in the history of Sanjay Dutt did Don West get up and stand on the table and start cheering him on. But he did that for Amazing Red. So that makes Amazing Red number one in my book. Don West, Jim Minton. And, good health to Mr. West out there. Jonathan Jackson! Should they do a Bound for Glory hole angle on Impact? Do it
Oh
up.
my goodness.
Do it up. Do it up. What if they had a match so they're wrestling around and like in a like a walled area, and then there's all these holes, and one hole is the belt, and one hole is a ding dong, and then another hole is like
A pink slip.
a Singapore cane. And so you don't know what you're gonna get. You go over and you reach into the hole, and oh shit, I guess I gotta blow, this dude. Or you
You
just
gotta
pull out the
what?
cane and start beating a guy. That'd be a
You
good.
gotta
match.
blow?
Yeah. Or
That's
what if
like-
there's just weapons and we can eliminate the wieners? What if there's just different weapons hidden in the in these holes, and they just have to reach in and pull out a
Maybe
weapon?
just a corn dog,
It just pops out.
Mhm.
I did used to think that would be like if I opened a hot dog restaurant and it was all served glory hole style.
Yeah.
So
That would
the
be the
dog just
perfect
pops
food.
out. Yeah, and whatever you get, you got to eat. You just put your money in, whatever pops out. That's what
You're
stuck
wrong,
with.
man.
I could see that
Patrick
being like
Howell's
a.
not gonna appreciate
I
this.
could see that being a niche, like a restaurant for
Yeah.
people.
The point is, why does glory hole have to just be anonymous blowjobs? Why can't it be hot dogs?
Could be.
All right,
What would you call it?
glory dogs.
Glory dogs.
Glory dogs.
This is a true story. I pitched the idea back when I was at the festivals. I wanted to do glory hole interviews. So we'd be in a stall, in the bathroom stall, and we'd have a hole here, and we'd stick the microphone in through the hole, and it would be like banging against their face. It would be the person would know, so it would be like a comedy skit, and so that it would just be like different ones would come in while we're trying to interview, and it'd be like hitting their face, and they'd have to try to answer the questions.
Huh?
I think it's a money idea. Jackson's with me, aren't you, Jonathan Jackson?
Yeah,
There.
especially if the occasional wiener got through.
Yeah, exactly. That's the
Oh,
payoff.
goodness.
Do glory holes belong in wrestling? Was the follow-up. I think so. I have a lot of glory hole themed ideas, as you found out.
Yeah.
Right now.
We're only on like 150 right now.
Jonathan Jackson, when was the last time anyone here has pushed and pulled it? Push it!
Jackson.
Jonathan Jackson, who should AEW release when they start showing record quarterly profits? Can you imagine, like, get into the mindset? You're this billion-dollar company. You think it's cool to go out there and tout about we made record profits, $250 million this quarter, $250 million profit in these 3 months, and then the very next day fire like a dozen people, and you say it's for budgetary reasons.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Couldn't you be like couldn't you just think like, oh, this is probably bad timing to do this like in the same week?
If you had a brain, you would think that. But
If you had a brain or a heart.
yeah, really.
Good Lord. I don't know. It's really weird. It's almost like they want to rub salt in the wound.
Vince should have like a YouTube channel where he just gets on and counts his money. He just has like stacks and stacks of money in front of him.
Patrick Howard, Neil Jones, enough.
He's had enough.
There is a limit.
There is.
And Mike Wickham says he will not listen. I'm sorry.
Truer words could not be spoken.
I'll clean it up for the rest of the show. Jonathan Jackson asks, have you ever gotten chills from Undertaker's dong? You know that when the music hits dong, not the dong intro, not the ding dong, not the wiener, not the penis.
Oh my God.
Not Undertaker's schlong is that's not what he's asking, sure.
If only
He's talking about the music. When the sound comes out, giving you the clue that Undertaker's about to come out.
If only Patrick Howell could be in the same room with you right now.
I'm trying to explain so Hal doesn't get the wrong idea about, where you're going with this intro.
I'm not going anywhere.
You're not going anywhere with Undertaker's dong?
No.
The music.
I'm going to pretend like you didn't even ask the question. And just go, yeah.
Huh?
Uh-huh.
I always got the chills when Undertaker's dong was,
Dong.
it would just kind of vibrate through your body. Undertaker's dong, you know what I'm saying? Undertaker's dong would boom out, and you just like send chills up your spine.
Are you Michelle McCool right now?
Oh my God, I was just gonna say that.
Vince Blumen wants to know. Now, again, I apologize, Mr. Howlett here. This is Vince Blumen. It's not my words. Fuck, marry, kill. I'm sorry that these words have escaped my lips. Brandy Rhodes, Jade Cargill, and Red Velvet.
Huh?
So you have to pick
Okay.
one that you're going to have sexual relations with.
None.
One
I'm
that
not
you would-
lesbian.
Well, there you go. One that you will marry, and one that you'll kill.
I'll kill Rand.
Brandy.
What is her Brandy?
Okay, I think I'm
Kill
with that.
Brandy.
That's a good one.
Mm-hmm.
I married J Cargo.
That Red Velvet's pretty hot.
Red Velvet is a side piece.
Same order. I do the exact same thing.
I think we're in agreement.
F Brandy. I'd kill Red Velvet. And I'd marry Jade Cargill. Because she could probably open the jars for me when I can't do it.
That's true. So we're all in agreement here.
Baby, please.
That's what I need Geraldine for. She's bigger than me.
And she'd be so
I'd be
disgusted by
taller.
it. She would be so disgusted.
Just slap
by it.
me
She would
around,
divorce me. She was, and then I want to be married.
Yeah, I'm way taller than you. Wow,
The
yeah.
hell are you talking about? That's only because I wear pit shoes. I'm really 6'4", but I have
Oh,
such
you're
a big
6'4".
I have a big personality, so I'm gonna overbearing to people. So I don't want to also overpower them. Just be like, so I wear pit shoes that take a foot off my height.
You said that you're 5'4".
Yeah, with the pit shoes. Well, no, 5'5", 5'4 3/4. But so with the pit shoes, but if I take those off, then I'm 6'4".
So I am like, what, 5 inches taller than you? Shit. Good to smack you around like that.
Jeez,
Good height.
does that turn you on or something? Smacking this dude around? Huh.
Oh man.
If Incher was a taxi driver and saw a white man and black man both flagging him down, who would he pick up?
None.
He'd just keep driving.
That's an old question.
Yeah, we're not going to answer that.
That's not wrestling related.
I would try to pick them both.
Excluding Incher's medical bills, have you ever maxed out your credit card? Oh, weird question.
No, I never had one.
Yeah, I kind of did max out my credit card when I had like an extra internet connection because I didn't want to go my internet to drop out for the show, and I kind of just
really. So
I was very, very bad about and I also bought some other stuff that I can't remember. But I was bad about keeping up with my bills, and I did something stupid.
Oh man. So. This has nothing to do with this question, but I was watching what's this show in Vegas where they got the Pawn Stars. I was watching a little bit of Pawn Stars, and this guy came in with a set of Pogs, and he said he saw them sold for $1 million, and he wanted $750,000 for these Pogs, and they were worth like $100. They were worth more than I thought they would have. I thought they'd be worthless, but I was like, come on, dude, you got to know these Pogs aren't worth $1 million.
Did he flip out?
It was Jurassic Park Pogs. What are you doing?
Getting his Pog collection.
Here's some Pogs. These are Clive Barker Pogs.
Oh, that's pretty cool. They're worth $1 million. Boy, they're pretty cool. Though, numbered out of 300.
I will steal that. I will totally steal that.
And I paid $20.
Whoa, that's a pretty good deal, I bet. Send them to Geraldine. She wants them.
Pogs.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, Clive.
He always pretends he hates horror movies because he's not on Without Your Head anymore, but then his whole room's like filled with horror stuff.
Yep, I see that. I like the gizmo in the back.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gizmo is pretty cool.
Yeah, he pretends he doesn't know what it is, but
I know what Gizmo is.
Gizmo cactus.
That's cute.
Let's see. How good is Antlers on a scale from 1 to 10? Please, no spoilers. Well, you can watch the dinner and a movie episode. It's up right now on YouTube on Without Your Head.
Oh, I was just gonna ask you, how was it?
You can watch the review on dinner and a movie.
You can just tell me right now.
Yeah,
I was putting Doc. I saw it today. It didn't have much. It was really confusing and weird and everything. It didn't have much of the story about what the creature was for the boy and everything. I wouldn't say it's on the
I'll say this. I vehemently disagree with Songman.
From the Guillermo del Toro movies, how would you rank it?
I loved it. I thought it was fantastic. I thought it was probably my favorite movie.
Oh, really?
But there's a lot to think about in the movie.
I love a lot of his movies. Like he,
My mom loved it too, which was
I
she
like
went to
his
see it with her
mind.
friend.
Yeah. Well, I always like Carrion Vessel. Let's just put it like that. It was still a buy. It was good. So just very weird and confusing.
It is very weird.
Yeah.
There's a lot more to it. To me, it's more of a lot of it's more symbolic than just a monster movie.
I'll watch it after this.
Yeah, I thought it was great.
Well, sometimes by the end of the year, I know sometimes a couple of films feel a little weird once the year ends.
Dobbs Dean Maya. I love Jack and Incher. I yearn to be in Jack's warm embrace again.
Oh yeah,
that's very nice. And I want to embrace Incher the same way one day.
How cute.
We just got to get over this COVID.
How much does Jack love me? I love every member of the Headyverse, every damn one of you. I love Geraldine and the song man, and Jonathan Jackson, Vic Schiavone, the Inchman, Patrick Howell, even though he despises me. I love that guy. Dobbs Dean Maya, Tyler Stevens, Al Wolf, Brian Matthew Clutter. I love them all, except for Swax. But I love everybody else in the Headyverse.
Even Tasso.
Yeah, I love Tazo in his own. I mean, he can't help it. His mind's fried on crack, but you know, he's a good man under all the drug abuse and mental unwellness and grime. I mean, he's a very dirty individual, but you know, he's got a heart of not really gold, but a heart of like tin. I think under all that.
A heart of crack.
the heart of crack.
Crack kills.
Tyler Stevens. What horror character does Lexar remind you of? Interesting.
Hannibal Lecter.
I was gonna say Pennywise.
No. He's more like a person that will eat people.
Like a cannibal. I see. All right. Interesting. Any thoughts on Last Night in Soho? Check the upcoming Dinner and a Movie episode.
I want to see it, but
yeah,
I don't know.
That's why in the top 5 for me. That was very.
Oh, you like that one?
I like
that. That was very. I always enjoyed the one that goes back in time to the 60s and like that. It felt maybe less than a half hour. No, I mean less.
I like her other movies.
It was a thriller, but then it really picked up more for the horror.
If Intra did drugs, would he smoke them, snort them, inject them, or swallow them?
Probably swallow would be easiest.
I heard you were a big swallower.
I guess, man.
You read all these questions and you come up with it beforehand. You're like,
okay, give me some credit, Intra. At the very least, if I have no other abilities in life, I can come up with really stupid, dirty jokes on the fly.
Yep.
Okay, I'll give you that. Yeah. I'll give you that.
Right. You could be like a porn movie director or some shit like that.
All right. Well,
I'm pretty sure
Black. Maybe you can hook me up. A friend of mine actually honestly wanted me to do that, but I was not interested.
Should have done it.
Tyler Stevens. I think Inter at one time was going to like be a cameraman for like porn.
What? You could be famous and have a job.
I thought you were, seriously. Wasn't like a friend of yours wanting to do it?
Oh, a guy at work, he was wanting to borrow my camera so he could basically it was very heavily insinuated that so he could like film him and his girlfriend, you know, doing the naughty.
Like,
this was back in the days when cam like readily available, like everybody didn't have like a camera phone and everything. So, but I was like, no, I don't.
I say don't watch that stuff. It's naughty, bad. Just watch, Disney films and wholesome, good stuff.
Is that the story you're referring to?
I don't know. I just remember you mentioned it once. I don't remember.
That's the only thing I can think that you would be thinking of. So
I don't think I remember a person involved, but I won't say him on the show. But
Was
I
it
know
like
nothing.
a photo shoot that Cooter was doing or something?
maybe.
Yeah, he always takes pictures, but like that's what he did back. He still does it nowadays, but I don't know. Like I'm not.
I'll write a part for Geraldine in this film I'm directing.
Oh my.
And the other part, it'll be autobiographical. I'll play the other role. It's just the way it happens.
Sure.
Called The Man Who Couldn't Get It Up.
I will give it. That was good, interesting. See, some of my comedy gold is rubbing off on you.
So you give myself a Barry Horowitz pat on the back. There we go.
The man that couldn't get it up.
Pissing Patrick hell off. What are you doing?
How's he still here? That's all we do.
Tyler Stevens, does Jason Mitten have to do 4 labor still, or did he pay his way back to Eddieverse? That hotel? Well, yeah, he did. He did hook me up with a hotel room when the lights went out. So I say we welcome back Jason Mitten. Which it was nice. My lights. We had a big storm here in the Northeast, and it was right at the later that night of the show when the electricity kept going off on here, and then my power went out that night, and they didn't come back on till late Friday night. That sucked.
Oh man.
Yeah, it does suck.
But yeah, Jason Mitten hooked me up with a hotel, so I went up to Boston for a few days. That was very nice. Up to Boston, I saw a lot of movies, had some hot food. It was a good time.
Party it up.
Tyler Stevens, what is Swack saying on Skype?
He hasn't talked to me recently, but the last time he talked to me, let's see if I can find his last message that he was talking to me about. This will probably take me a second. So it was probably just something like he went to a show from what I remember, and he was telling me about it. I think he said he went to an AEW show recently, like the one that they had in Chicago. Or I mean Philadelphia. He's in Philadelphia. Sorry.
Philadelphia Freedom. You're gonna go hang out with him? My beard's getting long. I'm gonna start braiding it like Hugh Morris.
Yeah, mine was getting a little. I had like 3 weeks growth on mine, and like my dad looked at me and he's like, "Are you growing a beard?" And I was like, "No, I'm just being lazy." So I had to shave it. I had to get rid of it. It is getting kind of long.
All right, Insure. Why is Dobbs Mia so sus?
So what?
I think suspect. Robert Budzinski.
Oh, I don't think he's he's suspicious. I think he's just misunderstood when he says, "Oh, Tommy."
Don't say that. We're gonna get us banned here.
Oh.
Dobbs wants to know: you ever try cake and custard?
Well, custard's basically ice cream, isn't it? Or is that frozen?
No, custard. You never had a custard pie?
It's like pudding.
Just like
Kind
pudding.
of.
Yeah.
Pudding.
No, I don't think I have.
No, I never did. I'll have it though. Make me one.
It's pretty good.
When I was in England, Dobbs took us out for fish and chips in London.
Oh, excellent.
You like fish and chips?
Yeah, fish and chips. Good stuff, I guess.
Yeah. How can you not like fish and chips? What are you?
Now, when they say chips, is it like chips like our
Fries.
chips or just fries?
Fries.
So basically Captain D's or Long John Silver's?
No, like real fish and chips, not bullshit.
Captain D's or Long John Silver's? Are you saying they don't serve real fish and real French fries? Looks pretty real to me.
Your mind is filled with these chain fast food places.
That's because that's what we got here.
That's not true. I was there.
What do you want me to do? Not eat food? That's
It's all that's
My
available.
first job was at an Arthur Treacher's Fish and Chips.
I've eaten
And
there.
they served real chips there.
Mm.
They weren't like French fries. They were nice, big.
Yeah, I like a potato. You know, you could tell it's still a potato.
Yeah.
What's wrong with Robert Budzinski? I think he's a good man.
I've heard of that place, Dick. I've never been to it though. So,
Not too
Are they
many
still-
of them.
they're not
Not too
around
many.
that much.
Yeah, Annabelle and I ate at one when we were going to New York. I think that we stopped at some rest stop and there was one. Anastasio Theodosiadis wants to know, what do you prefer, sucking or fucking? This is not appropriate question.
It is not appropriate. Mike Wickham says custard is hot in sugar. He's saying it's hot. It's hot.
It's hot like my ass.
I gotta shake your mood.
Anastasio, what was the Travis Scott concert a satanic ritual to harvest souls?
What?
Sure.
I don't know. I don't know.
Who's
Yeah.
Travis Scott?
I don't know.
Travis
Right.
Scott is a rapper.
Oh.
Every time I try to give Tazo the credit, you know.
Was that the one where everybody got trampled and stuff? Is that?
Yeah.
is that- oh, okay.
Yeah. One
Yeah.
in Houston.
That was pretty bad. Like, I guess they had the place so full that like they cannot really like
It was overpacked.
overpacked. Yeah.
How you say that in English? Like, it was
over
way-
capacity.
Yeah.
Or,
Yeah. Well, the guy, Travis Scott, how you say that? He gave back the money that the people paid for the tickets and shit.
Oh, refunded them.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't listen to that shit anyways.
I only
Is he-
listen to
is he
like Beethoven,
better or worse than Dito?
Mozart.
What? How you can compare him to Dido? You can compare that.
Jonathan Jackson wants to know, I keep popping in and out of existence for some reason. Am I being Mandela affected?
Yes.
I think that could be.
I think it just happened right before our very eyes.
Yeah.
Where did he go?
Robert Budzinski, would you rather wipe your ass with an oven mitt or a sponge?
Oven mitt might be kind of nice. Like a sponge would probably like be clingy and it would like really like. I
Right.
could see an oven mitt being nice.
I don't know.
Is it a used onion mitt with like all kinds of grease and stuff on it? That could be kind of nasty.
Brian Matthew Cluter. Super Mario Brothers 3 or Super Mario World?
Super Mario
Super Mario
Brothers
3.
3. Gotta give it
Tyler
up.
Stevens, tell us a pet peeve you have never mentioned to anyone. Questions about pet peeves.
All right. It's just between us, all right? So, my mom, when she uses the hand wipes, like the Clorox hand
oven
wipes
mitts?
in the big container, she always takes out the whole roll out of the center instead of just using the easy thing, the easy release thing. Oh, that just eats me up.
Yeah.
I
You
mean,
ever
because
slap
it's so
around?
easy. It's so easy just to like pull the ones instead of like having to take the top off and get the whole roll out. And you know,
You ever slap around, teach her a lesson?
no, but I tried to like say that gets on my nerves so much. Did she listen? No.
Tyler Stevens, have you ever played a rusty trombone?
You could get tetanus from that. I mean,
It's not kosher during COVID.
Exactly.
Would you make love to this alarm clock? The hell?
What?
Huh?
Mhm.
Are our fans like just? I don't even want. What the hell?
What is that?
Phillips clock ridiculed a sex toy over supple and plump hole design.
That's what it looks like.
Like, why would you make a clock like that?
It's pretty hot.
What?
Well, I know what to get you for Christmas.
I know you'll do it.
Check out my OnlyFans. We'll test out this clock.
I turned your alarm off, but I got like a big gluey thing on my hand. What's up with that?
Tyler Stevens, what is your favorite hole in wrestling history?
My favorite
Huh?
hold or hole?
Hole, HOLE. I like the hole in the ring when Bam Bam Bigelow threw
Mhm.
Taz through the ring in ECW. That's pretty sweet. Did you
I
think
like the
Scary
black hole slam. Black hole slam.
Did you think Scary Sherry Martel was hot? Definitely. Yeah. Big fan of Sherry Martel.
It was hot.
Well, I want to know, would we drink this?
What?
Hold on. This it's Pilk. It's dill pickle flavored milk.
Fuck yeah.
Really?
Yeah, really.
I'm a big fan of milk. I mean, not milk. Actually, I don't like milk. I'm a big fan of pickles, but I don't think I want Pilk.
I will
Pickles up.
drink that shit.
Nice. You'll have to let me know if it's good. Dobbs Dean Maya, name and shame all the racists in the Headyverse. Damn. I think Al Whoop's pretty racist.
I think he wants us to get canceled. That's why he's asking us to do that. That is
Racist.
Lexar's
racist.
got some questions he sent in. He leaves and then he sends us questions over here.
Like, he always makes a big deal about not wanting to stick through the questions, and here he is contributing to the questions, and he's
Well,
not
at least
sticking
at least
around
this
for
first
them.
one anyway is wrestling related. Chris Jericho has announced that the next Jericho cruise will be the March 14th, 2022. Are you planning on going?
Yes.
Geraldine's going. Are you going?
Let me get
Jack?
her out there. I'll go.
All right. You share a room with me?
Sure, let's go.
All right. Do it up. Be the heady room.
Are you
Make sure you coming along.
sure? As long as the COVID's not ravaging us all still.
You got your shots.
Yeah, I did. But did anybody else on the ship get them?
Lexar's Jack Pat. Well, I think you have to show proof that you're vaccinated, don't you?
Mhm.
Or have a tested.
But
They
I
give
thought,
you a
like,
little card.
Yeah, because I had to show my proof to get into the Halloween marathon,
oh, really?
which I actually thought would take forever, but it took like a second. I just showed him the card. Lexar's Jack. Has Jack any real disdain for Headyverse members? Of course not. I love everybody. Very
Well,
loving, kind man. What are you afraid to touch?
I hate touching fly swatters.
Really?
I'm not afraid to touch them, but if I touch them, I gotta wash my hands afterwards.
Really?
Or like, the pooper scooper, or like a toilet plunger.
I'll
Like, if you touch a
anything.
toilet plunger and don't wash your hands afterwards, there's something wrong with it. Don't you agree?
Nah.
Gotta wash your hands after touching the toilet
All
plunger.
around my head.
Ew.
Rub it all over my body.
Ew.
Lexar, what's Intra's favorite episode of Little House on the Prairie?
What the
I-
fuck?
Couldn't tell
That's
you one
Lexar.
episode.
The last one. It blew up the
There you
town.
go. I don't think I've ever
Town
watched
blew
it.
They blew up the town. Yeah.
They did? Really? That's
Seriously?
really happened?
didn't know that.
Some guy came in and bought the town up, and they didn't want to sell it, so they blew it up.
Nice.
Whoa, that's crazy. I would not expect that from that show. It's like, let's just blow the town up.
That's why it was my favorite episode.
I agree with Furious Tosh here. He says, support small business. I will find some family-owned eateries in Interest hometown for next week that he should try out. Good man.
We go to one place that is family-owned. I know.
We'll go there.
I go there all the time.
Jack makes a good Boston cream pie, Gogo says. It's true.
The only bad thing about family-owned businesses is if you're counting calories, they do not have very good information whenever you're trying to.
But they're probably better for you.
Probably, but you don't know if you can eat it or not.
Just
I need
eat
somebody to hold my hand on this. Hold my hand. Hold my hand on this.
Don't be a little bitch.
What?
Little bits.
You're the little bitch here.
That was creepy.
Not as creepy as Jonathan Jackson disappearing in his background. I swear he's asleep over there. He's trying to sleep on the
I
job.
see movement. He might be pleasuring himself to our voices.
Oh my god.
There's like a little
Yeah.
thing going on.
Yeah.
Bunka going on there.
Johnny,
Lexar,
you better not be doing what we think you're doing.
I approve such behavior. I think like if someone gets sexually aroused by listening to us, I think it's kind of cool if they would just do what they got to do. I approve.
I just don't know.
Okay.
What to think of that.
See, I mean, yeah, Geraldine's getting into it. That's why she's laying down right now. Yeah. She made sure both hands are up. Lexar, do you think that do you think WWE could get viewers in by having the Destiny's Child song Survivor as part of the Survivor Series theme?
What the hell is he talking about? Shut up, Lexar. Nobody cares about Destiny's Child song on WrestleMania or Royal Rumble or whatever.
That song is like 25 years old.
Yeah.
Oh man, I love it. Stephen Butler went to a Calgary Flames game and heard the song.
He's not here
by Cheap Trick. He replied, Stephen Butler, never been to a Flames game, but I do like Cheap Trick, especially the songs I Want You to Want Me and Dream Police.
Question's been answered. Why are we even reading it?
Then they just have a big conversation about the Maple Leafs.
Oh, God. Just read all that while I leave. All right.
Well, then we got 3 more questions.
You lie.
4 more questions. Yeah, 4 more questions.
See, you
4 questions, bitch. I didn't lie. I didn't see there was one more at the bottom. Tyler Stevens or Stephen Butler, sorry. Can we start a drinking game where everyone takes a drink every time Jack interrupts someone? Well, fuck you, bitch. I didn't interrupt the soul tonight. I'll let everyone speak their piece.
Well, we're gonna be drinking.
I don't drink anymore. I just drink seltzer and black coffee.
Black coffee.
We don't know what's really in that bottle.
I haven't had any alcohol in like 30 months.
30 months.
Yeah. Straight edge living.
Good
Straight
job,
edge.
Jack. Good job.
I haven't had any ketamine in a while.
Ketamine.
Lexar, can we start? Oh, we did that one. Lexar, which fan-made wrestling podcast would you like to take down? Nobody. I ain't worry about whatever. Who cares?
Yeah.
All of them.
All of them but us.
There you go.
Aloob, would Jack piss on Incher if he was on fire? I would piss on Incher any day of the week because I love the man that much.
That's fucked
You
up.
wouldn't have to be on fire for me to piss all over him.
Obvious me.
You looked really touched by that.
Yeah.
I was just curious what Patrick House had to say.
Wow,
about
I was trying to put that was nice sentiment, wasn't it?
all I see from him is whoever drinks pilk is crazy.
Whoa, Patrick House turning on Geraldine. He's calling her crazy. Dios mío. Tyler Stevens, knowing what you know today, would you catch a frisbee if Lanny Poffo threw one to you?
Sure.
Yeah, because he's not throwing it with his mouth that he sucked his own wiener off. He's just,
What's he doing with the frisbees? Is there some story there?
I don't think so. What could you do with a frisbee?
Yeah, really.
I think
I'm
this
sure
is
Throw it.
yeah, just throwing around.
There's probably some horrible porn out there with using frisbees.
I'm gonna look not porn. I'm gonna look up the Urban Dictionary. Do you think there's anything
Frisbee.
about frisbees?
I'm sure there is. I'm sure there is something on there.
A frisbee, a frisbee. What's this page is not opening? Oh, here. Whatever it is, Entry, you got to do it.
No. Incorrect.
What?
Incorrect.
I don't know. I called dibs that you got to do it.
It doesn't work like that in the real world, Jack.
Frisbee. Stupid. They actually just give the actual definition. Who gives we know what a frisbee is.
Boy, the Urban Dictionary's gone downhill. That was anticlimactic.
Oh, here we go. Typically a self-centered and obnoxious boy, claims to be humble, but is constantly bragging about his golf wins. Thinks he's all that in a bag of chips. That's kind of lame.
Golf wins.
That's lame. Here we go. Frisbee, a nipple surrounded by an areola of disturbingly wide diameter.
Okay.
That's a frisbee. These aren't too good.
Big areola is what they're saying.
Yeah.
Frisbee, a hoe-like girl who gets around at parties and does the naughty with more than one guy in one night.
Oh,
How about that?
didn't know that.
Well, the show's it's not just wrestling. It's very educational. There you go. Is Geraldine on the Urban Dictionary? I'm not making this up. Geraldine, an amazing woman, as bright and colorful as a luminous rainbow. She has sparkling, dancing eyes, luscious long locks, and a smile that will light up your world. Whoa, Geraldine! I think that's a very honest statement right there.
That's the most
the
positive
truth right
thing I've
there.
ever heard from the Urban Dictionary.
There you go. Whoa. Damn. Well, I think that's a good way to end the show tonight. A very uplifting description of the vivacious Geraldine here.
There you go.
Then Patrick Howells, Neil Jones, enough with the sex talk. That wasn't sex talk. That was very nice. A lovely statement, I think. And then Patrick Howells, I love crazy chicks like Geraldine and AJ Lee. Yuri's Tosh, is Tazo the in your head frisbee? Patrick Howell says, you won't piss on me, Neil Jones.
He said that? He didn't say that.
Yes, he did.
Where's it at? I don't see it.
In the chat. He says, Neil Jones.
He did, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see it now. It's a little higher.
Yeah. All right. Well, that was a good time. Thank you for all the fine young folks here in the chat and online and in the world out there. Subscribe to the show. Hit the little icon, not the internet icon, but hit that bell icon, and you'll get notifications every time we are live and every time the new show is posted. I say this every week, but one of these days I'm actually going to do it. And I'm going to update the
the cat.
iTunes.
I'm trying to comb his cat through the internet. I don't think it's working.
Doesn't he have the longest paws you've ever seen?
Pretty long. Meow.
All right. Until next week, this is Jackie Jones.
The 1-inch biceps, the power code.
Geraldine, the song man, Vic Schiavone, and Jonathan Jackson is asleep, I believe.
He's asleep. He's
Yeah.
totally asleep.
Sneaky over there. All right. We'll
Why
be
don't
back.
you just leave the stream running so we can see how long it
I
takes
could.
him to wake up?
Yeah. Do it up.
But I'm leaving.
All right. Well, I'm getting out of here too, bitch. What do you think about that, bitch? You're a good man, though.